That's the Bourda Cricket Ground in Guyana. We'd like to welcome you to our broadcast here from this beautiful landscape called Bourda. As you can see, the pavilion in the out distance there and all the beautiful buildings from Georgetown. Welcome again. Nice, brilliant sunshine. That's what we've been having over the past month. Scorching sunshine. So hot that even the Meteorological Office has warned that citizens engaged in outdoor activities to rehydrate as much as possible. So we're about to witness another of the senior intercounty 50 overs tournament game, and that's against Essequibo and Demerara. We'll be painting the picture for you as the morning goes by, but it's still wide open. Demarara 1 win, Essequibo 1, Berbice 1. Demerara 2 correction, the only team to have 2 wins. And so Essequibo will be forging ahead here. So would Berbice be. Berbice lost their game here 2 days ago. Then they lost to a previous game as well. So if you notice, it's a nice little wind with the flags, or flag fluttering in the distance. So the players are out and then they're going back in. Perhaps had a pre-match little discussion, but I did not actually expect them to be going back into the pavilion. Whatever the reason, that will be communicated to us in just a while. So we're 50 overs due, and that's the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Intercounty Tournament. And the tournament, of course, is one that was being run by the Guyana Cricket Board from ancient times in preparation for Cricket West Indies. The Super 50 tournament. So they're in preparation for that. I've got John Ramsing next to me. We'll be chatting as the morning goes by. You'll be hearing much more. But Demerara and Chanderpaul, as you can see in the distance a short while ago, that's the umpire, officiating umpire. Shannon Crawford and Demerara and Matthew Nandu will be opening the batting. They had respectively 2 good knocks. Nandu got to 44 and out just before Demarara won. And Demerara and Chanderpaul getting to 63 not out. And one important thing in the last match, because I was here as part of the description, is that people of quality, when they get an opportunity, there's never something called descending. There's always ascending. Demerara and Chanderpaul seizes every opportunity that he gets to make runs. The 2 umpires are coming out to the middle, and in the commentary box I've got John Ramsing. John, good morning.
Morning, Naim. Hello, viewers, wherever you are. It's not too much. Referee Nankumar Shiv Sankar and Shannon Crawford, who is the umpire. We're having a delayed start, where we're having this little late start because the on-field umpire who's scheduled for this game, Imran Mokan, is not here as yet, and the third umpire, Zahir Mohammed, is not here either. So the match referee is going to stand until...
Well, that's a first, right? Should be. Well, I guess the traffic congestion and all that happening in Guyana in the morning hours, rush hours. If you're only late a little bit, it's a long journey to get wherever you are. Matthew Nandu out there, Demerara behind him. And of course, the Essequibo side, that's the team there for you.
Essequibo bringing in Kimo Paul. It's a big game for them, and you can see Kimo Paul slotted in there behind Keanu Henry and Ram Karandu, 2 of the new players for Essequibo in this year's tournament. Whereas Demerara making 1 change with Chetram Balgabin coming in for the young sensation Shamar Yearwood. So both teams on the point table, like you mentioned earlier. Demerara leading with 2 wins already, and Essequibo that 1 big win against Berbice when they were playing in Pomona on the Essequibo coast. That 1 win, but they suffered in the last run against the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. Looking to bounce back to winning ways and get into another final of the Senior Intercounty 50 Overs Championship. But it'll be good. It's good to see that Kimo Paul is back, Naim. I haven't seen him since CPL. But I look at the Essequibo bowling. I haven't seen a game with them this season. But to have someone like Quinton Sampson opening the bowling alongside Ransford Beaton. We saw Neelan Cadogan being used as well. It means that they're short of seam bowling or quality seam bowling. And with someone like Kimo Paul coming back into the lineup, it looks good on paper for Essequibo.
Well, that makes it ultra interesting because Essequibo at almost full strength, and then Demerara, as you know, the team, there are a few people out on contractual arrangements, of course, people like Hetmeyer for Berbice, there are a few others. So it should be an interesting day's cricket. Ronsford beaten, national and international flavours as well in his cricketing career. He'll be opening the bowling. He's on camera there. But something about the pitch, John, the last game we saw here, the pitch was of even bounce. It looks extremely smooth, mirror-ish actually. And so we expect even bounce, and batting should be quite easy again.
Yeah, look at that. No sign of live grass there. Just dry. And it's the same surface that was used 2 days ago. So shall we call him match referee or umpire Nankumar Shiv Sankar?
Official.
He's signaling that we're ready. Chanderpaul will take first strike.
Pretty strange. The last game I saw Nandu taking first strike. Seemed a strange sight, wasn't it? Okay. All right. So Tej, senior Guyana opening batsman, also opened for the West Indies, as you would know. And he's going to take strike. I spoke about that at length already, about taking every opportunity in all respects when you get them.
Of course. New opening partner for Tej because Raymond Perez got 2 decisions, 2 no score. First ball, beaten to Chanderpaul. A gem of a delivery to start with. Was pitch outside the off stump, but came back in. Did Chanderpaul leave that, or was he beaten?
I think he left it. He was very watchful. His eyes were on the ball, as far as I see, and he left it outside the line of the off stump. Good to see Ronsford beaten right on target. I've grown accustomed over the years to see him spilling the first over here or there, and then finding a length eventually. By then, of course, if you're bowling to international quality batting, you could be hammered away. I noticed the bounce already. 2 deliveries, nice even bounce.
A nice hard ball as well, being used from Ronsford beaten. Operating from the Regent Road end. You tend to get that. I noticed after the game 2 days ago, as soon as the game finished, Basil and the rest of the ground staff covered the entire square. And I guess the preparation went into the wickets yesterday, covered and left overnight, and here it is now exposing itself to some sun. Clipped in nicely by Chanderpaul, forward of square, 1 bounce and into the boundary. He's off and running. Demerara, forward out lost in the opening over.
Nice shot, nice timing. And of course, I think he's very cognizant of the field. There's no one out there on the square leg boundary, no one at the mid-wicket boundary because of the stipulations, of course. Nice aggressive field placing here, 2 slips and then a gully for the catch. So Chanderpaul has got that liberty of hitting over the top.
Yeah, beaten now. Opting for some better length this time. This one was short of a good length. On the line of the body as well to Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul in the last game, we saw him scoring boundaries at will, hitting over the infield deliberately. And that one was clipped away nicely. Realizing there's a scoring opportunity once you bowl on his pad.
Well, Ronsford is coming around the wicket this time. And he knows fully well that they've got 2 slips and a gully. So he's got to try to get it just on the line of the off stick, close to the body of Demarara, so that you force him into the shot. The gully's been taken out.
So that's going to be beaten to bowl a bit straighter to Chanderpaul now because there's a square leg in Malcolm Hubbard going close to Shannon Crawford, the umpire. And that gully, like you said, moving into that position, leaving just 1 slip. Steering it almost to Chanderpaul at that gully position. Lack of pace because it had some bounce. But a few years ago, Ronsford Beaton had that ball zipping through. Look at that. Had to go on his toes to play that one.
Just to the right of Chemo Paul. Quite fortunate for Tijnarine there.
Look at his form. 63 in the last game, following up on the 100 against the Select 11. He's in real good form.
Playing inside the line. But that's the end of the first over, 6 without loss. Demerara losing the toss but sent into bat. And that's what I was talking about. I like to see the upward mobility of cricketers. In actual fact, when you're on the 19 and you get that chance, there is absolutely no turning back. You will get out on cheap scores, but every opportunity you get, you seize that. And people like Tijnarine, you can actually see it in him.
It's wrong 3 as well at Lusignan Community Centre ground. The Select 11 are batting first against Burbis. 9 without loss in over number 3. So that is another interesting game that we'll keep our eyes on. It's playing simultaneously. It's another feature of this year's tournament that FL Sport, with that FL Sport app, has brought both games live, one on stream, one on live scoring app.
Well, it's the same attitude I was talking about in cricket. In cricketing language, FL Sport practices that behind the scene. It's every year, every tournament, something new is happening. And that's going places. Congratulations. So Chemo Paul will take it from the northern end, so he's coming with the breeze. Tijnarine, all of the 6 runs there acquired so far, attributed to him. So projected score of 300. But in any scenario, even in a test match, you hope to get nothing less than 250 scenario on the first day. ODI cricket, you're looking for nothing below 250. What we're seeing in normal circumstances in the T20 international teams are trying to get over 200 in 20 overs. So this being a 50 over, I think Demerara will be looking seriously at keeping your wickets, but acquiring as many as 250. First ball, good ball, coming back into the left-hander. If you saw him flinching there a little bit as he groped outside the line of the off stump.
That's his first delivery, Matthew Nandu, of this match. Off of a 44 in the last game. 116-run partnership with Tijnarine Chanderpaul. So coming into this game with some form. But Chemo Paul missing out in the first 2 rounds. Playing here now. Played all matches in the last season for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Looked a shadow of himself. Looking to work his way back to the top now. Edging and it's floored. Chemo Savory with the gloves. Not able to hold on to that one. Naim edge found. The trap was set. Look at that.
Well, I always have respect for the Essequibo side over the last 2 years at least. Their cricket has grown tremendously. The captain, the ability of leadership, you can see it being displayed flat and open for you to see. So a lot of aggression, just getting the outside edge. And that could be a moment for which they would have to pay for coming down to the end.
Well, it was a short ball, did not get up as much because Chemo was actually rolling his fingers around the ball. So the ball did not get up. Edge found and it died as it was going to the wicketkeeper. It went to hand. Chemo Savory not able to hold on. You'll see, not on camera right now, but you see the first and second slip bunched up with the wicketkeeper because realizing you'll not get the exaggerated movement from this track. Was a feather in the cap early for Chemo Paul.
Let's look at the shirt of Chemo Paul. It's fluttering away, actually. And that gives you an impression that there's a nice wind coming across the ground, quite welcoming. because the sun has been so hot in Guyana. We recorded the hottest day in South America for many years.
Those are records that you do not want to see broken, because a few years ago it was recorded as the hottest year in Guyana. Now we're seeing the hottest days again.
Yes, of all the South American country, Guyana had it. Many people taking to social media to express their feelings about the conditions, extremely hot. So when the wind doesn't blow, it makes it even worse. Very compact here, Tage. Forward defensive up on the offside. That man on the camera there, Quinton Sampson, one of the young aspiring cricketers out of Essequibo from the Riverine area, and really stamping his authority over the last 2 seasons here at the intercounty level, looking to make the national side and even further afield.
See the man on the picture just moments ago, Quinton Sampson, who's actually feeling the ball now. He actually shared, one of the new balls in the previous matches. Now Paul is in. He's taking the responsibility of a new ball. 2 overs gone. Just a single in that one. 7 without loss. Demerara batting first against Essequibo.
Well, I wish Quinton Sampson well. I would sincerely like to see his upward mobility. He's courageous. He's a hard hitter of the ball, like almost pinch hitter. Bowls, takes some of the most magnificent catches that I've seen this year. And so I wish him well. I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of the contenders. Maybe the Amazon Warriors might think of him to have him as a pinch hitter coming into the side. That's for next year's tournament, because of the power play that all teams look to win. Here is Beaton. So if you notice, John, there's a more packed catching field. So we've got a solitary slip, there's a gully, and there's a cover point, or almost 2 gullies. So what is happening here against Nandu? The aggression is more pronounced.
Yeah, trying whichever way to get a wicket early. And seem to be attacking Nandu, realizing that might be a bit loose early on. Solid so far, Nandu. Jumping back into his crease. Just like TH, tend to take some time to get going. Once he gets going, it's a gem to look at. I remember his first class game last season in Antigua. Looked the part. It was just magnificent to look at.
It's very diminutive. Reminds you a little bit of the status or stature of Alvin Kalicharan. Alvin Kalicharan, of course, not drawing a comparison here in technique and ability. This is a young man, still a lot of way to go. And he burst onto the scene, the national scene, with a great impression. He really created an impression for himself. That's Savory, the Essequibo wicketkeeper. Prolific county player, has also been drafted into the national team. Very intelligent batsman. He floored a catch in the last over. And the funny thing I was talking about is good batsmen, you pay a price when you give it away when they're batting. Big expansive shot outside the off stump. Luckily there for Nandu, that's the line Ronsford Beaton must hold. And I'm saying that because Demerara, Chanderpaul and Matthew Nandu are very, very experienced and solid batsmen. You need to make inroads here from a perspective of the Essequibo side.
Look at that. Nandu there, eyes lit up, half volley. He was driving loosely to a ball based on the length that he saw. But the line was not there for the hit. Well bowled, Beaton. So that's the end of a maiden from Ronsford Beaton. 3 gone, 7 without loss. As you can see, umpire Imran Mokan is now on the field.
Well, good to see him. Matthew Nandu just won from this partnership. 7 without loss. Having a little mid-pitch conference, discussing perhaps the pitch, if they need to grab more, singles and converting ones and twos. If Demerara will be the one, because he's experienced, to go over the top. But the bowling has been quite on target. So it's difficult even to achieve that, and Tej knows that.
The senior partner, age, international stature, and of course in this tournament as well. Chemo to continue. Seems as if there's a plan from Chemo to bowl on the line of the body of these batters, not giving any room at all. And that's good to see Chemo very early. One of the criticisms you may have of Chemo over the years is that you bowl 6 different deliveries in every over. That will work against the batters, but also work against the captain. What field do you set for someone like Chanderpaul who's bowling 6 different deliveries? He has that ability.
Well, he has a loaded offside field. Right line, Tej picks up the line and lets it go. Just 3 men on the... Is it 3? Is there 1 under the commentary box?
Look at that offside field you speak of. A slip. There's a man there, Gully and Bourda. There's a backward point cover. And 2 short fielders. Look at that short cover. And that mid-off that is pretty short and straight as well. So there is a plan from Chanderpaul and Anthony Adams to keep Chanderpaul playing outside his off stump.
And he's right on target, actually. The Adams guy out of Essequibo, the captain, has been very, very proactive. And the onside, as you can see, is scarce. The yellow collar very scarce there. I'm seeing 2. I'm not certain whether 1 is down on the fine leg boundary below us.
This is good control from both Chanderpaul and Beaton, making these new balls work for them so far. You can see a little bit of footholds developing on the track now. It goes to show that preparation moisture only on the surface, only on the top. So those spikes there just bringing up the dry surface now. So a little bit of moisture there. Nothing to shout about.
That's why I think that Essequibo won the toss and decided to bowl first. Whatever preparation moisture, I think they were trying or figuring they can extract that or help from that. I like to see cricket like this, John. You've got an experienced bowler in Chanderpaul, experienced batter, and they're trying to work things out, both sides, the fielding side, the batting side. Tej is not tempted. He had an outside edge, but it was floored. And as I mentioned, you seize these opportunities. When you're given a life, you utilize the opportunity.
Good technique to the slow delivery to end over number 4. Another maiden. Consecutive maidens now. 7 without loss.
So I know in the Demerara, Tevin Imlak's side, they're going to try at least, John, I think 250. They haven't been scoring big runs in the tournament, but I can't see if a captain is aspiring to achieve 200 or 180. Basically, you're supposed to look in a 50-over game, nothing less than 250.
Yeah, I agree. Young left arm seamer, Christopher Harry, doing water duties today. Must feel it for the young man. Had a good opening game on debut. And since then, Zach's to fetch the water. Left arm seam. That would have been something really impressive here at Bourda. For now, it's beaten. Nandu kept in check. Harry went wicketless in his opening game, but it's control. And that variety, left arm seam. I remember the days of Pedro Collins for West Indies. Something that you can really work with. Left arm spin on your picture. There's nothing short of left arm spinners. We'll talk about that later. But left arm seam, Harry. I'd love to see him a little bit more. Maybe on Saturday in the final. They're resting him for the final.
If not, we'll see him in the commentary box probably.
You can see Essequibo enjoying their cricket. Smiles all around. Captain Anthony Adams, pretty relaxed. I expect to see him. Maybe had a long night. A big yawn there. I expect to see him a bit later on. Shot of aggression there from Nandu. He's on a single for a long time. That single came when he was dropped by Savory.
Well, it was up for the asking, actually. It was full and into the pads of Matthew Nandu. I don't think he had to have had any fear there whatsoever. He was looking for the drive, which he ought to do. I mean, you're a talented young batsman. You don't want, at the same time, to be bogged down by any bowler. Wow, where did that pass? Absolutely gorgeous delivery. Have another look at that. Beautiful movement, leaving the left-handed batsman. He was prodding, searching, everything correct there from Ransford Beaton.
Yeah, pitched just about fourth stump line and went slightly further away. Was too good for Matthew Nandu on that occasion. Well bowled. The man from Reliance on the Essequibo coast. Ransford Beaton. When in Georgetown, plays here at the Georgetown Cricket Club.
There you go, one extra. It has been pretty tight. We're not seeing a lot of it. And I get the impression that what Ransford Beaton is looking for, he's not achieving. He's got a loaded offside field. He's trying to get the ball to slant across the left-hander's body, but instead spilling one down the leg side.
Yeah, that one actually came back. It started too straight and then it went further down leg. Guess he wanted to start it just about middle and off. Looking for a leg before decision. Consecutive wides now, overcompensating. So the extras now breaking the shackles because they were on 7 for a long time. So consecutive wides now. Either side of the wicket. Still persevering with that heavy offside field. So they're sticking with their plans, Anthony Adams. Just Beaton now straying away from the plan marginally.
Well, that's what you don't see from world-class bowlers. They don't give you the chance, right on target. That's the single here. But it's keep nagging at the batsmen. You've got Tej Narain and Nandu defending, ultra defensive. So keep nagging, try to be on the spot as much as possible. And look at the field placing. They've got a slip. Now there was a gully and a backward point. So the gully's been taken out for Demerara and carried on the onside. And the cover point is coming towards extra cover. Chanderpaul. And Demerara trying to get his sight in before going on any kind of onslaught like he has done there. That's going to go all the way. Nice shot. He hoisted it actually. Got dung on it and hoisted it in the air a little bit. Not absolutely flat. But he's looking at the field. Calculated shot.
14 without loss after 5. You mentioned that the batters sometimes will have lapse in concentration, but there's a slight lapse in concentration from Beaton on that occasion, and that is why Demerara pounced on him, realizing that he actually is going to make a mistake. As you can see, the Georgetown Cricket Club flag stretched out so much it's damaged slightly. 5 overs gone. 14
Global warming?
without loss.
Anything these days are attributed to global warming. But beautiful wooden structures around Georgetown. Something that is reminiscent since the colonial times when they utilized the magnificent species of wood that we have here in Guyana, utilizing it to the max. Matthew Kisoon is with me. Good morning, Pastor.
Morning, Naeem. Morning to viewers, everyone around the world. Live streaming FL Sports, as usual. A very reliable company now.
Concentration never an issue with the Chanderpauls. They're grossly taken up, overly in paying attention to every detail. But this is Nandu actually batting. Demerara is at the non-striker's end. And that's the idea. And many of us think that 20 over should take the same skill set to play the over 50. Now it's a whole different ball game. You've got a lot of time here on your hand. I think Nandu is beaten there as he came back a little bit onto the back foot.
Good delivery. It came back into him as we look at the replay. Good delivery. Pitched on the off stump, came back into him. Was in two minds there, Nandu. He's the one that would want to stay there long. What I like about Chanderpaul, he got 100 and then he got a half century so far. So he's in good form.
Shot, Matthew, down the ground. This should really be going all the way, but there's the ground is a little bit heavy on the outskirts, but a typical normal Bourda surface that would have been racing towards the boundary.
Yeah, nice solid push there from Nandu. Slow outfield. The border ground looks good. The outfield looks good as well. But remember, it's been a dry season for probably 2 months plus. Scorching sunshine, heat wave on. Especially here in Guyana. It's not been easy at all with the heat. But I think the ground is still well kept.
Not a good delivery. Now, things have been kept very tight. I saw in the last over, Ronsford Beaton, who is bowling into the wind. He has spilled a few. And I'm wondering whether his captain might just have him rested for a while. And I've noticed also, Matthew, that Ronsford Beaton is best utilized in short spurts.
He is. That has been the case with him down through the years. You don't try to overbowl him at all.
Compact Demerara pushing out outside the off field. Nandu correction. Demerara is just a little taller. a little more slender, am I right? Um, Nandu is more diminutive, but a little more barrel-chested, so to speak.
But the difference with the two, if you look at them carefully, is the color of their pads. And that's how you pick them up easily. Nandu has on the green pads. Tej has on the black pads. Can't miss them at all.
Thank you. I remember Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, the same issue. That's a good bumper. Just that it just leaned down the leg side a little bit, but it was on the body of Tej. Look at that. Tej was not in position to hook it. It actually went over the off stick.
Yeah, good delivery. 6 overs gone. 17 without loss.
Yes, many years ago, I think we had this problem with Narsingh Deonarain and Shiv Chanderpaul. Whenever I describe the two of them, you've got to look for other things like color of pads, long sleeve or short sleeve. And
Absolutely correct.
And in those days, you never had numbers on that you can differentiate. So what you do is look for other things until later on in their careers, where Shiv developed another stance, which looked a bit awkward to me anyway, but with which he was successful.
Yeah, but you're correct with that, because and that's what we learn as commentators as well, to pick up the little things. That's a nice shot down through cover, setting out towards the boundary. It won't get there because we talked about a slow outfield. Nice shot from Nandu there. He's beginning to get himself together now, playing some nice strokes. But you're right about that, Naeem. The Narsingh Deonarain, Shiv Chanderpaul look. They always look similar out there, but you've got to pick up things about them to identify them when you're doing commentary. And these two have got on different pads, so easy to identify that Nandu's facing and plays a nice cut shot down towards the backward point area on the boundary. And they come back for 2. So he's looking good, picking up the runs now. Tends to start his innings slow. But I like the look of him. Very interesting. He was an emerging player with the Amazon Warriors. I think this is what? It would have been his second year. I make it. And did he play a game? I'm not sure if he played a game. He didn't play a match. And I thought, Naeem, that he probably could have got a game, at least one match, given the fact that the Warriors were struggling with the opening position.
Good lifting ball there to Matthew Nandu. Straight over the middle stump towards the off stick. Have another look at this. It's difficult to get into position to hook a ball like this, just on the off stick. In fact, it's pretty dangerous hooking a ball like that.
You don't see too many of our Caribbean players hooking now. So if he had got a hold of that and played that well, that would have been a rare scene with a Caribbean batter hooking the ball. We had some great hookers in times gone by. You don't see too many of them now.
They'll pick up a single here. Coming back for 2 now. I'm trying to follow what you were saying a short while ago.
With the hookers, Runsford beaten, I thought, started well. Very relaxed, his run-up and so on. Started well. And then he gave away a couple of wides in the previous over. And you would want to think this might be his last over before he's rested. Possibly.
Short. That's pulled away. John Ramsing says shot of the day. Short, pretty fast. And Nandu was in behind. But because of his... The ball was short. It gave him all the time in the world to keep his eyes on the ball and put it away down the leg side.
And he was on top of it because it didn't get up. It didn't get up. Look at the replay. See that? Didn't get up too high. So he covered it well. And he pulled beautifully through backward square for 4. That's a nice shot from Nandu.
And some batsmen, he actually took that from the off stick or outside the line of the off stump. Trifle short. I'd seen people like Brian Lara did that a lot. Chanderpaul did that. But you've got to get great eyesight. We've had good hookers. Going back to the times of Roy Fredericks, a little boy looking at him. Then Alvin Kalicharan, a whole line of them there.
Getting into line there, just short of a length outside the off stump. 7 overs gone, 27 without loss.
Real scorching conditions. Even the players, they're pretty relaxed. They're in the cool. Some of the Demerarians. Many years ago, you used to look at different faces. Everything is quite different now. Lots of youngsters have taken over the realm of leadership and playing the game.
Yes, you see Devon Lord there. He had a good game 2 days ago. The left-hand orthodox spinner. Sankar is there. You see, that's a strong batting lineup actually for Demerara. I just having a look at this side, and they're defending their title well as champions. You look at Imlak, Chanderpaul, Nandu, Perez, very classical right-handed player. I like the look of Perez. He's a good player, good touch player. Chanderpaul continues. And then you've got the vice captain, Akshay Prasad, Richie Loknath, Chetram Balgobin, Ashmir Nair, of course, a left-hand orthodox spinner. Devon Lord, a left-hand orthodox spinner as well. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who was with the Amazon Warriors but didn't play a game. And Bernard Bailey. Good side. Sankar, Hari, Yearwood, and Sachin Singh not in the mix. But Naeem, a strong batting lineup. Demerara, they've shown their strength already at the top of the order, with Chanderpaul getting 100.5 century so far in this year's tournament.
He must have struck him somewhere in the mittens there. They're going to go back for 2. I'd like to have a little look or a sign from the umpire.
Yeah, thought he might have got the glove onto that. He jumped in the air when he actually played the shot to cover the ball. Tej Chanderpaul. For me, what Tej has to do is to simply bat himself into good form, be consistent, because he has to keep knocking on the door of West Indies cricket to get back into the test arena. I think when he felt when he was dropped, maybe he could have played another series at least. But West Indies cricket, always very interesting when they make decisions. Sometimes you're left with your mouth open, but
Among other places.
but that's the game. Those are the decisions made by the top guns. But I thought he probably should have got another test series at least.
What I meant was you leave your wallet to blows, another part you can, because you end up broken when you don't get your career to go in a steady flow.
You're right about that, and you're talking test cricket for Tej Chanderpaul, because even though he made churn out runs in the 50 over contest, you probably don't expect him necessarily to play for West Indies in terms of 50 over cricket.
But they're short on players in the test match scenario. So he stands such a good chance, just putting together scores, never turn back, just keep ascending all the while. And we have people in short supply with that kind of ability. I'm looking at some of the youngsters that simply are not moving forward as far as their ability is concerned. What you saw last year, the year before, you're seeing this year again.
Nice shot.
Look at how you roll the wrist there, Matthew.
Nice shot. Looked just like his dad there. Because Shiv was a very strong wristy player.
And it's batting with, you've got a man down at backward square, you have to keep it down. I was looking out for that.
I like Tej Chanderpaul. I think he's good for West Indies cricket along the way. Unfortunately, not in the test lineup right now. They've tried a guy named Mickey Louis, brother of Jeremiah Louis, and he had a very interesting time in England there. I watched him at Lord's and at Edgbaston. I think he got a half century in one of the matches, but he looked like he wants to fight. But some technical flaws with that young man that he needs to work on. Not a nice shot on the leg stump. Nicely played by Matthew Nandu. Both are looking solid indeed. Good shred to Essequibo. I beg your pardon. 8 was gone. A good solid start. 31 without loss.
Well, not everyone gets Matthew, so you should let people know when you saw Michael Louis, you actually were there physically.
I was. Of course, the West Indies batting was very pathetic in that series in England. The second test, they performed reasonably well in terms of batting when they got over 400. The two Dominicans put on a nice partnership, 175. I didn't go to that test from 4 overs, not bad at all from an experienced player. Chanderpaul is 13 from 23, Nandu 16 from 25. So they've both gotten starts so far. Nothing wrong with the run rate, that's fine. It's a 50 over affair. Nothing wrong at all. Just stay there, give them a good start like Chanderpaul would have done in the first game when he got that 100. And that's what you need. So, Lords, pretty nice. The experience was fantastic indeed.
And I guess you paid to go in, or were you given a complimentary ticket?
You don't get complimentaries there. You've got to know the big guns there. I had to buy my ticket. I bought 4 tickets. Actually, I took my host and his wife there. So my wife and I, and himself and wife went. So I ensured that was a gift to them. Because his wife never went to Lords, even though they're living in England for about 30 years plus. He went to Lords, a test match. And I'll tell you what, tickets, very expensive. And I was in what you would call the bleachers. I was in the bleachers. But you know, when you're at Lords and based on the weather changes very quickly in England. So no problem with the sun. You know, it probably peeped out just a couple of times, but it was mostly cold. The cold breeze is what hits you there. That breeze is something, as I can tell you. That wind, it's very cold. It's like if you're in an AC room.
Quick single, well taken, well judged. There's a man down at the mid-off position, so they had to be very quick. Off for the single.
I like how they look. Both Chanderpaul and Nandu look very good so far. The pitch is playing good. Good even bounce. Look very, very smooth there. Not a grass you can see on that pitch. What I thought, well prepared pitch for this game today. Barbies on top with 2 wins. Essequibo with 1 win. Well entrenched on retaining the title, Barbies, but things happen in this game. Well played by Tage there, walking into the shot and then took the bottom hand away. But he just needs to get back into the West Indies test lineup and just keep working hard. You see these as moments where you can work hard on your batting, gain confidence, and next thing you know, the selectors are looking at you again.
Now, from a Essequibo perspective, they put down Nandu when he wasn't yet off the mark. And the thing is, with compact, good quality batsmen, really got to seize every opportunity. He was dropped behind by Savory.
And you know, you're talking about 2 left-handers opening. That's a brilliant ball right up in the block hole. He had to come down on that quickly. Got it right up as you look at the replay. Middle and off stick. Had to come down hard on that. Good cricket all around. The over comes to an end. 9 gone, 32 without loss.
Well, the 2 batsmen, they're holding out. There's no doubt about that. Partnership of 32. They had a huge partnership in the previous game here on Wednesday. Bowling figures for you. Not leaving any kind of impression because no one has picked up a wicket so far, but Ronsford beaten us. He's had 23 coming off of his 4 overs. Paul just a little bit better, 8 off his 4. So the Essequibo side searching, they're hunting without.
It's come down to a very interesting scenario now, 50 over cricket, especially in the Caribbean, because our boys have not been doing so well. The Caribbean boys in the 50 over format. But I think that hunger, that passion for runs at the 50 over level is important, because you talked about getting over 200. As Paul continues, starts his 5th over now. They'll get a single here. Pushed into the leg side, mid-wicket.
Well, I speculated over 200, and that's a reduction what was in my mind. In my mind is over 300, but this is not India, not a batsman out of India. It's the resources that we have here. They should go over 200 at least.
And that's why when you look at the tournament so far this year, not a lot of runs. You need in excess of 250, 275 to make a good game of it.
There again, Matthews, he rolls the wrist, very important. He's not going to be tempted with hooking and putting it in the air. There's a short, fine leg. There's a man down on the forward of the square leg umpire waiting for that shot.
And he looked like the Chanderpaul we saw in Australia when he made his debut in that test series where he performed well. He looked good.
Against quite possibly the best attack then.
The best attack in the world then. Scorching shot down through extra cover.
Deliberate too.
It was beautiful. On one knee when he played that shot. That staged Chanderpaul for you. When he gets going, he looks so good. And that was beautifully played through extra cover for 4. 19 now from 28. Nandu 18 from 29. So they're both going pretty well. That partnership building nicely. You look at scores ahead of time. You get to 50, nice partnership. Then you get to 75, and then you get to 100. That's what you want. And you know, just as you look at these two left-handers, I will always remember the 2 great right-handers that opened the batting for the West Indies. Nice shot. Almost a boundary. Good work there in the deep. And they come back for 3 runs. Good running as well. Nicely played through the offside. Depth shot there from Tage. And he picked up 3. Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, 2 right-handers. You loved them, didn't you?
Loved them. I had the opportunity of describing Haynes a bit because his career continued a little after Gordon had left. Fantastic, and he was such a humble guy.
Well, 2 left-handers here now. Full length on the pads, out, says Shannon Crawford. That looked easy. We'll have a look at that again on the replay. Well, that looked easy for Shannon Crawford, the first-class umpire from Guyana. 42 for 1 now as Nandu walks back. It was a beauty of a delivery, and that's what Paul is known for. A bowler with tremendous variations when he gets going. You didn't see too much of it in the CPL. I thought he lacked variation in the CPL tournament. I felt maybe something was wrong with him, with his bowling. He did got, I think, a 30-something out in one of the games and so on. He didn't bat too badly in the beginning of the tournament, but his bowling, to my mind, lacked the variety that he's known for. But he's picked up a scalp. 42 for the loss of 1. Naeem, excellent delivery.
Good delivery. And just when I thought that Nandu was etching his way into absolute confidence and had to go there. So he's gone for 18. And Perez comes into the wicket. He has not had a good tournament so far. It might be a little unfortunate, but I've not had the opportunity to see him at any time, to see his potential in his true colors. And I hope that today I'll see that.
Yes, he's a DCC player. And you know, DCC and GCC, two top clubs from the Georgetown area. They always are at war with each other. They're always fighting very hard to win the local tournaments. And Perez has been one of the good cricketers that DCC would have found along the way. Good right-handed batter, good use of the wrist. He's a touch player, times the ball well. He's going to face up to Chanderpaul. Naim Chan has left. And Inderjeet has come in to the commentary position. Hello, Inderjeet. Chanderpaul getting ready to bowl.
Yeah, hello to you, Matthew. Hello to all viewers and listeners.
Good first delivery to end the over. 10 gone. So the first power play finished, done and dusted. Not a bad power play for Demerara at all. Inderjeet 42 for 1.
Yes, Matthew. Runsford beaten with 4 overs and none for 23. Paul, the lone wicket taker, 1 for 18 from his 5. Samson just the lone over. I think both teams are going to feel satisfied. Demarara has not gone away with a hectic scoring rate, but 42 for the loss of 1 after 10. You consider that a very solid start. They haven't lost too many wickets, and Tage is still out there in the middle. So I think both teams will consider themselves having fair exchanges in the first 10 over, which is the first power play.
Right hand, left hand combination now. Perez hasn't had a good season so far. But we know he can come good if he buckles down, settles down. Just needs to keep a level head. He's got the talent. That's on the leg stump. It's Chanderpaul. They'll pick up 2 here. They're looking for a third. They're coming through for it. Good running. The return, 1 bounce to the keeper.
Yes, Matt, that's excellent running between the wickets. And from the time Tage played the shot, he decided that, listen, we are going to go for 2 quick. And if the opportunity presents itself, they will return for the 3rd run. And that is exactly what they did. Good running between the wicket.
Yeah, I thought Perez was a bit unfortunate in the West Indies on the 19 World Cup several years back. He picked up an injury and couldn't play. He was one of the players that they would have been depending on then.
Well, he has moved on. He has since made the Harpy Eagles national team, played last year in the tournament. He does not want to lose his place in that team. Not a good start for him. These things do happen. The talent is there. Maybe a first delivery or second delivery that he scored a run off might very well come back in form. That was brilliantly bowled by Quinton Sampson. And he's been touching down at a good line and length.
Yes, he looks a bit skiddy to me, He's got some pace. I think control is important. That was a beautiful delivery. It was pitched on the off and nicked back a little bit into Perez. He had to come down quickly in the ball. Got it off the inside, portioned the bat, and it bounced away into the leg side. I think Perez has got to be very mindful here that even though Sampson is not a tear-away fast bowler, he can deceive you with bounce and pace. That's well played on the leg stump this time.
Well, it's a matter of judgment here now for Raymond Perez. I guess the longer he stays out in the middle, the more confident he's going to feel. That delivery was short of a good length. Maybe batting deep in the crease, that could have been tucked into the onside, down towards backward square, and a single was there. But because he wasn't deep in the crease, the ball hustled on to him, couldn't find a placement. That's a good delivery. A little bit of a wobble there for Quinton Sampson. And he has improved, since last year with his bowling. And that is going to back his terrific hitting of the cricket ball. Once he concentrates on his game, I think he's going to make a very good 50 overs and T20 player. He has everything within his repertoire.
My only concern for Sampson is sometimes the shot selection when he gets out. That's another good delivery.
Well, I think that will come with experience. That will come with the kind of advice that he gets with the people who are around him. He becomes more smart as a cricketer. You're not going to be successful if you do not have a solid defense. That's absolutely necessary. The first thing you think about in cricket is to protect your body against fast bowling. The next thing is to protect your wicket. And the third thing is to score runs. So you must have that solid defensive shot, whether backward or forward.
A little bit airish there from Perez, coming forward, leaning into the shot, got it off the outer portion of the bat, down to where deep point is. 11 overs gone, 45 for 1. Perez not yet off the mark. Chanderpaul 25 from 30 balls.
Now, in the context of this match so far, that was a brilliant over bowl by Sampson. Tej Narang Chanderpaul batting 30 deliveries for his 25. Good knock from him, 3 4s. Strike rate excellent, 83.33. Matthew Nandu, LBW Kimo Paul for 18. Just beginning to blossom, lost his wicket, fell away and was trapped in front. One boundary there. Perez just come in, phase 6 delivery, and he's struggling to get off the mark. Sometimes when you get off the mark, it changes the complexion of things. But he's under serious pressure, Matt.
Yes, he is. He's not on strike now as Paul continues. And Tej gets a single, playing the ball into the offside through cover.
And Tej has been picking that gap so nice. And the reason why is his awareness level. He knows where the gap is, and he's not looking to rush the bat onto the ball. He's waiting and playing as late as possible. And these are good signs. When you see Tej is batting like this, here is a man that is in form, and he's going to be very, very difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, we talked about Demerara's batting. It's been good so far. They didn't have to chase much 2 days ago because they bowled out Borbies cheaply. But you want to put your bat into the test.
Well, just a few of them. They have gotten the opportunity to come out in the middle and showcase their talent. I'm sure Tevin Imlach, their skipper, he will want to come out and spend some time there. He isn't having the best of season, 2 matches so far. Struggled in against the Select 11. That's some aggression by Kimo Paul. He's bowling his 6th over, and these are good signs that his 5th rhythm has been good.
Look at the replay again. Just pitched outside the off stump. No difficulty for Perez at all. If that had come to his body, well, then he would have probably had himself in some trouble there.
Yes, and showing good judgment too. There's some scores coming in from Sunil Joshua, our technical man. West Indies 116 for 6. That's the final T20 match against New Zealand. Against Sri Lanka, I beg your pardon. Brandon King, 23. Evan Lewis didn't score. Sorry for him. Shea Hope, 18. Ruston Chase, 8. Shorfin Rutherford, 6. Rovman Powell, 24. Gudakesh Moti, 32. Romario Shepard, 1. Extra 6. 117 for the loss of 6. 15.4 over. So the West Indies struggling after starting the tour brilliantly.
Very interesting stats you've just shared there. Good to see Moti getting 30 odd. I noticed they've been trying him, pushing him up in terms of the batting lineup.
Moti has batting qualities. I don't know what goes on internally between those two ears. I think he just come out early and decide he can hit 6s and 4.
Don't forget he's a Barbician.
Nothing wrong with that. Another short delivery, being aggressive here to Raymond Perez. I think this is a good strategy. What Perez has to be careful here now with, Paul is going to pitch one, aiming for a Yorker. I think this is what he's setting him up for.
They're working a plan at him. I think they spotted something about Perez here. The short pitch delivery. I thought the previous short pitch delivery was a wide. That looked wide to me. That went way above his head, but umpire Mokan said it was one above the shoulder.
Yeah, that's the one he was trying for. Didn't get it at the Yorker length, but that was well pitched up, beautifully bowled. And it's good to see, the smartness in Paul here. This is how you work batters out. You set them up. That was an excellent delivery. Just that didn't get it on the Yorker line. Matthew, you have some other news for us.
Yes, the India-New Zealand game. New Zealand lead by 134 runs on day 2. You look at Rachin Ravindra, 22. Darryl Mitchell, 14. Jasprit Bumrah, 10 overs, none for 23. Mohamed Siraj, 7 overs, none for 21. So, very interesting game going on there, Jeet. Good intense battle between India and New Zealand.
Yes, and to bring the over up to an end here, Raymond Perez have just scored his 4th runs in this Guyana Cricket Board Inter-County Super 50. 2 ducks, as we call it here in Guyana, and just getting a single here. 12 gone, it's 48 for 1.
Nice to see him getting off the mark. Remember in this game, Jeet, India were bowled out for 46. Believe it. Powerhouse being bowled out, and New Zealand 180 for 3.
Thank God it's not West Indies that was bowled out. 446, you'd have, the news flash around the world would have been breaking news.
I like Rachin Ravindra. I think he's a very good cricketer for New Zealand. Very good young cricketer.
Somebody mentioned that India improved by 10 this year.
That is so strange indeed to see India bowled out for 46. But these days, all sorts of strange things happen in cricket.
Well, that's a calamity. I think the people in India, they're not going to like that at all. Samson begins another over. Good-looking shot. And that was the kind of shot I was talking about. If he has the confidence, wait on it, get across the line nicely, pick up the length and turn it away down towards backward square and score another single. That can only come with confidence.
Yes, he gets his 2nd run now from 12 balls. That's not a problem at all, because as long as he stays there, runs will come. He's going to find the gaps, and he loves to play shots along the ground. He's a good cover driver, and he plays nicely on the leg side as well, Raymond Perez. Chanderpaul, the experienced test player, who's not in the test team currently for the West Indies. But when you have someone like Tej batting with you there, you must grow in confidence. Tej is on strike.
That's another good delivery, and he's been consistent here, Quinton Sampson, hitting that same length and that same line as well. You have to be patient. If you be patient here, things can happen for you. Today, another match has been played in the Guyana Cricket Board Super 50 Inter-County Tournament 2024 at Lusignan. The Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. They're taking on Berbice.
On the leg stump, Chanderpaul inside his stumps and works it away backward of square for another run. He looks easy now. Tej Chanderpaul, the 50 coming up in the 13th over, 12.3 overs to be exact. Nice 50 for Demerara, good solid start. I think it's important that their batting be stretched now, and I don't think they mind batting first. They lost the toss. It's a good opportunity for Imlak and the others to come and to bat and to show that they would be in good form going into the finals on Saturday. But good 50, good half century, not partnership, but good 50 coming up. Just 1 wicket going down. Not bad at all.
Yes, and moving nicely into the line of the delivery here, Perez, and scoring 2 through mid-wicket. So, having faced a couple of deliveries, he's just getting back, the Perez that we know. I think he's a good little player. He's not going to be bogged down. He's aggressive. And you want to play your natural game. But when things are not going your way, it's time to just settle down, regroup, and then you can begin to flow from there. I agree with you, Matt. Very good cricket so far. Good start by Demerara.
Yes, and that you look at that shot he played. We probably won't look at it back on the replay, but that was a nice wristy shot he played. Good use of the wrist down through mid-wicket. Now look at that shot. He adjusted well, pitched on the off stump, and steered it into the offside.
Kept the control too, taking the bottom hand away from the bat all along the ground. Maybe didn't pick it up the way he wanted initially, but did the good thing that he got it in the meat of the bat and kept the balance nicely.
I'll tell you, GT, he's one of the DCC players I like to watch bat. When he's playing for his club, whatever competition in the Georgetown area, I like to see this young man bat. He's kept on 4, 27 to Chanderpaul, and after 13 overs, Demarara, they lost the toss and had to take first strike, 52 for the loss of 1.
Yes, it's very, very hot there. So, you know, those guys, even close to the boundary area, they're ensuring maybe some little bit shade there, whatever. They're taking their water. They must do that. That's Henry. He has been brought into the team. So, Runsford Beaton has been switched to the northern end of the ground after bowling how many? 4 overs? He's been switched to the northern end of the ground. What's the thinking here, Matt?
Well, he's really a most experienced bowler. Give him a chance at the other end, bowling with the wind behind him, and see what he can produce. None for 23 from 4. I thought his last 2 overs, his first 2 were good. His last 2 a little bit rugged, as we would say. Bowl a couple of wides and so on. So one would think that bowling with the wind, he'll get a little bit more pace and he'll get some movement as well.
Well, we shall see, and he will be bowling to the left-handed Tej Narain Chanderpaul. Yeah, and Tej just disgusted with himself a little, wanted to get it more fine. He did not, and just chastising himself, but he's in good form. There are many who believe that Runsford Beaton normally struggles when he comes back on a second spell. Many feel that he is losing strength, physical strength, in that period. Now he's on a second spell. We shall judge his pace, whether he goes for more control or whether he go for all and out pace.
That's a good point, Jeet. That's a very back for a second spell. I find these days a lot of our fast bowlers, they're not strong from the waist down. They're strong from the top to the middle, but not from the waist down. In years gone by, the Marshall, Holding, Garner, Croft, they're very strong from the waist down.
Those men were strong all over the body.
Correct.
Head right down to the sole of the feet.
But why I emphasize from the waist down is because those guys used to run a lot and, you know, keep themselves fit a lot. Not these guys today.
Yeah, and that's a why. Just spraying it way outside the line of the off stump. And I remember the late, great Tony Koza saying that some of the fastest bowler he has seen in international cricket are guys with huge buttocks. Maybe you're right about that. They get a lot of power maybe when they step onto their front leg. The balance is there, good cushion, and it energizes the body and gives it its power. You'll never know.
Patrick Patterson Thompson, those guys, they were very strong from the waist down. Very strong. Solid. Good delivery from Beaton. I had a chat with Beaton, you know, down through his career, and he did say that has been one of the weaknesses of his with his body. From his waist down, he's not satisfied with his strength level at all from waist down, and that may have affected him because remember he's had some problems, some back problems.
Yes, you never know. All those things can play on the mind as you take the cricket field.
But you've got to admire people like Jasprit Bumrah.
Of course.
What a fast bowler.
Now that's a good delivery. And only Tage can play it like that at the last moment, just leaving the ball short lifting outside the line of the off stump. And those that study fast bowling will tell you, Matt, um, some of the fastest balls that has ever been bowled in cricket comes from the wrist, strong wrist, and the index finger and its neighbor normally roll down the seam. So as you get to there and you flick that down, you increase in pace. These are little things, that you can only learn in your practice session when you're at home. Some people will lie on their bed, and as they lie on their bed, they practice that against the wall. Strong wrist. They use the two fingers, the index and another finger, rolling down the seam of the ball, and you flick it through there, and they develop a lot of pace from that.
And you want to see a Shamar Joseph do that a lot too. Yes, he would have bowled a lot of apples in Barakara. But when you hold a heavy leather ball, it's a different feeling altogether. And he's been doing that a bit now.
That was judged in the end nicely by Tage. He was looking for that shot over mid-wicket, adjusted nicely. The ball got big on him and still gets the single.
Yeah, good technique. Short outside the off stump. He got on top of it. He actually went across his stumps, got on top of it, and kept it down. And picked up that run.
Yes, and we always say that coaches can do so much, advisors can do so much, strength and physical conditioners can do so much. Success depends mostly on you, the individual, how badly you need this thing. You want to make cricket your career, we expect you to put in the hard work.
I want to see fast bowlers do a lot more running too, privately when they exercise and so on. Do a lot more running. Running plays a key role in development of your rhythm.
You're right about that.
Bowler.
Shout of catch, 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 white signal by the umpire. That's Shannon Crawford. Maybe they heard something there. The umpire didn't hear anything whatsoever.
Let's have a look at the replay.
That pass below Doves, there was no touch there. Didn't change any direction whatsoever. And Andrew Singh, our cameraman, was right on spot.
Yeah. I think in an attempt to play the shot, maybe the bat touched his pad.
Could have very well
turned it
happened.
into the leg side. So they heard a song and they felt he may have nicked it, but Shannon Crawford very positive about that white call.
Yeah.
But yes, Jeet, you're talking about fast bowlers. I want to see them run a lot more. Short lifter. Won't trouble Perez. That completes over number 14. This is a 50 over fair, the inter-county tournament here at Bourda. Demerara having to bat first, 55 for 1.
And if we can look back at the last delivery sent down by Runsford Beaton, he ambled in. That will tell us he has lost some energy. Then he pounded the ball halfway in the pitch, ballooned over the batter's head. No problem whatsoever for Raymond Perez. These are all little things that they have to think about. You want to end the over strongly. If you're going to bowl a short ball, let it not be an innocuous one. You're using up the energy, and effectively, you're failing. Well, they are having a little bit of a drink. It's been a hot morning. We will take some drink as well. Take a little break for about 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. Yes, hello wherever you are. Welcome once again to Bourda. This is serious battle going on out in the middle. Demerara against Essequibo in the Guyana Cricket Board Super 50 Tournament 2024. Demarara won the toss and they decided they're going to have a bat first. 55 for the loss of one. 14 overs gone. Matthew, we are watching very good cricket. Not electrifying, but very keen battle going on out in the middle.
You're correct. Hello to everyone again. Samson will continue. Just Nandu leg before wicket to Paul for 18, 30 balls, 1-4. It was 42 for 1 then in the 10th over. I think Essequibo would be happy that Demerara hasn't gotten away in terms of the run rate. That run rate is on the 4. First delivery after the break. Chanderpaul gets a single. Walking into an on-drive down to mid-on. Nice shot from Tej. He looks good. He's 29 from 39. And you want Tej Chanderpaul to be in gripping form.
Well, he is in gripping form. Confidence flowing out in the middle from them. Both himself and Perez just beginning to get back into thing. He's 4 from 16. Struggle earlier on, but I like the way he has been stroking the ball. Tej setting up himself for something big here. Once he's out in the middle, we know how difficult is it to dislodge a character like him. But give credit to Essequibo. At no time their bowling has fallen apart.
So true. That'll be wide, down the leg side. Good pace, but just the line wasn't right there from Quentin Sampson. None for 9, he's in his 4th overs. He hasn't bowled that badly. I think that may have been his 2nd wide, if I'm correct. Only the scorer Andrew Passat could tell us that. How many wides he may have bowled. Quentin Sampson so far. How many wides? Tell you in a moment. Pitched up. Nice shot. Beautifully placed between extra cover and mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. That's a superb stroke from Raymond Perez.
Let me tell you something, Matthew. If he was struggling to get through with a girl that he loves, after watching that shot, I think that young lady will be waiting for him whenever he walk back into that dressing room. Terrific shot.
Well, you'll probably have to tell that to Sachin Singh.
Yes, amazing shot. All class, graceful as it can get. It's like seeing a swan swimming in the cold waters. Beautiful shot.
Another wide. I actually think that was a shot of the day so far. A flowing cover drive that bisected extra cover and mid-off. You couldn't ask for better. He found the gap well. Impeccable placement.
Well, we saw Matthew Nandu played a pull shot as well. Terrific shot, but I think this one is going to edge that one a little for points.
I believe so. 7 wides is the total so far. 7 wides in this total. I was just trying to find out how many wide Samson may have bowled, but I guess you'll tell me that in a moment as he continues. But none for 15 in his 4th over. And the run rate has crept up. 4.33. That's another wide. So this has not been the best over for him.
Well, what is happening here? Because he had that one on the line of the off stump and was cover driven for a 4, he's just overcompensating now, drifting down the leg side, getting a little bit naughty. Samson, just, in these moments, you talk to yourself. Hello, boy, just pull it back. I'm doing something wrong. Falling away down the leg side.
I think 3 wide so far in this over. That's his 3rd legal delivery. And it kept a bit low. And Perez had to come down quickly on it, as you notice. So that's a better delivery on the off stump.
Much better delivery. That is where he needs to get it more often than not. Excellent delivery.
I think from a batting perspective, you'd want to see Demarara get past 270 here. Post a really good total on the tins. That's another good delivery. Again on the off stump, and Perez very watchful. Played it out towards point, no run. That projected score there saying 215. Obviously, if you're going to bat out 50 overs, you got to get past 270 at least.
Well, I think they're setting up themselves nicely to get past that 258 they scored against the Select 11. And we're just in the 15th over here. He's going over the top. Will he be caught out on the boundary? Takes the catch. That's Harry coming in for his game here. Right down the throat here. Raymond Perez is standing like a monument out in the middle there. Now he bends the head. He went for the shot. Didn't get it the way he wanted it. And he's gone.
Brilliant comeback from Quentin Sampson after bowling about 3 wides in that over. He's picked up a good wicket here. Perez was beginning to look nice. Played a lovely cover drive. And then look at this. Caught by Harry on the cover boundary. Sampson getting his man in the end after that beautiful boundary that he hit off of him. And then bowling a couple of wides. 6-3 now for 2. The captain comes out to do battle jeet. 1 delivery left to complete 15 overs. I think Essequibo would be a bit more happier now.
They should, because he was just trying to get into form. But that man walking out in the middle there, Tevin Imlak, his highest runs would have been 44, a strike rate of 78.67. He's not having the best of tournaments. Struggled against the select 11. I think he made 27. Did not score a lot in the next game against Berbice. The skipper has a chance now. He's coming in the 15th over to join a man who is in good form. And here he has an opportunity to settle down and score some runs, because he's an important cog in the wheel.
Yeah, the GCB Select 11 versus Berbice, 91 for 5. Van Lang, the young man, 54. Brandon Jaika ran 15 and Balgobin is 6. Interesting game going on there, 91 for 5. So wickets have tumbled so far.
And even what makes it more interesting there at Lusignan, I'll tell you after this delivery. That's a good first delivery to bowl to a batter who's just come in. Excellent ball. 15 overs gone. At the end of 15, it's 63 for the loss of 2.
Before I bring in John, who'll take over from me, Jeet, Tevin Imlak is a guy that he's so far gone on 2 tours to the West Indies, Australia, and then England. He hasn't played a test matches yet for the West Indies, but he's in the making, if you get my point. He's a second string wicketkeeper for the West Indies. One of the things I want to see him do, in addition to batting well, because he can bat, is to wicket keep well also, because there are times when his wicket keeping is a little bit ragged. And if he can improve in that area, no problem at all. But he's a very humble guy, comes from humble beginnings. He works very hard on his game, and I would like to see Tevin Imlak go on to get into the West Indies side eventually. More from you, Indar, and then it will be John Ramsing.
Well, the screen tells a story of what has transpired so far this morning. And runs for Beaton will continue from the top end. No doubt the plan by Essequibo here is to get Beaton to bowl as many overs earlier in the match. Over number 16 begins. Clipped nicely off the hips there by Tate. Will collect a single. Hello to you, John. 63 now for the loss of 2. Good battle going on out in the middle.
Once again, hello in the G. Hello everyone. Chanderpaul again among the runs, holding the innings together nicely. Like the glue he is. Moments ago, got an indication from his dad, the legend himself, Shivnarayan Chanderpaul, that he's watching proceedings here at Bourda. So Chanderpaul, little Chanderpaul, steady progress from him and Demerara. Just 2 wickets in the first 15 overs. So they're laying a nice foundation for later on. Assault maybe. Good batting lineup. This Demarara side. A little bit hot and cold so far from the likes of Beaton. Kimo bowled impressively. And of course, Sampson with those wides spoiling his figures. 6-4
Yeah, looking for the extra pace there, Beaton outside the line of the off stump. Was pretty close on that wide line, but umpire Shannon Crawford is in the right position, and that's good news, John, to hear that the Tiger himself, is here watching at the cup play.
He's on the stream.
Oh, he's on the live stream. I heard him deliver a speech recently, at a special function. And that was so enjoyable to listen to. Shift talk about his time walking out at Bourda, painting a picture of the spectators, Guyanese coming out to support him. Amazing. Sounds like a pro behind the mic as well, and that's good to listen to.
Appeal for a quarter of the wicket. Umpire Shannon Crawford is unmoved. Essequibo realizing that Imlach is under some pressure. Anything that beats the edge, whether it's inside or outside, that goes to hand, they will shout for.
Yeah, clearly missing the bat there. And the half-hearted appeal went up. Beaton was actually celebrating. Then he turned and looked at the umpire. Didn't see the finger go up. And he blushed a little as he walked back. He knew there wasn't an edge.
It's all part of the game, but good to see that umpires are equal to the task. He's going to get off the mark, but the ball hanging in the air just a little bit. From the top end, you see that Beaton now working up a little bit more pace. The ball that is a bit older. When he started with the new ball from the Regent Road end, from where we were operating, we were just running in, landing in good areas, good line and length. But now, with this older ball, maybe he's looking for some reverse swing in the jeet.
Could very well be. I do agree with you there. And it's good to see Essequibo being very competitive. A victory against Berbice, a loss against the Select 11. That's going to dent their pride. So they're coming back strong here against Demerara.
Four runs. Good effort in the end, but just could not stop it. It was well timed by Chanderpaul. Not trying to hit it too hard. Forward of square and into the gap. Diving effort could not stop it.
And because the pitch is hard here, John, Beaton is banging it into the pitch, but he has just deteriorated a little in pace. And because of that, Tage, he was able to judge this nicely. That ball was outside the line of the off stump when he picked it up and pulled it through. Lovely looking shot. When the last you had a visit to Essequibo, John?
Oh, since the last time.
You knocked me flat there. 16 overs gone, 6-9 for the loss of 2.
Yes, Essequibo, the biggest of 3 counties here. I was there last Pagua. Yeah, we were there for some cricket. Nice atmosphere at the Pomona ground, where Essequibo and Berbice played the first game of this season. Construction galore here in Demerara and throughout most parts of Guyana. That's construction in the Queenstown area to the north of where we were operating.
Yes, I agree with you. Lots of construction, and there's that economic boom in our country. Lovely flowing on drive here by Imlach. Should be challenging for the second. No, sent back by Tage. Good return coming into. Good judgment by Tage. We saw him in the previous match here. Struggled a little, Tage, with his partners running between the wicket. Today he's on top of his game.
Yeah, realizing that it's a numbers game, runs, you need to score. And I love the way he confidently told Imlach to stay. Yeah, communication is very important in everything. On this partnership, you can see the communication is up. But Samson, barring those wides in the jeet, quite hostile this morning. Did not see him in the first 2 games for obvious reasons. But started with the new ball in those games, coming in not with the new ball, but showing that he has that control still, has the ability to really running hard. Gone are the days when you can say Essequibo are the whipping boys, when you can just show up at a game and know that you have 2 points to take back, like whoever is your opposition. But now, Essequibo sending a strong signal very early in the tournament, beating Berbice when they were at home at Pomona ground. A few years ago, they were finalists of this very tournament.
Yes, I agree with you, John. They have developed their game. It augurs well for Guyana's cricket and, by extension, West Indies cricket as well. The thing is this, once you have a plan, you work with that, you make the necessary changes, and, the guys are willing to play the cricket and play it tough, play it hard. They are definitely going to continue to improve. That's real good to see. Over the years, they have produced some outstanding players, but never really put a very competitive team together. You spoke the Whipping Boys many years ago. There's some real good cricketers individually that have come through the ranks of Essequibo. In the bowling department, I remember that left-arm bowler, Bisham C. Prasad. He was so competitive in Guyana's cricket, but just couldn't make the cut. Bowled him, yorked him there, Tevin Imlak, and Samson is ecstatic. Essequiboans out in the middle, they are happy. That was a terrific delivery.
Beautifully executed from Samson, right up, and not in the best of forms. The Demerara captain, Tevin Imlak, playing over that one, and had he missed it, well, he did miss it, but had he not actually had it not hit the woodwork, his toes might have been in some trouble. So he's gone comprehensively bowled for just a brace. It's now 72 for 3 in the 17th.
Yeah, that was a vicious Yorker. Maybe something he was planning on. Bowled short of a length, and then that delivery right on target is like you're playing darts and you hit the bullseye. There's a big prize there for you. So well bowled, Quinton Sampson. 72 for the loss of 3. You talk about keen competition, we are having it here.
Yeah, then you look at the bench strength as well. Someone like a young Lovell on the bench for Essequibo. Garfield Phillips, the left arm spinner as well. And there's some other guys from Essequibo, not in Essequibo side, but with the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11, those left arm spinners, Ariane Prasad and
there's a Chulai
as well, who plays also for Rekanam at Everest as well. So lots of talent from Essequibo, and President Dilip Singh must be given some kudos. He's been working hard with guys like Norwin Fredericks supporting. So those are the guys who've been on the ground literally. And only yesterday I got a call from one of the grounds on the east bank of Essequibo, Parika Salem, that they're also rehabilitating their ground with a big fundraising event on the 3rd of November, a softball event to raise funds only for the ground. And once you have facilities in the Jeet, you will have people coming out to play. Because once the facilities are good, you will produce good players as well. And it's good to see that more grounds are being available now for cricket, especially in Essequibo. It goes with the Tushan ground, another Parika Salem ground. Cricket is on the rise in Essequibo.
And that's good, extremely good news to hear. Facilities are so important, equipment, the human resources, and cash. And you must take the bull by the horns. Just can't sit and complain. You must be proactive. Fundraisers now, people will go to the grounds and support worthy causes.
Batsman Akshay Prasad? And earlier this year we saw in the first class season, runs were beaten with a new ball from one end and Neelan Cadogan from the other end. 2 Essequibians
unheard.
Right, so it goes to show that the individuals that you mentioned, they are coming out, putting together a good team. Neelan Cadogan started the season, now missing out. Kimo Paul coming back in. So lots of talent from what was called, still is called the Cinderella County.
The Cinderella County, that's what Essequibo is known as, Berbice, the ancient county. What's Demerara?
Just Demarara. The commercial hub. Akshay Prasad, easy does it. It's off the mark nicely. Big gap there at that long leg region. Ricardo Adams all the way from first slip will have to run around. Off the mark, Prasad.
And John, Akshaya Prasad, he's in very, very good form. 17 overs gone, 74 for the loss of 3. And look, that projected score beginning to rise. It has gone past the 200 now to 217 because the current run rate has gone from 4.1 to 4.35. And that's good. You talk about Essequibo. I had lovely days at Hampton Court. we all enjoy those visits when we did radio commentary. I remember a particular match, Essequibo played Berbice in a senior intercounty 50 overs match. It was run under the El Dorado banner at the time. When we arrived at the ground, it was like about 9 o'clock. The boys that were playing for Essequibo then, they were all coming in from their farms. They had to go water plants, care for plants, then come down there. Some of them came and just had to put on their clothes and their boots and go out in the middle. Sean Devers had a field day. Sean picked up, I think, was 7 wickets and bowled out the entire Essequibo team for, I think, was how much? Below 50? I want to believe that was the score. That was a pity to watch what happened to them. It's amazing now to see that transformation. We are happy and say congrats and kudos to everybody who has played their part.
Kimo Paul is back. Kimo knows a lot about farming from the Saxacali area. And I'm sure those farmers brought lots of goodies as well for the visiting Berbice side. First ball, hoiked back over his head. Massive hit into what was the media center here at Bourda. 6 runs to Tej and Ryan Chanderpaul.
Great cricketing shot. Look at this. Kimo, it's a pitched up delivery, came forward, just short of a good length, has the confidence and went and cleared the field. 6 was always there. Hitting what? That's the old media center?
2 stories up here.
Yeah, 2 stories up. Lots of memories there, John. I remember John Ramsing while he was sports editor, I think, at the Guyana. Was not the editor in the sports department of the Guyana Broadcasting Corporation then. He gave me a complete package when I did my first one-day international West Indies versus England. I want to say thanks to you again, John. Good response here by Kimo Paul. And even better play to getting down, expecting the Yorker maybe.
Yeah. What a delivery. Gem of a delivery from Kimo. The comeback delivery. Well executed Yorker, but Tej, like you said, with that broad bat equal to the task. Yeah, I remember that one international pretty well. For many reasons, not only for your debut, but there was lots of rain. Almost felt there was no game going to be played. And suddenly, 2020 affair.
Shout of catch at the wicket. They're celebrating. Yes, says umpire Crawford. And he has to go here. The left-handed Tej Narain Chanderpaul. Fine hand of 41. Tried to hook at it. Got the edge. He's a goner.
His confidence got the better of him on that occasion, chasing a wide delivery down the leg side and just feathering it. Had he not gotten anything on that ball, would have been a certain wide. And as soon as the ball went into the gloves of the keeper, Kimo Paul went up and the rest of the fielders close to the bat went up. And then eventually the finger of Shannon Crawford, the umpire. And that was the one that really mattered.
Yes, look at that. Just trying to paddle it around, actually got the gloves and went by into the keeper. So good wicket for Essequibo. They are persevering and that wicket column is looking real good for them. 80 for the loss of 4.
Look at the difference Kimo is making already. Good impact into this game. 2 wickets now for him, 80 for 4. 2 wickets in just his 7th over now. International player, Kimo. But now that Chanderpaul has been dismissed for the first time this season, it exposes the middle order now of Demerara. Richie Lucknott, who lives on the west coast of Demarara, plays on the west side but also plays in Georgetown at Everest Cricket Club. Coming to the middle now. Right arm off break bowler. So the middle order now being exposed. This is an opportunity for Essequibo to really peg away and to further reduce that projected score. We don't want it to get too far because they won their opening game against Essequibo. Another victory here put them certainly into the final on Saturday.
And that will be another clash between Demarara and Essequibo as well. But so far, they're looking real good. And it's good to see Kimo challenging his body. 2 for 27. He's in the 7th over, like you said, John. And, this is good. We want to see a fit Kimo in the regional Super 50 tournament. I think he's going to do exceptionally well.
So we've seen 2 for 27 to Kimo, but that was a bad delivery. It was a wide delivery. Chanderpaul chasing after it and just feathering it to the keeper. Hostility now being shown to the new batter. Typical fast bowling mentality from Kimo Paul.
Yes, and you look at the fielding position there. You're having a slip, and you're having 2 gullies actually, or maybe where a 4th slip would have been, and a gully, or sometimes you call it the fly slip area. So Paul is looking to get him to drive to get the outer portion of the bat. Might be very well pitching up one to Richie Loknath, who has good batting qualities.
Yeah, Loknath played the last original Super 50. Went down there as a replacement in Trinidad and Tobago. Kimo Savory was part of that tournament as well. Looking to relish the opportunity when he gets it with bat. Already floored a chance in the second over this morning, Savory.
Yes, and Kimal Savory is a very important part of the Harpy Eagle setup. He has developed over the years. It's a good-looking drive out through extra cover. There's definitely will go back and complete 2. Pitched up delivery, didn't look to hit it too hard to the left of the extra cover and getting 2 runs in the progress to open his account.
First ball went for 6, then a beautiful Yorker, and then a wicket. So not a bad over for Kimo. 18 gone, 82 for 4. Fresh batters at the crease now, both West Side boys. Because this is what's happening at Lusignan. The Guyana Cricket Board select 11. Steady progress, 117, but they've lost 6 wickets. Jonathan Van Lang, the under 19 prodigy, 72 from 61. 5 sixes and 4 fours. The next best batter, Brandon Jaikaran, with 15.
And you have Aryan Prasad, Gaurav Ramesh, and Dimitri Cameron. They're still in the dugout to come out in the middle. It is left to be seen if they can get up to that 150. You'll never know. Paul, 2 for 29 here at Bourda from 7. Samson, 2 for 21 from 5. Beaten yet to pick up a wicket, none for 32 from 6.
Notably absent from that Guyana Cricket Board select 11 is Chulai. Picked up 3 wickets in the last game. Aryan Prasad had 2, so they shared 5 when they defeated Essequibo. So Chulai not. Maybe they have other plans for him.
He's an excellent youngster, Cholai. We've watched him bowl last year. We watched him bowl this year as well. He picks up a wicket, and, you know, in the composition of the team, they decide not to go with him.
Nicely played shot from Loknath. Work for Harry. Eventually did well to cut it off. Doubles his score now, Akshaya. Hit a 4 for the loss of 4 in the 19th.
Yeah, that was a good-looking shot. Jumping on the back foot, you know, and lifting the left leg up too, and just rolling the wrist over it and getting it through forward square.
Not a theory fast bowler by any means, Samson, but that was a slow delivery, so you can imagine how slow it was. Akshaya has to just wait on it. 4 down.
And the slow delivery has gotten so many wickets in cricket matches. You know, especially from medium fast bowlers. They tend to bowl them and get their wickets, outfox the batters. Wow, that's a good delivery. Kept a little bit low and just moved the way outside the line of the off stump. A little bit more strength of the muscles of Quinton Sampson.
Look at that, it's like a very quick off break to Akshaya. Beating all ends up. Just too good for the outside edge.
And I like the thinking here by Sampson. You just don't want to run in and bowl and put it here, put it there. There must be the thinking, what am I going to do?
This time he gets under it. Here, over long off. See on camera there, past the match wicket soon, signaling 6 very early. That was well executed.
Absolutely brilliant shot as we watch it here on the replay. Wide outside the line of the off stump. Akshaya Prasad, very confident. He just whined into that one for a maximum. And look at Matthew Kisun, our colleague here. He's doing some scoring on the scoreboard, and he called the 6. Well, he's an umpire here in Guyana as well. Sometimes the boys say while he's umpiring and they shout, he too will go up umps.
Nicely knocked down by the police officer at mid-off. Ramkaran. Confident stroke again from Akshaya.
On another day, John, he would have put that one away for a boundary. That was a half volley, but he hit it straight to the fielder. Maybe was looking to hit it between the bowler and the fielder. Didn't get that angle right, and he knows it. But I like Akshaya Prasad here. He's very confident. He's compact. His stroke making, you know, is a joy to look at whenever he's in form.
This time he goes through the onside. No man move, just to retrieve. Beautiful on drive in the Jeet. You just mentioned you like him. He has developed nicely as a cricketer over the years and also has attracted lots of fans.
Yes, and sometimes 19 overs gone 94 for the loss of 4. Sometimes you watch an entire day's playing a cricket match and you wouldn't see an on drive like that. That was brilliant. Moved in line with the delivery. Lovely flow of the bat coming down high and got it the way he wanted it. All along the ground. 14 from 8 so far. He's in ripping form.
Plays also for the combined campuses and colleges. Enjoyed lots of success for the CCC. Just those 4 wickets we're seeing on the Manhattan there. 2018 won the regional Super 50 with CCC Akshaya. So it's been around for a long time. Played on the 19s. The same time West Indies won the under 19 championship in 2016. That's the year he played on the 19s for Guyana, alongside the likes of Sherfield Rutherford, Tevin Imlach, Kimo Paul, Shimon Hetmeyer.
Yes, and over the years, the Guyana Cricket Board has invested heavily in the likes of Akshaya Prasad. It's good to see him looking good and doing justice to those invest. Very good delivery by Kimo Paul. He is in his 8th over, so he's having an extended bowl. It's going to be interesting to see if this is going to be the last over, and then we might very well see some spin coming into play. You don't want to get Kimo bowling out his 10 overs here. Just hold him back just a little. But I know what they're looking for. They're looking for another wicket. Thus, Kimo continues.
Desperately looking to get at least the wicket of Akshaya, knowing what he can do if he can bat to the end. Already had a score in this tournament. And in the second game, came out when just a few runs were needed. So they did not spend a lot of time in the middle in the second game. That victory against Burbis for Demerara. He wants a score here, Akshaya. Plays lots of cricket as well in Trinidad and Tobago, where he's liked a lot. This one is pulled forward of square. It will not get to the fielder. He'll have to run around to cut off the boundary. Did so very well. Chase from Harry, who's parading that square leg region all the way to mid wicket. So 2 more to Demarara. Getting closer now to 3 figures. You mentioned our colleague, umpire, scorer, commentator, pastor. Plus an insurance guru.
Yeah.
Wears many caps, but none on his head.
Yes, there's a little baldness there on the head, protected under the shade where we are. He's an all-rounder, Matthew Kisun. Oh, this is a lovely drive, but straight to the fielder, down at wide mid-off, and he cannot score. John, you remember that brilliant spell by Kimo Paul, I think 2-3 years ago at Queen's Park Oval against Barbados. Both of us were there, running bowl with a lot of pace, picked up a 5-wicket haul, I think it was 7. Brilliant bowling that really brought Guyana back into that game. They eventually winning that game.
And a season as well, it got him back into the senior setup. He went on to West Indies duties after that. I remember it so well that he actually gifted me the shirt that he wore in that performance, and it's still home hanging around for posterity.
Yes, that was a lovely tour we had there. Spent some good time in Trinidad and Tobago watching our boys.
I remember as well, I saw a day and night game with Kimo Paul down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And on that twilight, when day changes into night, Kimo was making that ball move both ways and picking up wickets galore.
Well, that's when they come out to play at Saxakali, Kimo Paul. 20 overs gone, 96 for 4. More from John Ramsing, and Naim Chand will join him.
Steady progress now for Demerara. 4 wickets down as they approach their first 100. 96 for 4. You see, whenever Kimo is given a ball, the captain says it's time for some chemo therapy. Queenstown Jama Masjid in the background. And then, of course, there's one of the Catholic churches as well, right next door to where we are here at GCC Bourda. And that area is called Church Street. Match summary: Demarara 96 for 4. Top score so far, Chanderpaul. His opening partner Nandu made 18 at the crease now. Perez is on 14. Good time to bring back Naim. Steady progress. 20 gone, 96 for 4. Demerara asks the bat first.
And we're going to have a little change in the bowling attack. Ricardo Adams, very smart cricketer. It's the transition that has me worried about West Indies cricket. I mentioned this before. You see a youngster 4 years ago, you see him back, he's not making the transition. That's a big transition into the sweet spot there, and Akshaya lunges into it, straight over the top at mid-wicket. Look at this, right into the spot. That's the kind of shot that Hetmai, I see, seem to like and relish. Sailed over the boundary. But it's looking at Akshaya, you want to see nothing more in a batsman. He seems to be well endowed, good at both sides of the wicket, calm, confident, glorious shots. But somewhere along the line, it's a transition of many players whom I admire at the local scene and the West Indies level. Simply not going to the other step. And you spot superstars. When you see them, they do not stop. From under 19, it's yes, 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 scoring almost every match. You may have a bad patch and then you come all the way back again. Those are the superstars in the making.
The ball went for a little bit of a ride around Georgetown. Now it's back with umpire Mokan. That was a massive shot indeed from Akshaya. There are many moods of Akshaya. And I think with this opportunity now, with this platform that was laid, he's coming out here, batting at a crucial number 5 position for Demerara. Looking to get a score for himself again. Taking some chances now. Hitting the ball cleanly. We look to target a new bowler, Ricardo Adams, the left-arm spinner. So easy on the eyes. A long time ago, I saw him in the nets at the National Stadium when he was actually one of the young players for the Amazon Warriors. And I said to him, he reminds me of Sourav Ganguly, the former Indian captain, because of the low crouch he had and his beautiful technique, especially to the seamers.
But that's why I mentioned he's such a lovely batsman that simply is not making that transition that I would like to see at the senior level. It seems as though he has all the time in the world to negotiate and renegotiate shots, and with absolute ease. I remember a few other players, and I don't want to go down the road where I'm calling names, but that went right up to the senior Guyana side. They started well at the under 19 and stopped.
We came at a time when Leon Johnson, Vishal Singh, even Raymond Reefer were wrong in the middle order for the Guyana. Harp Eagles as they Jaguars as they were then. Good comeback. After the 6, just a single. 103 for a loss of 4, 21 gone.
So it has not been a match where you have an absolute domination by one side. I think they started off well with a partnership of 42 from Nandu and Tej. And then they had these little inroad made by the Essequibo side. So it has been a good battle out there. Very nice battle to watch at. But other than that, I think Essequibo can be relatively pleased that they have picked up 4 wickets so far. But it's just they need more inroad. And so they've been changing the bowling now. Ricardo Adams once, and now the other Adams will come in. Anthony Adams.
I know you might be thinking they're part of the Adams family, but they're not related. They're unrelated Adams. So left arm spin from both ends, and that's what I was speaking about earlier. The number of left arm spinners that we have around locally, and if you look around the region as well. 2 Adams here. Garfi Phillips not in the 11 today. Aryan Prasad, Gulcharan Chulai missing out as well at Luziknan. Ashmed Ner.
Catch it, ball.
Prasad as well bowls left arm spin. And of course we have, like I said, the 2 Adams here. Veerasamy Pamal, Gorakesh Moti.
Proliferation.
Keep going, boys. Come on. Yeah,
So at the end of
yeah,
15, Demerara had 63 for 2. I think they were going pretty well. Tej was still there. And they've fallen back a little bit at the end of 20, 96 runs. Now they're 22nd over in progress. They've gone past the 100. So there has not been absolute domination from either side. And they're just about even Stevens.
Yeah, he sweep good.
Really scorching conditions if you look on your screen. Bald pitch, devoid of grass. They're pretty much patched areas around the field. Punching there into the offside for another single. But the approach is quite okay, John. They have been constantly taking the singles and converting. That's why I'm saying it's kind of even Stevens. But they have the platform, the 2 batsmen at the wicket, quite competent to use that platform and make inroads even by stealing singles and what we call in local parlance to milk the bowling.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for a single that is not on. And rightfully sent back by Luknot.
Pressure, boys. Pressure, boys.
Adams usually very tight captain.
Yeah, Crow.
Been the captain for a long time now for
Keep
Essequibo.
going, Addy. Oh, yes.
Plays for Police.
Straight,
Hails from
Straight.
Suddy. Speaking of Suddy, another proud son of Suddy has just joined us in the com box. Make an introduction after this delivery.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Delivery that jumped on Prasad to win Adams' first. After 22 overs, Demarara sent in 105 for loss of 4. Suddy, now living in the cold in Canada. Welcome home, Dylan Helliger.
Thank you. It's good to see a lovely hot day, for cricket. Something that is that I'm not too used to. And it's good to be home. I came here to watch the CPL finals, and and then I went and looked at some games in Essequibo, and seeing the progress of Essequibo coming through. They're having a lot of cricket playing, for my time coming. So, I mean, it's good. Like, and as you say, Anthony Adams, we grew up together in same village. We used to play in like yard cricket, and see his progress from where he came from and to now. It's a good progress.
Speaking of progress, after your days of playing in Guyana, you went on to play some internationals for Canada, 16 internationals, 43 T20Is. So you're making a good name for yourself living in North America. How's the experience been?
It's been wonderful. I mean, transition from Guyana to Canada. There's a lot of changes and stuff. I mean, as we said, the weather is the main factor, but it's different playing in North America. It's you have different climates and stuff. But cricket is a bit tough because you have all walks of life, all backgrounds, and playing in North America is I would say tougher than even playing at home.
What makes it so challenging?
A lot of things. Weather, the being disciplined. So many challenges. You move to North America, you work. You have to be committed to your work. So there's a lot of things, that you need to be committed to. Not just playing cricket. There's other stuff, family and stuff. So yeah.
Big shot from Bassar. Will not get to the boundary, will not carry it to hand as well. I'll bring you into this match in a little bit. Let's talk about, you mentioned work and other commitments, living and playing in Canada. But it's a short window because of the weather. It's really cold. You cannot play cricket, which is outdoors. You have to make use of the short window given in the middle of the year. So what do you do off season really?
So what we do in the off season, we do more indoors, or we normally, if we don't do indoors, we plan tours. Like we go to Houston, Texas, and plan off season trials and practices. But other than that, we work mostly indoors during the winter time to keep yourself in shape. And then you do your own stuff like gym and different things, so you could maintain yourself. But mostly indoors in the off season for us.
Perhaps had you stayed playing in Guyana, would not have gone on. I'm saying would not, maybe, to play international cricket. That experience of playing international cricket and a World Cup as well, that is something you will take to your grave. Tell us about that.
Most definitely, I would say everyone's dream in life is to, if you're in sports and especially cricket, I'm sure most cricketers or young cricketers coming up, their dream is to play a World Cup. And I've moved from Guyana to Canada, and playing a World Cup was my dream. And I'm still trying to play one more because there's one more coming up in the next 2 years. So my next assignment is to stay as fit as possible, even get more fit to play. I was saying one, but then I'm thinking to go for the other one. Yeah, but as you said, the main thing is fitness and sticking to the plan.
Well, it's a term used in cricket. Let's take it one at a time.
Definitely.
And the likes of playing with Jeremy alongside, that must also give you a little bit of confidence, especially when you look around and there's nothing really to bring you back to home, but Jeremy's there with you.
Yeah, me and Jeremy, we've played a lot of cricket. I mean, we used to play youth cricket. I played against him even in Guyana here. And then, Jeremy migrated way before me. So, but then we came, playing together in Canada. And, as I say, we're Guyanese background, but we played a lot together. I've learned a lot from him. And most of the time we go on tours, he's my roommate, so we share a lot of experiences together, And as you say, he came from the ranks, and I've learned so many things from him. So his experience, I think I gain a bit, on the faster side, of Jeremy Garden.
Who's quicker? We'll take we'll take that off air. Staying over number 24, Demerara, 108 for 4. Let's look at this game just a little bit, because your side, Essequibo, after an opening victory against Berbice, lost against the Select 11. Made now from your fellow study guy, 108 for 4. Maiden completed 24 gone. Steady progress now, you'd say.
As we could see, Anthony is sticking to his plan, trying to restrict them and not giving runs. I think from here, I think that's the best thing to do. Just stick in your areas, and he as a leader, he should, stick to the basic and plan. And he's doing well so far. That's a maiden over there.
I look at the bowling options: Beaton, Chemo, Sampson, and of course the two spinners. Is that a balanced attack, you would say, for Essequibo?
Well, I've went to the trials. I looked at the trials in Essequibo. I even went to the game at Lozignan the other day, and looking at this lineup, I think is a good lineup. Adding Chemo to the lineup as well. I think it's a very good game today.
If they get another win here, definitely in the final on Saturday. But going on the day is when Essequibo would show up and would be considered the whipping boys. Now they have turned that corner, like we would say.
You know what's funny? I always say, as you use the word, the table has turned. And it's good to see that. Back in the days when, in my days playing, everyone used to think that Essequibo is the whipping boys. But as we say, the table has turned now, and it's good to see. Good to see the level of the cricket that where it's gone from then to now. And I think the best thing, see most of the guys I've seen they move from Essequibo playing the cricket in Georgetown. Like some of the guys are playing for Police, and I think, as you said, that's a good part on their behalf, because Essequibo, like I see they're doing a lot for like developments and playing more cricket, which that's good. But most of the guys came to town and play, so I think that build their cricket and giving them more opportunity to play competitive cricket.
I was about to ask you what may be the reason for the change, but you sort of like hit on it. You mentioned you were in Essequibo as well, spent some time at study. Is that for just relaxation, or is it for cricketing purpose?
It's just my some family stuff, but I came back just to relax and spend some time with my family. But then I can't leave the cricket. I went there and I gave my little input and look at some of the guys.
Chance. Sampson down at long off. Not able to hold on to that one. Had he held on, could have been a twist in this game. Trap was set. Akshay was going for it. Hitting in the air from a look at losing his hand as well on the bat. Bad miss.
I think Sampson clearly he blind himself there,
A bad miss.
I even the game at Lozignan, I saw a lot of some catches were dropped. I think catches win matches, and as you say, from here, that catch would bring the game to a good level.
It was actually Richie Lucknow to offer a chance. Yeah, things have gone a bit quiet now in this middle phase of the game, with Nelson's score now on the board, 111 for the loss of 4. Coming to the end of over number 25, halfway stage. Your input in cricket, what was that about on the Essequibo coast?
Yeah, so I think the president, I spoke with him. He's doing a lot for cricket. He's trying to develop, play a lot of cricket and develop more. During my days, we didn't have much development. I think I went and saw the new stadium building, and I mean that's the best that's the best thing. I must thank the government for putting that initiative. I think that was one of the best things. I'm sure we're gonna see international cricket or some good level of cricket because of the stadium playing in Essequibo. I think that's a part of a big development as well.
The other match on today, the Select 11, 127 all out, Van Langt 72. Miles above the others. Sinclair 5 for 32. That's Kevin Sinclair, supported by Junior Sinclair and Pomar with 2 wickets each. The GCB Select 11 127 all out against Berbice. Berbice 2 defeats already this season. Might come back with a victory.
I think the first game Essequibo beat them at Pomona, but I think Berbice is not a team you just could look over. They have a good lineup, and as you could see, the figures shows, and you gotta look for them coming in the following games.
Oh yes, the full out here.
Mid-innings last over. Anthony Adams continues.
Keep going at each.
Other than the Regina ground that has been rehabilitated now to international standard, you perhaps took some time around the coast. You saw Pomona shout for a leg before. Umpire Crawford says not out. Of course, you were at Pomona. What about the other grounds on the Essequibo coast? You had a look at them, especially that were used when you were around as a youth player.
So speaking about that, there's one disappointment I saw. So there's a Saudi ground that I grew up and I played all my cricket, but then I saw, like, to be honest, there's no, like, the fence is different. There's like no development there. I don't know what's the reason, but I would love to see that they pay a bit emphasis on developing that ground so that youths in Saudi could play more cricket, and they have a facility that they could go and even like train and practice. So I love to see that more development, not only in Saudi but throughout Essequibo. Pomona is amazing. I saw the wicket was playing amazing. They do a lot of development there. That's good. But not just Saudi and Pomona, but all the way down to Charity and Queenstown and Henrietta and all these different places. It's good because there are all grounds in each village that they should develop so that Essequibo could become not the whipping boys but the dominance boys.
Looking forward to that indeed. Adam's about to wrap up his third over.
Oh yes, Addy.
And you're about to wrap up your trip. 26 gone, 116. In terms of your trip back here to Guyana, how long more do you have? You could also leave it alone because you don't want your fans to be flocking at you at the airport.
No. I'm leaving on Tuesday. So
Tuesday, that's a birthday.
No. I'm back on Tuesday. I'm back in training, back to the gym. I'm here missing out some of my personal training and stuff. So I'm heading back. There's a few things like in line for me. A few leagues. I'm just waiting to see if I'm being called so that I could go and play. But Canada Circle starts in March. So it's for me now is just training and trying and maybe play a few leagues until then. So I'm looking forward to that.
All right, Dylan, I want to thank you so very much for dropping by. I know you're enjoying Inter-County. You'll relish your opportunity to play senior Inter-County.
I was asked to play, but then I was like, no.
This one is hit miles in the air. Fielder settling, but only to watch it sail over his head and goes on to that concrete strip that used to be the Kenny Wishart and Clive Lloyd's stand area. That one went high.
Yeah, that one went way up in the sky, all the way over Harry's head for 6. That was a good shot. Good sock sweep.
So your final words before you leave us today?
I must say thanks for having me on the program, and it's nice to be home. Home is home. It's amazing to be here, and I'm here to relax and chill. But I spend most of my time at the cricket ground. I'm looking at the boys and just catching up with some old friends and stuff. Hanging around. It's good to see all my old friends, cricket friends and stuff. So. It's good to be here, and thanks for having me on the program. And I hope Essequibo win this game and go to the finals.
No doubt. So one Final question for me before you go. How do you stay in tune with cricket in Guyana?
John, to be honest, I must thank you as well, FL Sports. I think you bring a difference, because before we never had live streaming, and I spoke to you the last time I was here, and I think you tell me about bringing live streaming. So I must, this is something good you're doing, so that I look at my all the cricketing stuff that happens in Guyana. I look at FL Sports, and this is something that you bring. It's a difference that you bring, and I wish you all the best. To bring it to the top and professional level, and I'm sure that as you say, one step at a time. But this is something good that you're doing, and good luck and all the best going forward in it. Because without this, I would not be seeing looking at Essequibo play. Because most of the time I watch all the games. I follow Essequibo right through, and without looking at FL Sports, it wouldn't be possible. So I must say, good job and good luck, and and keep doing what you're doing, and even make it better, so that we can keep looking at all the local games.
Another six. That one was drilled through mid wicket, flat six. Harry had a half of a chance. That was well hit. Let's look at that six there. Dylan, just before you take your leave. Short ball. He had to fetch it slightly outside his off stump.
Yeah, he fetched that one fetched from outside off stump straight over Harry. It seems like Harry's getting some trouble there. Harry's down.
Look at the scorecard so far. Chanderpaul 41-18, Nandu. And now a partnership between Akshay Prasad and Loknath holding the middle order together. Then the hitters to come. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, Chetram Balgobin, then Lord Bailey and Ned. Maybe not in that order. So Dylan, well, thank you so very much for dropping by. Wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Looking forward to some more magnificent performances for your adopted home now.
Definitely. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
A little bit of repair work now being done to the fielder. Keanu, Harry.
Right, you're not missing any cricket. The players are having refreshment. It's very hot here. It's been very hot in Guyana for quite a few months now. And you have to take those water breaks at the very important intervals. Naim Chan is back with me. Good interview there with our brother Heliger, who would have played in that World Cup for Canada. Had a reasonable World Cup, I thought. I watched him on television at home, of course, and I was saying to myself, good to see the two Guyanese who were in the team playing there for Canada. I thought they didn't do a bad job at all. Give a good representation of themselves. Nice interview there with John Ram Singh. Good to have him back home in Guyana and following the cricket very closely. Kudos to FL Sports, a wonderful channel and avenue for cricket to be seen and heard of all over the world. Fantastic. 130 for 4. One delivery left to complete over number 27. That run rate is looking better, 4.84. The projected score 242. If they can get there with their wickets intact, these two have done a pretty good job so far. Naim, they came together with the score at 80. And they've taken it to 130. So you're talking about a 50-run partnership so far. For the fifth wicket between Akshaya Prasad, who's 38 from 24 deliveries, and Loknath 14 from 34 balls. Good effort from these two. Good run rate, 4.84. Welcome back, Naim.
Yes, they've been very steady. Very, very steady. They've batted doggedly. They've kept their heads on their bodies. They've batted intelligently to have reached 130. I thought they would have gone on further, especially Tejno and Chanderpaul, who we know how dominant he can be, and adamant as well. So, good batting and a good fighting game.
"27 overs gone, 130 for 4. But you look at the wickets they've fallen so far. Nandu got 18, just 1-4 in that knock from 30 balls. Perez didn't get going again, 2 ducks and now 8. 20 balls he faced. He struggled. Raymond Perez, 63 for 2 then. And then Imlak bowled by Samson for 2, 72 for 3. So the Demerara captain not getting amongst the runs. He would have loved to. And then Chanderpaul caught by Savory wicketkeeper ball. Kimo Paul chasing a ball down the leg side and gloved it. He made 41. Good knock, 46 balls, 1-6, 4 fours. And that wicket fell with a score at 80 in the 18th over. Since then, these two have taken it, 50-run partnership. From over number 18 to over number 27. So they batted some 9 overs so far together as Anthony Adams continues. None for 6 from 3 overs so far.
Stop it, bright ball, bright ball. Good work, bright ball.
We have not seen any exaggerated attempts by these two batsmen to really hit out. They have been very, very sensible. Controlled batting. They have scored a 50 partnership there. They're looking good, Nick.
Stop it, I don't run you, yeah.
And what is more interesting, Matthew, excuse me, is that nowadays everyone wants to swipe. And it's good to see that this is a 50 over game and they're really consolidating and occupying the crease while scoring.
Yes, Adi.
And Loknath is no rabbit with the bat. He was dropped by Samson when he was on 7 on the long off boundary. He hit the ball hard and Samson put him down.
Get your leg, Gary!
So he can bat.
Keep working, boys.
Very orthodox player. Right-hander. Akshaya Prasad on the other hand has shown that he's the type of player that needs to go on and be even more consistent with bat in hand.
Don't do me that, Richie. Don't do me that.
That's a dead ball. Batter wasn't ready as yet. That's Richie Loknath. But Akshaya 38 from 25.
Siren, hey, is it siren?
He's hit a couple of lusty boundaries. Timed the ball nicely. Anthony Adams, as usual, very mean. He's in his 4th over, none for 6 so far.
Oh, yeah, no, don't even want to.
Outside edge. Anthony Adams has been one of the smartest national cricketers that I've looked at. He always thinking. And he looks so simple, but he makes the batsman think a lot. And just one other thing, you were talking about live streaming FL Sport. Lots of kudos to John Ramsing and people like myself. Because, don't look at me like that, John. You couldn't have done it without me. But I also would like to thank the Guyana Cricket Board, with whom in collaboration we're working. And so you have to, they're the people that started this journey of streaming, hiring the correct people, which was John. And in collaboration, I think they've done a wonderful job.
Yeah, yes, boy.
You know, 9 partnerships are important, not only out there in the middle with batters, but in business. And it's good to see that confidence level shown. And FL Sports is very reliable. 28 overs gone, 131 for 4. Very reliable medium for cricket commentary in Guyana, and well, following cricket live streaming in Guyana on the whole in general, and having live streaming commentary as well. Very good. You look at that score, 131 for 4 from 28 overs. Chanderpaul 41, Akshaya 38, Nandu 18, Kimo Paul and Quentin Samson with 2 wickets apiece. Beaton hasn't taken a wicket from his 6 overs. Probably expected him to do a little bit better, but The other two bowlers have done very well. And now the two spinners in tandem doing good work for Essequibo so far as Ricardo Adams continues. But partnerships are important. and you want good business partnerships, especially for cricket as well. And the more people can watch cricket around the world, especially cricket being played in Guyana, the better for the country. Big shot. It's coming to our right. And that will be a 6, I make it. We're waiting for the signal from umpire Imran Mokan, because when he signals, that's it. That's confirmed. He's asking the fielder down at long on, and that's 6. Good shot there by Richie Loknath. 137 now for 4. He's gone into the 20s, 21. He needs to stay there with Akshay Prasan, and he's done a good job so far. That partnership building nicely. So that partnership building nicely between these two. 57 so far. But these two left-hand spinners, Naeem, I wanted to ask a question. You're on. I don't know if you can answer this. What's the difference between a left-arm orthodox spinner and a left-arm wrist spinner? Hope I'm not putting you under pressure. That's out. Looking to sweep, hitting across the line. Always a dangerous shot to the spinner. And we're just talking about the left arm orthodox spinner. And Ricardo Adams has struck. He's removed Loknath, leg before wicket. To his bowling, it's 137 for 5 in the 29th over. Ricardo Adams gets a wicket, 1 for 34 in the 5th over. Naeem Chan, the left arm orthodox spin of Ricardo Adams, has picked up that wicket.
Yes, they've always been very sensible bowlers, the two Adams. In particular, Anthony, I really like their guile. They're not venomous spinners of the ball, not perhaps a lot of variety, but they have been intelligent bowlers. So the partnership has been broken. They came together when the score was 80 for 4, and they've taken it to 137. So good batting between the two. I've indicated that earlier on in my comments that I admired a sensible approach of the partnership and the batsmen. All of them so far batting for Demerara, starting with Chanderpaul and Nandu, and now graduating from them onto this last partnership, but very, very sensible batting. Because in normal circumstances, we know the scenario now with T20s, they would have gone hitting and gotten me aggravated because you've got 50 overs. The idea is batting them out and nicking runs, even if the bowling and situation is tight. Occupying, milking the bowling, getting runs on the tin.
Right, so Loknath for the 3 balls he faced, 1-4, 1-6. Give a bit of support for that half-century partnership. 57 runs for the 5th wicket. Balgobin, the left-hander, takes strike, number 2 on his back, and whips it to mid-wicket. Chetram Balgobin. Good player as well. We're looking at over number 29, so there's still a lot of overs here left. It's a 50-over contest. It's not 20 overs. And so it's important that they bat well. Akshay Prasad is well into stride nicely. He's 38 from 26. Balgobin, after 2 deliveries, yet to score. 29 overs gone, Naeem Chan. As you assess the game now, 137 for 5. 21 overs left, but they've got just 5 wickets in the bank. The rest of the batters need to come good.
They need to bat as consistent as we'd seen a few of the Demarara side batsmen batting, and you have that scorecard in front of you with Tej Narain there top scoring with 41, Loknath 21. Akshay is not out. He's 38. That has been a beautiful innings, 26 balls. So he has tailored and tempered his contribution so far. Excellent, I think. He has mixed defense with aggression. And I think this is a fantastic knock here from Akshaya, who's a lovely batsman to look at.
Corner, stay in the game.
You're able to explain the two types of spinners, or?
But
I hope you didn't ask anybody.
Pioneer.
No, I would have thought that if I'm not giving an answer, you would have suspected I don't know. But seems you're an adamant guy. Orthodox, I would like to think, means orthodox. You're bowling one way.
Stop it, bye.
That means like cutting away from the right-handed batsman. I take that to be orthodox.
Right, a leg break to the right hander, you call that. And then they will also drift the ball in, bowl the one that goes on, right, with the arm and so on. So that's the left arm orthodox spinner. Generally more straightforward. And it's important that we discuss it, because when you look at someone like Hussein, for instance, from Trinidad.
Oh yeah!
What
Catch
a
of the
beau-
wicket. Catch of the wicket gone. Balgobin won't last long. He's gone for a duck from 3 deliveries. 138 now for 6. And Demerara in all sorts of trouble here now. 2 wickets going down very quickly after that half-century partnership. 138 for 6. He's gone for a duck. And Anthony Adams has struck. So both Adams have picked up a wicket. 1 for 8 in his 5th over. Chet from Balgobin caught Kemal Savory. Bowl Anthony Adams without scoring. And another one bites the dust here at GCC.
They were batting so well all the while. Very dedicated to the task. As I said, intelligent batting. Yes, they were. That's a bit of laughter pervading the commentary box, and I think Matthew has had an impact on my commentaries. I would not say whether it was a negative impact or positive, but I had my microphone off and kept speaking all the while. Yes, they batted so well earlier on. And now the bowling side, kudos to Essequibo for making all of this inroad. They have the complexion of the game actually is changing, because 138 is not a lot of runs in 50 overs. All of a sudden it changed. When Tej was there, Nandu and a few others, of course, Loknath with some runs, and Akshaya, well, he's not out. So things were looking up for Demarara, and suddenly it's just a few wickets and everything changes.
So Adams to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, the GCC player, all-rounder.
Nowhere, Pioneer.
I think he's in his, 21st inter-county game. I think he's got 85 runs so far on this belt. But he's a good all-rounder, not a bad player at all. He was with the Harpy Eagles as well. It's well bowled by Anthony Adams. Always keeps it tight. So he's picked up a wicket along with Ricardo Adams. So the Adams appear in action. 5th and 6th wickets. You look at partnerships, just the 1st wicket, Naeem, 42 runs, and then that 57-run partnership for the 5th wicket. Those are the good partnerships so far. Here is a drive through cover. Fielder giving chase. They'll get 2 for that. I make it. And they'll settle for that. He gets off the mark. But he's a good all-round. He's been around for a while, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. One would hope that he can go on to put in some good, consistent performances.
Well, Demerara has got their work cut out for them. Ali Mohammed should support Akshaya, and they should build a partnership. They've got a lot of overs, 20 full overs left.
Oh yeah!
And all the Essequibians have to do is what exactly they're doing. Keep nagging. Line and length. Keep nagging at them. That's the end of the over. 140 for 6.
Not a big crowd by any means. Not a big crowd by any means here at Bourda watching this game, inter-county game here, but a few vehicles parked on the outside of the ground, of course. Our cameraman men will capture that in a minute or so, but always the good supporters around to watch cricket at all levels in Guyana. And it's nice. Nine, we didn't talk about the left arm. We'll get a chance now, the left arm wrist spinner. And we saw a few in the CPL tournament, of course. The two guys from Afghanistan who were very good. Salam Keo and Noor Ahmed. Very interesting bowlers. It's difficult to read the left arm wrist spinners, I have to be honest with you. When they bowl the Chinaman googly, that's very, very difficult to read. Shouldn't be too difficult to read both Adams, just that they're very tight as the signal is taken by Akshay Prasad, because they're both left arm orthodox spinners.
But anything out of Afghanistan, I admire and look up to because they're newcomers relatively to cricket, just like in the case of Sri Lanka when they started out at the World Cup, and then they blood all these people, and then the Jayasuryas came and Aravinda de Silva, and they got better and better all the while. Like Essequibo in the local scenario here, I'm excited because the cricket has been lifted to a very, very good standard compared to many years back. I'm always excited for this.
So that googly, the Chinaman googly, is the one that turns across the right-hander. All right? That's the one that turns across the right-hander, the left arm wrist spinner. Normal bowling for the wrist spinner would be to, the left hand wrist spinner would be to bowl the ball, the leg break to the left hander.
Ricardo Adams on your screen there, walking and bowling. Kind of a barrel-chested guy, overloaded and protruding tummy there, but he's been like that since I've known him. Anthony Adams is the slimmer of the two. So they're going to have a little bit of a change in the fielding strategy. An extra cover short has been brought in. So catching position. Ali Mohammed is a new batsman, relatively. He's had just 7 deliveries. I like to see captaincy like that. If you have new batsmen at the wicket, especially if the batting side is not dominating, then put every single pressure you can on that batsman. Win him psychologically as well. There you go. Very close to the hand of the fielder.
They know something about Ali Mohammed. That very short extra cover Kevon Boody there, that ball went to his left. Aerial. Very quickly Ali Mohammed went for the drive onto the front foot and picked up 2.
2 days ago, as you look at your card there, bowling figures, well, you know that just 2 people are the star bowlers. Chanderpaul and Samson picked up 2 wickets. So they shared some. The Adams boys picking up 1 each. But 2 days ago, I was talking about the same thing here with Demerara playing Berbice, where Berbice had Demerara at... the Demerara had Berbice at 16 for 3. And no one up for taking up the close catching positions. You can't have a side like that.
Oh, yes.
This is why I admired what the Adams captain did when he brought in that short extra cover. It's putting some pressure. There's a new batsman. He's unsettled. Plus, they have the Demerara side on the spot of trouble. Nice calculated sweep shot. It's going to come down towards the boundary area. Can't go. He doesn't have the speed and the legs. 2 runs there to Akshaya. He's gone to 40. Steady innings. 42 correction. 30 balls. Very, very sensible batting. There has not been an outburst, Matthew, of any extravagant shots.
And 2 of your better spinners to bowl in the middle of the innings to steady the ship to ensure there's no panic in the camp. On the back foot, pulls it away to the mid-wicket boundary area. Gets another run. And that's what you want. You got 2 quality spinners bowling in the middle of the innings here, which is very important because if you don't have the right bowlers bowling, runs can come very quickly. And what they've done, they've not only bowled well and kept it tight, they've picked up Loknath and Balgobin very quickly after that partnership, of 57 runs. So when Loknath went, Balgobin went 1 run after. So that's how you steady the ship. And both Adams and Anthony Adams as the captain here knows how to marshal his forces well. And he's done a good job captaining this side.
He has been a smart captain, Anthony. I would like to say a thinking captain. May not always be on the right side, some of his decisions, but generally, I like probing, sensible captains.
Don't get the impression you see that much in West Indies cricket, do you?
You have this way of putting me in a very awkward position consistently. Perhaps more simpler questions might be nice, like if I'm hungry. If I want the match to finish early, that's the end of over number 32. One while you nudge along and get the scoreboard going.
And I would think a runner ball, let's say a runner ball from here, gives them a pretty good score. Very good score.
Because let's not forget that the pitch is even Stevens, it's pretty placid, good for batting. So you've got to go over that 200 to give Essequibo something to think about. Because you remember, you've got the ticking time bomb out there as well. Essequibo got some good batting. There's no doubt about that. Savory and the ticking time bomb is Quinton Sampson. Tight over here. Tight over from Ricardo Adams.
Yeah, that's why a runner ball can get you over 250.
Tight over from Ricardo Adams.
Yeah, that's why a runner ball can get you over 250. That's what you should be aiming for right now. At the start of over number 33, a runner ball should get you over 250. Now that's a big shot. Over long on. All the fielders just watched and admired that shot from Akshaya Prasad. So even if you have to play a few dot balls in the over, one will come, a bad delivery must come that you can put away for a boundary, either 4 or 6. And that's how you play the game, play smart cricket. You're still going to get six runs per over at this stage, and you get over 250. That was a good shot.
Yes, it's the sobriety in this guy's batting that I really admire, Akshaya. The temperament that he has displayed. Not one volcanic shot or sign of losing his temper in any way. They have all been calculated, sober shots. Good innings.
So one away from a half century. He won't get that as yet as the over comes to an end. 32 gone, 146. In fact, 33 gone, 146 for the loss of 6. Ricardo Adams, 1 for 37 from 6. Akshaya is 49 not out. Ali Mohammed 4. All right. And 49 from 35. In fact, the score is 152 for 6. All right. Ali Mohammed 4 from 12. So if they keep going, they'll get the 250 if they bat well from here. Because you've still got Devon Lord to come, he can bat. And you've got Bailey as well to come.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Bowling good.
I guess he can bat too, right? They're coming out with bats. They've got to go out there because 6 wickets down, you're definitely ending going into the tail. So what Ali Mohammed
Oh, yes, Adi.
has to do is exactly what he's doing. Be constant, be supportive to Akshaya, and just let the overs go while you get scores going.
Stop it, boy, right there.
Matthew, the Anthonys are as constant as the Northern Star. As I said, they're not venomous spinners of the ball, not war beaters, but I tell you what, at this level of cricket, they're difficult to negotiate. Very intelligent cricketers.
What do you mean? The Adams.
Yes.
One is Anthony, one is Ricardo. Anthony is bowling, he's the captain, 153 for 6 in the 34th over. And I like Anthony Adams. He's a very humble guy. He works with cricket in Essequibo a lot as well.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Does a bit of coaching and so on. I think he worked with the women's cricket from Essequibo as well. When they played early, I think, in the year. He worked with the ladies, so he loves the game and he's willing to do the little things that maybe many others are not willing to do.
Well, for one, anybody would want to work with the ladies, I would like to think.
But you're talking about yourself, of course. Give credit to yourself for that.
Beautiful. They're going to get a couple here at least. And that brings up the 50 for Akshaya. Beautiful innings. Really well batted. He has shown the art of batting, of patience. Classy innings. 40 balls, 51 not out.
That's one of the things that has evaded Akshaya Prasad in his career. I would think consistency. You've got to churn up good scores, as we would say, and very consistent. You have to be consistent. Probably that's one of the things that has evaded him in his career so far. But he also has to be given the opportunities to play much more as well.
Get it.
Well, if you wouldn't have the consistent scores, the opportunities will be stifled to you. And the thing is, in the case of Akshaya, that's the end of 34, by the way, 155 for 6, is that age is catching up. He's bordering on 30, which by itself is a deterrent.
Good at him, 41 balls so far for his 51 runs. I think he's hit, 5 sixes? And 1-4, I think, in that knock. But again, look at that run rate, 4.56, so it's steady. That's where it needs to be for now. Generally, you have to plan well with 50 over cricket now, 9, because with the advent of T20 cricket, the strategy has certainly changed. You look at how T20 cricket is played. You pace your first 6 overs with 2 men outside the 30 yard. Then you've got those middle overs up to over number 15, and then the last 5, you want to go for everything you can. In 50 over cricket now, it's changed a bit too, because you've got big scores in 50 over cricket as well. I think Australia 30-something odd in a game that they played. But if you pace the game well, you know those middle overs you've got to bat. From over number 11 to over number 39, I make it. that second power play period is where you've got to consolidate and build strong to ensure, as Malcolm Hubbard comes into the attack, his 20th match, his best bowling figures 3 for 16. And he's a good all-rounder, Malcolm Hubbard. I thought he bowled well and he played well last year in the inter-county tournament last year as well. Comes into the attack now for a bowling,
so to speak. I don't mean hooker. That's your word. I prefer the word hustler.
Well, there's a difference when we were talking about hooker and hustler, of course.
I know, Pastor. I know.
Yeah, good steady player, Hubbard. Now, is this going to be a 6? It's coming to our left, on top of the roof. Won't harm us at all. And that's a big shot there from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's a big hitter of the ball. I've watched him play some shots out of GCC. This is his home ground. He knows this pitch well. He knows his home turf well. And that's a shot of authority. High in the air. And he cleared the playing area. That's a nice shot. You need some more of that. Keep that scoring rate good. Don't give your hand away. He's gone up to 11.
That's one of the difficulties, I think, when you have a right-hand, left-hand combination of the wicket, Matthew. For example, whichever bowler you bowl would suit one of those batsmen. The left arm leg spin ends up into the sweet spot of the left-hander. That's Akshaya. Now here we have a right-handed bowler, and it ends up into the sweet spot for the right-handed batsman, Ali Mohammed. On that occasion, hoisting it straight over back past the bowler. So that's the beautiful thing, one of the beautiful things about a right-hand, left-hand combination. That's another beautiful shot all the way. Well, there's a sparkle here. Full toss. Malcolm Hubbard not starting off extremely well. And he's pretty slow in the air, if you notice. So he gives the batsman a lot of time to pick him.
This is a good over so far. 10 from it. 2 deliveries left. A 6 and a 4. Took that one on the full. That's another smashing shot back past the bowler. He hammered that, but the fielder was at long off. Straight, so he was able to cut that off. So Hubbard has gone field 11 with 1 delivery left to complete over number 35. He's giving good support to Akshaya Prasad here. Another partnership building here. They came together with the score so far. As the over comes to an end here at Bourda. 35 gone. 166 for 6. Demerara batting first here against Essequibo. Naeem has left. Indrajita's come in. Look at that. The highlights so far of the innings. Akshaya, half century. Tej Narain, Chanderpaul, 41. And Richie Loknath, 21. Kimo Paul and Quentin Sampson. 2 wickets apiece and 1 to Ricardo Adams and 1 to Anthony Adams as well. Indrajita's joined me. Jeet, 166 for 6. Bit of a struggle in the innings there for Demerara. They've got 4 wickets in the bank. They've got 15 overs left. How do you see the game from here? Welcome back in there.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Hello, everyone. Yes, it has been a little bit of a struggle, but that man who is in good form, Akshaya Prasad, is still out in the middle. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he's a national player. Good all-rounder. He looks good out in the middle. They have a good batting lineup coming down towards the end as well. And that projected score at 4.74 will get them to around 237.
Oh yes, Harry! Harry!
So Kino Harry has come in. He's getting a good first match for him. And, this is the first time I'm actually having a look at Harry. So we are going to not really judge him, but see what he has to offer. It's another left arm spinner. That was tossed up nicely, Matthew.
I'm saying to myself, so many left-arm spinners in cricket these days. Look how many are in the Essequibo side. 3. And having a first look at him myself, Kino Harry, I don't know anything about him really, to be honest. So let's have a close look at him, Jeet. That one kept low, almost skidding on there to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Was a good delivery. It was tossed up nicely. And Ali Mohammed is a tall guy. He judged the length of the delivery well. Well, he made a little shimmy with the left leg going almost off the pitch and getting a single down towards wide long on. Just maybe trying to upset the bowler a little. I guess you would have seen many little shimmies like those while umpiring, Matthew.
Yes, you see it a lot. And I have a way of trying to help cricketers as well, especially bowlers, when you see certain things with them.
You actually coach them in the middle while umpiring the game?
You could get them to improve. I talk with them off the field.
Nice. There's a drive, gone through extra cover. And they will take one. They will hurry for the second. A little bit of a misfielding. And they go back easily and complete too. Once again, Akshaya Prasad going all along the ground. Must be eyeing 3 figures here today.
Nothing's wrong with that. He cannot run out of partners though. That's important. 6 wickets have gone already. All Ali Mohammed has to do is to stay there and play sensible cricket with him. Look at that shot. Along the ground through the covers. There's a field out on the boundary there. They'll just get the single. Akshaya has played that shot very well. He hasn't given his hand away here in the GTs. Hit some lofty sixes, couple of boundaries. The over comes to an end, 36 gone, 170 for 6.
And not a bad force over by Harry, none for 4. Beaten, none for 32. Chanderpaul, 2 for 31. Samson, 2 for 33. The other wicket takers being Anthony Adams and Ricardo Adams, 1 apiece. Hubbard and Keno Henry just a lone over among them. Wickets falling at 42, 63, 72, 80, 137 and 138. 170 for the loss of 6. 14 overs remaining. And with these 2 at the wicket here, Matthew, and the projected score is 236, I think they are well on target to maybe go past that 250. Both these boys can bat. We have seen Akshaya Prasad. Good to see him. His second half century of this year's tournament. Maybe just booking a place in that Guyana Harpy Eagles team.
I think from a batting standpoint for Demerara here, Jeet, if these 2 bat up to over number 45 or 46, that 250 odd is on, definitely. 250 plus is definitely on.
And he's going for a big one high in the air. That's going to come bang. And that's gone away for a maximum. Back over the head of the bowler on the own side of the wicket. A great shot by the left-hander. And he continues to impress her.
And he's hit a few 6s so far, Jeet. I think he's hit about, I'll tell you in a moment, our score is checking about 7, might be 7 or 8 6s. He's hit 6 6s. And that tells the story of the type of innings Akshaya has played as well. He's been very authoritative with his knock, and he's in very good form.
Yes. So Hubbard will be well advised to just pull back the length of the delivery a little. And still he manages to score a single down towards wide long on. If you're going to float it up, and we have seen that, almost every delivery from the spinner that has been floated up. Akshaya has the power. His timing is great. He goes over the top. So they have to be very careful how they're floating the delivery up to him. Of course, they have the field spread. But both in the world, and Akshaya is strong. So once it's tossed up, his eyes are going to light up and he's going to go after it.
When Test cricket was played here, it was considered one of the largest, I suppose, in those days. I remember those good old days in the Jeet, coming here as a youngster watching Test cricket. Wow,
Yes.
fantastic. You can never forget those memories, honestly.
Not at all. Gets a single down towards long on. This is good cricket. Good rotation of the strike. I once saw one of the Benjamin. I want to believe it was Winston Benjamin. Smacked one right over Regent Street. It was a massive blow into the agriculture compound. It was a regional 4-day game here.
Of course, Kenny Benjamin could have hit the ball hard as well. Both
Yeah, but
Benjamins.
Yeah, Winston was the more of the all-rounder type of guy.
That's correct.
I haven't seen a lot of cricket matches at Bourda coming from Iconi. Poverty-stricken. Can't find passage to come to the ground.
Well, I'm living in Georgetown all my life, basically, and I had the same problem. 179 for 637 overs gone.
Now you could pay all of our passages across the country, the insurance man. Some people jump from one of those saman tree, jump over the fence and into the hand of a policeman. Yeah. Naim Chan, it happened to him. Real story, Pastor. Yeah, he jumped into the hand of a policeman wanting to reach Tony Kozia, who was doing commentaries.
Yeah, he told that story. I remember he told that
Short
story.
fellow with a big story.
Yes, Naim. 40 years plus in this business. Match summary here so far. Akshaya well played 62.
Some local birds, pigeons. And that is customary when you come to grounds across the Demerara. Lots of pigeons. Feed on grains and a little bit of insect as well.
They're not easy birds to deal with, Jeet. I've got some living next door to me, and I can tell you.
You mean birds are not easy to deal with?
Those birds are not easy to deal with.
There is a big swing taken on the pad, and Akshaya has been trapped the leg before. Well, umpire Shannon Crawford decided that that one's going to hit. From our vantage point, it's dead plumb. And Akshaya will have to go. 179 now for the loss of 7, and that's a big wicket to get. Looked well set, bends his head, and he's going to walk back after playing a fine knock of 62 from 50 deliveries, 1-4, 6 sixes at a strike rate of 124. Well played.
And Harry has picked up his first wicket in his second over. So you're seeing something for the first time with this young man. But always not a good stroke to play. Hitting across the line to the spinner. We saw it happened when it was Balgabin who went to Anthony Adams, hitting across the line. Generally, when you play those shots in the Jeet, you don't give yourself a chance when it comes to LBW decisions at all.
Well, actually what happened there, Matthew, he was playing for spin. And Harry present no spin whatsoever. So it was plumb. John said it would have missed the off stump, missed the leg stump. And you know which stump would have crashed out of the ground. There's one middle stump there. Good decision by umpire Crawford. In fact, a simple one. And, he had no hesitation whatsoever. 179 for 7. The current run rate is 4.82. And Henry's going to feel pretty happy picking up his first wicket here as the new batter walks out in the middle. Yes, that's young Ned, son of Garvin Ned. That's Ashmead. Has some batting qualities as well. So some good all-rounders as you come down towards the end of the innings.
Jeet now that score of 250 could be even more difficult. Should another wicket fall here, that'll be even more difficult. That went right through Ashmead Ned. And came down to fine leg here. Ransford beaten is there. But that kept low.
And it was almost like a slow, medium fast bowler. He just let that one go with some more speed. And he was comprehensively beaten there. The ball going between himself and the stumps on the leg side.
Yeah, he got a run. He got it off the bat. Streaky single there for Ashmead Ned. Ali Mohammed comes back into strike now, so 2 right-handers out there now.
Yeah, get it one. Yeah, good ball in Harry. Harry, good ball, Harry. The ball since last hit in the net.
Projected score 240. Looking at the rate they're going at currently, 180 for 7 in the 38. A lot will depend on this man batting now.
Yeah, yes, Harry.
That's a good delivery there. Trying to upset the bowler here, Ali Mohammed. Moving away towards leg. And Harry fired that one into the middle and the off stump. So he's not going to spin the ball. He's going to bowl these quick deliveries right at the stumps.
Oh, yes, Harry.
Maybe just taking a little pace off that delivery. So he's showing us another variety.
Yeah, 3 left-arm spinners in this side. Ashmead Ned is one inside for Demerara. And then you've got the other spinner as well. Devon Lord. Outside the leg stump, wide. 1 more to the total. And Devon Lord has picked up some good wickets so far in the tournament.
Yes, he has improved. We have seen him. Had some good matches against the American Cricket Society on tour of Guyana in the summer. And, came to inter-county cricket. And has done well. It's a good-looking drive, bisecting the extra cover on the cover. And all they will get is a 1. But reaching out to Harry there and stroking away into the offside field. 38 overs gone, 182 for the loss of 7.
And Devon Lord is playing at home as well. He's a GCC club captain. He's been around for some time. I think he's about 29. This is select 11, 127 all out. And that game is at Luzignan. Borbis in reply 104 for 2, 10.5. Wow. Look at Rampatab Ramnath, 45. Junior Sinclair, 38. Another good score for him. Kevlin Anderson, 14. 1 for 16 for Passad. Mickle 1 for 5. Nothing for Dimitri Cameron, but they're going to win that game in handsome fashion.
Yes, certainly I do agree with you. And Borbis knew exactly what they had to get and in which over they need to get it, because net run rate is going to come in the reckoning if Essequibo loses here. That's going to be interesting. And I think according to the regulations governing this tournament, they'll be looking at net run rate.
Absolutely correct, Jit. You look at the buildings there at Church Street.
And beyond that is Queenstown. Beautiful residential area. And you look at the points table there. Demerara, they are on 4 points. Essequibo 2 points. And
The select 11.
Select 11 2 points,
2
as well. But more than likely that Borbis will go on to win there. So Essequibo, I guess their management is looking at that game.
But you're quite right about that run rate situation. That happens to be a big thing now, in white ball cricket. As Beaton comes back in for a spell, none for 32 from 6. He hasn't quite produced in this match. First 2 overs, reasonable. His next 2 overs, overs number 3 and 4, bowled some wides, went for some runs. But he's come back now probably for a final spell, maybe. Over number 39, he's bowling from the commentary box and the south end of Bourda, what you call the Regent Street end, Regent Road end. Short ball. The fielder couldn't get to that at mid-wicket on the boundary. And it went away for 4. But that was short, too short. And he latched onto it, Ali Mohammed. And he put it away nicely.
Yes, hit pretty hard indeed. A valiant effort by Ram Karan down on the boundary area. Just couldn't get there. I think was the power. In fact, it's Malcolm Hubbard in that area. It was a good looking shot as well, adjusted nicely. Ali Mohammed. And once he's there, this is the kind of thing that he can present to you. He's a boundary hitter. There's no doubt about that.
He is. He is a boundary hitter. He hits the ball hard. I think he's got, 2 4s and a 6 already. in his knock of 23 from 30 balls. But once he stays there, runs will come for sure. He's not a guy that loves to hang around too much. He loves to hit the ball hard. And I remember him in the under 19 World Cup as well when he played.
Yes, but I actually found the ball there, Matthew. Was a little search around the gutter area there, the drain. I remember the days when we played ball and it went into the grass. We used to tie two grasses together. And they say that is going to help us to find the ball. And we never left the place until we found it.
Yeah, you guys from the country weren't easy, I must say. So many things happen with cricket being played in the country areas. That has always been nice. Always been nice. I love the way that the country folks
Thank you.
flow with the cricket. Always put their heart into it. Beaten trying for all he's worth. In the air, over the head of the bowler, and it will come down towards the boundary area here. They get a single for that. Hitting that over the bowler's head, back over the head of the bowler.
Yes, but I think he felt he wasn't in real position to play that shot. He went through with it, calculated nicely, and in the end, he got the single. Maybe he wasn't to the pitch of it. That's the reason why he held it back. But he placed it the best place you can, back over the head of the bowler. No danger.
Ashmead Ned is a hard worker. He played for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots in the CPL this year, and he bowled pretty well too. Back to the bowler. Cotton bowl. Beaton has got his man. We saw the previous delivery, Jeet. Ricardo Ali Mohammed hit the ball over the head of the ball. He wasn't quite in control of that shot, but he hit it high enough and over his head to get a run. Ashmead Ned on this occasion couldn't do so.
And
Back into the hands of Beaton.
Yeah, and it looks like it was a slower ball from Runsford. Beaton there, just coming out of the back of the hand. Well bowled, and for the second delivery, he just miscalculated. The first one, he was lucky to escape. This one, not so lucky whatsoever.
So Beaton gets a wicket.
Ashmead Ned, right?
So Ned is gone. For one, Beaton gets a wicket. 1 for 37 in his 7th over. He'd be happy that he's picked up a wicket. He's in the wickets column. 187 for 8 in the 39th over. It looks very, very glib now for Demerara to get anywhere near to 250. Devon Lord comes out, the local boy from GCC. He can bat, but he'll have to play very sensible cricket alongside Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Two GCC players, they know each other well. It's left up to him now to ensure that Demerara can get a very decent score.
Well, with 8 wickets gone and the score is 187, it is left now to be seen what's the game plan out in the middle. What is the role for Devon Lord? He's joining Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who's on 24 from 31. He has played well since he has come out into the middle there. Will they be looking to get the single and expose Ali Mohammed to most of the strike? Because after this is just 1 wicket standing. So you would not like to lose a wicket with 11 overs to go after this one. That's something they'll have to calculate. So we shall see what role, Devon Lord is going to be playing here this afternoon. But you will consider 187 from 8 a little drop back. Promised so much. When Akshaya Prasad was out in the middle, Tej, he was batting so brilliantly as well. And even when Richie Loknath was there, a partnership between himself and Akshaya. And it just shows how this game can change with the fall of a couple of wickets.
Yes, partnerships of 42 so far, then 57 and then 41. The best partnerships for the innings. In the air, out of the reach of Kimo Paul at mid-on deep. And Devon Lord gets off the mark.
Yes, well, it was out of the reach of Kimo. We all know how Kimo is brilliant in the field, just couldn't get there. A false shot there by Devon Lord to get off the mark with 1. And Beaton will feel happy coming back here. None for 32 after 6 over. This is his 7th. And he now picked up 1 for 38 with 1 delivery remaining. Will Ali Mohammed look to get the strike? Drop the ball for a single. Where will be that scoring opportunity? Maybe down towards short backward square. Maybe just in front of him. And there's a single there once the communication is good. Well, he played it well. Back over the head of the bowler. This is going to run pretty close towards the boundary. It gets there now. Fine looking shot by him. You want to hit it safe. That's the place to hit it safe. Beaten, tossing it up, and he's going over on the onside of the pitch and getting the boundary. 39 gone. Demerara 192 for the loss of 8.
Clean hitter of the ball is Ali Mohammed. Very clean hit of the ball. And as we said, Jeet, if he stays there and Devon Lord gives him support, they can get to maybe 230, 240. Maybe not 250. But if one gets out now, 250 certainly would not be on the tins.
And Essequibo is fighting hard here. Paul 2 for 31, Samson 2 for 33, Beaton just picked up a wicket. Anthony Adams got one. Look at those scores. Akshaya Prasad, great start, 62 from 50. Techaran Chanderpaul, 41 from 46. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he's still there on 28 from 32. He's playing a fine little hand. And that run rate just beginning to pick up 4.92. That wicket column, though, is the problem.
And of course, they've got 11 overs still to face. One of the things you always want to do in white ball cricket in the Jeet is bat out your overs. You don't want to be bowled out. The West Indies were bowled out for 86 or so in the second T20 against Sri Lanka. You don't want that to happen. When you're talking about shorter version cricket, whether T20 or 50 over cricket, you want to bat out your overs, especially if you're batting first.
There's a shout of catch it there. Spend some time in the air as Lord came forward to reach. Has to be careful. And if Essequibo can get them below 200, that's going to help Essequibo net run rate should they win this game. Oh, diving over that one, Matthew. He's going to run pretty close towards the boundary and get there now. Good looking shot by Devon Lord. He's going to feel pretty happy.
Yeah, he beat the fielder to, that's Bourda, I make it, to his left and picked up the boundary. He drove the ball nicely to along the ground. Good shot. 196, inching closer to 200. You know that psychological warfare that steps into the mind when you get over the 200 mark, Jeet. Very important for Demerara that they get over that. Not just 200, but over that. Much more too.
Oh yes, fine mark, fine mark. Radio.
Yes, a little bit of a football here. Keeps it in play so they can't get to the single. And you're right. In the business environment, Matthew, there's a huge difference between 200 and 199.
So true. He'll get a single here, Devon Lord. He's a busy cricketer as well. I've umpired with him in a few matches. Busy cricketer.
Yes, I'm just thinking whether that's the right thing against Devon Lord. Why not bring in the long off? Give him a chance to go over the top. And you will keep him in strike there if he can't go over the top. You don't want to leak that kind of single. 8 wickets gone. Just be a little bit more aggressive. Can understand with the right-handed Ali Mohammed, the fielder push back to the boundary.
Oh yes, Harry, are you bowling tight, Harry?
So he's showing a lot of confidence in Devon Lord, just stroking it away down towards extra cover. 40 overs gone, 197 for 8.
Getting closer to that 200, John Ramsing will come in a minute. But the thing with Devon Lord, he has this way of hitting the ball in the air as well. He plays a lot of aerial shots. So I think he would have to be very, very careful in this partnership for the 9th wicket here. With Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he has to stay there. He simply has to stay there and give the support that Ali Mohammed needs because he's going to 28 from 33 balls. Get over that 200 and then do what you have to do from there, as we would say in our terms.
Bourda main pavilion looking extremely good there. This is a historic ground. A number of people just sitting there glued to the game. Some friends from Canada, they are there. Frederick Haley. Short and almost took that one from his face there. The left-handed lord was in the air. Never is going to reach Sampson. And they get the single. That will take the score to 198. Hello to you, John.
Hostility from Runsford Beaton. Who say that the Bourda track is a dead track? Hello Energy, hello everyone. Yeah, good hostility being shown towards the back end of this innings. Never short of pace. You guys mentioned Ronaldo, Ali Mohammed and Devon Lord at home in terms of where they play club cricket. Runsford Beaton plays his club cricket right here when in Georgetown as well. So familiar with conditions and familiar with the two batters at the crease.
Yeah, that was a good short lifting delivery. Maybe he could have bent his head out. But he decided to go with the bat to save his body there. He made the connection and got the single. You could expect a little bit more from Runsford Beaton, a few more short delivery. Maybe that's the reason why he's sending out to the backward square out on the boundary. Well, he's going to have maybe another long leg there, and now he's going to have the third man. A little bit difficult to understand why the third man is going out with the long leg out on the boundary as well, if he's going to bowl that short delivery.
Yeah, expect the short ball to come now. The effort ball. In fact, it was a slow one. It's driven beautifully over extra on the up. 4 runs.
Yeah, John, that's a fine shot. Let's see. I think one of his leg was off the ground as he played the shot. That's right, his right leg. And he still managed to balance perfectly and got that one away for 4. Great shot.
Shot made popular by Kevin Peterson, called the Flamingo, hitting off the standing on one leg. Looks so good.
And recently we saw Aaron Jones played some of those shots against the Amazon Warriors.
Yeah, another name local persons want to hear of a lot of. Got it on a low full toss. 200 is on the board, which is a psychological advantage for Demerara. But it goes to show as well how much dependent Demerara is on Chanderpaul, Akshaya Prasad, to some extent Machu Nandu. Take away their score from this card, and it's nothing really to write home about.
Yes, I did mention earlier today with Matthew that the guys that have scored runs, we know their names, but the middle order has never been tested so far in the 2 matches. Today was a good test, and some of them just did not come up trumps whatsoever.
Beaton's also approaching a half century, 1 for 48 from 7 overs and 4 deliveries. It's been one of those long days for him. No doubt want to come out of this scorching heat. 203. We monitor that game at Lusignan as well to let our viewers know what's happening between the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11 and Berbice. Berbice has an opportunity to come back. This one's clipped away. The field at fine leg was very wide. So he had a run back as well. Was not quite on the boundary, but just a single. Just after the inner third, the yard here at Bourda. It's a bit heavy. Not a type of billiards table that we're accustomed to over the years. So not a lot of value for shots when it goes out of the 30 yard in certain parts, to the north especially.
Yes, and we talk about that heavy nature, simply meaning that the grass has not been clipped almost right down to the earth. It's kind of spongy, not wet, very, very dry, but because of the sponginess of that grass, it's holding back many balls that should have gone away to the boundary.
And that is that's the name of one of the groundsmen here actually in the Jeet, Spongy.
Hello to you, Spongy.
That's a good shot, a delivery that was well pitched up from Runsford Beaton and given a treatment. Half a dozen. Nice way to deal with the delivery that's well pitched up.
Yes, we look at it on the replay, pitched up and coming through beautifully. The bat came down nicely, got it in the meat, and that was hammered away for a maximum. Terrific cricketing shot by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's making his name count here. So,
Let's take a look at what's happening at Lusignan. 128, and that's the end of the game actually. Berbice winning comfortably by 6 wickets, but look at that. Just using 13 overs and 2 deliveries in that run chase. The select 11 bowled out for 127, and Berbice got there in quick time. Not even at lunch, in the scheduled lunch and interval. But a big victory, for Berbice over the select 11.
yes, a resurgent Berbice. They're going to be devastated losing those 2 opening encounters. And I think they went to Lusignan with vengeance there. John, the mathematicians, comes into reckoning now. Net run rate, regulates who will go through if Essequibo loses here. If they win, it's going to be a Demerara Essequibo clash. But if they lose, you better get those calculators out.
Oh yeah. That is the dynamics. Let's see. Essequibo go on to lose this game. It means Essequibo, the select 11 and Berbice locked on points. And when we ruled out Berbice for losing those 2 games early in the tournament, they can very well come back because of this big victory here today. Wow.
Yes, because they'll be having one victory each, right?
Oh boy.
I know. That's going to be a tough call. I think Essequibo knows that.
Lord not quite ready. Have you ever heard that statement? The Lord not quite ready? The Lord.
Yes, I get you there, John.
29-year-old. Among the wickets again, we saw him in the Guyana Cricket Board T10 Blast, picking up loads of wickets, including a helmet trick.
Yes, we were there at Maltino's when he did that.
So it's another left-arm spinner putting his name in that bag, really. Giving the selectors lots of headaches. Good headaches, I must let you know.
You're right about that, John. And a number of them, have been coming through. And that's good. You want the selectors to think. Look at performances. Look at these guys out in the middle.
Steered away. Looking for that shot a long time ago in the over. Will he come out for the second? Yes, lots of time for 2. After this tournament, selectors will select the national side for encampment before heading to Trinidad and Tobago for the commencement of the regional Super 50. So players will get another opportunity to gel before traveling out.
Yes, and I think that camp start on the 20th or leads on to the 25th. Right, 21st to the 25th. And that's good. And you mentioned the word gel. You're like a family. That is what you want your squad to be. Everybody understand the role of each other. And it's that family atmosphere many times that counts.
Lord will keep the strike at the start of the new over. After 42, 213 for it.
Yes, and a few teams have already named their squads for the regional Super 50.
2 overs apiece to Beaton and Paul. Also Anthony Adams. So lots of options still with just 8 overs to go in the innings. 2 wickets in hand. Keanu Hari. Not bad. 3 overs, 1 for 12. In the wickets column as well. Just Hubbard. Expensive from his 2 overs. Not in the wickets column.
Yes, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they have named their squad already. So too, Barbados Pride. So 2 of the regional teams put together their squads. Of course, we had the CPL in Guyana. It was a difficult period to get in these inter-county matches. A number of our players were involved there. The entire country was glued to CPL. So this had to be done after CPL. Thus, Guyana will be naming their squads, like John said, just after this tournament is finished.
So Chanderpaul will come back from the southern end. Eight overs, 2 for 31. Kimo Mandela Angus Paul runs away from us. Strong, straight approach.
He has a huge name there to fetch, John. Tell me about that Mandela and that Angus.
I mentioned a strong, straight approach. At one time, they used to call him the cyborg because of the strength and the determination. Look at the points table after that completed game at Luziknan in the G. Burmese getting ahead of the Select 11, but still in a negative. And Essequibo, of course, Demerara still in this clash. Really is dependent on this result. And I like as well when tournaments go down to the last game before you know who will be coming out. It's Movements Day. Who are moving into the final on Saturday. We'll have to wait. Pace on again from Kimo. Just looks as if he's running in gingerly. But from his shoulders, just delivering quickly. Deceiving these batters, but Lord equal to the task on that occasion. His dad told the story many, many times.
Yeah.
Mr. Paul. Kimo. He actually wanted to name him Kino after Kino Mason from Trinidad and Tobago, who he had admired so many years. But the nurse said, Kimo is nicer than Kino in terms of a name. So he went with that. Then, of course, he admired Nelson Mandela. So he gave him Mandela. Angus Fraser was his favorite fast bowler at the time. That's Kimo's dad. So he got the Angus in there as well. And, of course, the title by default, Paul. So Kimo Mandela Angus Paul, the man on your picture.
Yes, his dad actually a Region 5 man. There is where he born and grew up in Hopetown Village. Migrated to Saxakali many, many years ago. Found the love of his life. Got married. Thus something happened. Kimo was born. Came out on the coast to go to school. The rest is history. A determined youngster, Kimo Paul.
The top edge. The keeper's corner fit with the gloves. Takes it. Kimo Savory. Kimo gets his third. He's a ninth of the Demarara innings. And the big scalp, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, is caught. Gone for 39. 214 now for the loss of 9.
Yes, and that's a good wicket to get at this time, Kimo Paul. The extra pace caused the undoing and the bounce off the pitch as well for the right-handed Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Huge wicket to get at this stage. And there's another story, this time not a cricketer, but to one of our colleagues in the commentary box, when he was born and how he got his name. Understand, he was lying as that little toddler, that little baby on the bed. The daddy went in, looked at him, and the nurse said, "That's your baby." And he said, "Naim." From that day on, he was called Naim Chan.
A little bit of frustration being shown by Ali Mohammed. What I admired about that delivery from Kimo Paul to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, the one that got him out, it was on the line of his body, so he had to play. It was such a good delivery. He was forced into that shot.
Yes, and I've liked what I have seen of Kimo Paul in this innings here. 3 for 32. He's in his 9th over. And if Kimo can remain physically fit and mentally strong, goes to the regional Super 50, I think this is a good year for him to dominate that all-rounder position in the West Indies. I mean, the Cricket West Indies have shown faith with him. They have looked at him. And here is an opportunity, you know, with our players on foreign soil to regain that confidence at the regional level. So he has everything in the making to perform well this year.
Well liked Chemo. New batter now, Bernard Bailey, son of coach Oren Bailey. Chemo looking to wrap things up now. Intelligent bowling from Chemo again on the line of the body. And there you see Bailey fending at it. Had to play.
Well, that's the nature of wars across the world. You do the aerial battle, the bombings, and then you go to the ground invasion. And that is what Chemo has been doing. Short, you're right, John, right into the body. Wake up call for the batters. There must be some fear of physical damage there, and then you look for those Yorkers. So this is good thinking by Chemo.
Yeah, because he is physically well chiseled. Chemo. Slow delivery. Just rolling his wrist, giving the impression he wanted the ball. Leg cutter. Too full, given a treatment.
That was a glorious looking cover drive. Look at this one. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and Devon Lord driving away. Beautiful looking shot and getting the boundary too. Chemo won't mind this because give him that little delivery that feel he can go after it. There is a slip in cordon there looking for the edge, but this time just come true.
Good hostility again. Nice pace to finish the over. 43 gone, 219 for 9.
Yes, and that last delivery there was such a good delivery. Maybe too good to get a little nick onto the bat there. I think the batter played it real well.
Happy faces in the Essequibo dressing room. The reserves. There's Ronaldo Rennie, Thaddeus Lovell, Joshua Jones. Managers in the background, Andy Ramnarine. And of course, the coach, Rayon De Costa, in front.
Yes, they know that the bowlers have given a good account of themselves against Demerara.
Still 7 overs to go. 1 wicket in hand, however. Bailey on strike.
Oh, yes.
The assignment is a simple one for Essequibo. No doubt the word would have gotten into the camp that Berbice have completed victory over at Lusignan and they're challenging for a spot in the final. If Essequibo should lose this, so the mentality now for Essequibo must be to just win. Win, win, win. So far, 219 for 9, putting themselves in good position to win.
Yes, and that fourth step is to end this innings by Demarara. They need one more wicket. Tossed up. And didn't go for the full-blooded drive there, Bailey. That's a good delivery by Anthony Adams. Testing delivery.
A maiden at this stage of the game. Quite impressive from Captain Adams. 1 for 19 from 9 after 44 to 19 for 9.
And every run here now score by the Demerara team will be working against Essequibo. What's the mood like there, John? Can you read people's faces?
Well, Akshaya, Tejan and Chanderpaul look pretty relaxed in the back. Nandu, a little bit worried. Shamar Yearwood is actually trying to listen into the conversation between Chanderpaul and Prasad. Looks like Chris Harry taking a nap. Garvin net in front, of course, always looking on with his captain, Devon Imlak. looking on to see where they can improve. Love the ethics of both of those gentlemen. Kimo starts his final over with more pace. Even the wicketkeeper deceived with that extra pace.
Yeah, that was a pacey delivery by Chanderpaul. And is it a bye? Yes, they got a bye for that one. But he's working up a lot of pace here. And listen, kudos to the ground staff here at Bourda, John. Spongy and the rest of the guys. They've did a terrific job here. This pitch is good. It's hard as concrete. And the fastest pitches in the world are not necessarily those with a lot of greenery on it. You look at Australia pitches, Perth, huge cracks on the Perth pitch there, but it gives that glossy nature like concrete. That's the reason why perhaps it's the fastest wicket in the world. This pitch here is very, very solid. And, you know, you look at it there, dry, hard, and Chemo is getting results from his labor.
Yeah, so Savory there, a bit uncomfortable. The helmet moving back. She's going to take a step or two back, but also indicating to Chemo that it actually moved in the air while it was getting to him. That's why he did not take it in the middle of the gloves. Beautiful again. I remember that same season, 2022, when Chemo wreaked havoc at the Queen's Park over Tony Gray, former West Indies fast bowler, who was actually a scout for Cricket West Indies at that time. The way he spoke about Chanderpaul and his ability to use the old ball and to run in hard on a dead track at the Queen's Park Oval, kind of like reminding me of that moment or those times at the Queen's Park Oval. The way Chemo was running in now, purposeful.
You're so right about that.
This time outside the line of the leg stump, and umpire Mokan signals a wide. But Chemo realizing that it is his final over as well, last pair of the crease, using that hostility and that pitch you mentioned, it's hard. Trying to extract every little ounce of pace to prize out another wicket.
As maybe a chirpy fast bowler one that's a little bit more aggressive as far as words are concerned would have walked up him and asked him, do you have a life insurance policy? Because he's delivering some bombs here. These are good short lifting delivery.
So far Bailey handling it pretty well. Left-handed batter, right-handed bowler Bernard Bailey. Still 3 deliveries to negotiate. Chemo now with a slip being brought in, and Ricardo Adams kind of wide. You can understand why at this stage. That's the uppercut from Bailey, and we'll get a boundary. Actually playing the ball with both of his feet in the air and enjoying some words with Chemo.
And why not? That's revenge. He smelt the leather on a few occasions, and this time he got the luxury. And you called it beautiful, John. Both feet off the ground when he played that shot. A little closer to the body. Got it where he wanted. Over the top of backward point. That's a great shot.
Like I said, Bailey just remaining quite composed. Did not try to hit it too hard. Just realizing there was some room outside his off stump, just steering it nicely. Chemo now extending his run. You cannot see it on your monitor, but he's extending his run for this delivery. Short again. Hello to everyone in Saxakali, in Wakenham. So after incredible results in junior school, went on to secondary school at Wakenham. You can say where it all began for him at a youth level. Was given the opportunity to wicket keep very early. The only players in the team. Then he started to bowl some off breaks. Went on to play at DCC. And Coach Garvin Ned said, why don't you run in? Let's see what you can do. And here he is, quality all-rounder now. Guyana's gift to the world. About to finish his spell, 3 for 42. Slow Yorker on a single from Bailey. Bailey will have a feather in his cap and lots to talk about at the end of this game. You can see some friendly exchanges between himself and Kimo. End of 45, 226 for 9. Kimo finishing his spell, 3 for 43. Welcome back, Naim. Hello.
Well, this is simply one of the best statistics, or not statistics, but what I've seen of Kimo Paul. I like the high energy. He's highly animated and has really bent his back playing for Essequibo today. I've not seen a better bowling stint from him in quite a while. I think he has really put all in there. 3 for 43 in his 10 overs. Joining up with Quinton Sampson, 2 for 33, and Ronsford Beaton, who just got 1 wicket, but 1 for 55 off 8. So he started off very nice, his first 1 or 2 overs, and then started to spill some away. Let's go back to the action. Anthony Adams again. This is going to be his final over. So this game has dragged on, which is good. Good battle. Really like what I saw today.
Nice delivery from Captain Anthony Adams. So it'll be 2 and 4 changes, 1 from each end in terms of bowling, because Kimo finishing his 10 from the southern end. Now Anthony Adams will finish his 10 from the northern end, but I have lots of options still. Essequibo won the toss this morning, said he'll bowl first. Had a slight delay in terms of the start because standing umpire Imran Mokan was late to arrive at the ground. Third umpire Zahir Mohammed was late as well.
Well, in the commentary box, someone was late here too. No names, no warrant.
Did you say Warren? Or warrant?
Warrant.
Oh, warrant. I said Warren.
Mm-hmm. But I like what I see here today. The one good thing is that Demerara have batted out almost the entire lot at 50 overs. This is over number 46 in progress. And some good partnerships as well, and individual scores. Tajan starting it off with 41, then the top scorer was Akshaya, 62, and then Ali Mohammed, 39. Several good partnerships.
Pretty slow delivery and comprehensively beaten. Playing for pace, there was none. And then his middle stump knocked out of the ground. And that is the end of the Demarara innings. All out 227 at the end of 46 overs. Did not bat the full quarter of 50 like you mentioned it they were supposed to be doing. Kimo Savory there, helping the middle stump out of the ground. 227, Lord, the final batsman dismissed. And in the end, 2 for 20 from 10, Captain Adams.
Well, good all-round performance, John. I like what I see in the bowling. Anthony Adams has been steady. Several of the other bowlers, but here's your batting card for you. As I mentioned not so long ago, 41 from Tajan, top score of 62 from Akshaya, 21 from Richie Loknath, 39 from Ali Mohammed. So very consistent individual scores and good partnerships too.
12 extras in that innings as well. Look at the bowling. Kimo Paul back into county cricket. Missed the first 2 games. 3 for 43 upon return. Wickets as well for Quinton Sampson, who showed hostility as well. 2 for 33. Anthony Adams, who cleaned up the last batter. 2 for 20. Wicket apiece for Keanu Henry, Ricardo Adams, and Speedster Ronsford Beaton. Demerara 227 all out from 46 overs. It means Essequibo, if they want to get into the final, will need to get 228 from their allotment of 50 overs. We'll take a break and come back with a run chase in about 30 minutes. Do join us. Number 2 of the Guyana Cricket Board's Senior County 50 overs tournament. Home side Demerara against former champions Berbice at Bourda. Berbice lost their opening encounter against Essequibo in Essequibo at the Pomona ground, whereas Demerara took full control over the Select 11 to register a convincing opening round victory. Two teams that are pretty close on paper. Who will come out victors? We'll have to wait and see. Let's head to the middle for some live action.
Wicket in the first over.
Well, this one is in the air. That's going to be a soft dismissal. The catch taken, and Kevin Sinclair has to go. Afraid to use the short ball, and he's been doing well. Nicely flicked off the front leg, out towards long leg on the boundary there. Good piece of fielding too. The return comes in. Now that's a brilliant shot. Standing tall, and he's a tall boy, and it's slowing up considerably. Will not get to the boundary. They'll come back and complete too.
Yeah, nicely played shot there. Most importantly, he got it in the gap, picking up 2 runs. So he's off to a good start. Opening the batting is something that...
By all means though, happy for the people in Essequibo, having inter-county for years. Down the track, and he's driving, he's edging, and he's caught behind. Well, Anderson. You looked at Kevin Sinclair virtually giving his wicket away, and you've gone and do the exact thing down the track, wide outside the line of the off stump. He was teased there, he was tantalized there, and he fell there.
Late. So that's a really good start for him, picking up the man of the match performance in that game.
Yes, and that's a lovely looking shot there by Sinclair, moving across the line of the delivery and played it beautifully over the top of forward square, and he will get the... Is it a maximum? Well, actually it's 4 runs, but that will bring some relief to the tall right-hander who opened the... Short, and this is slice over the top of backward point and away to the boundary for 4. That's a good looking shot by the right-hander.
Absolutely. I tell you what, this is really good cricket by Sinclair, putting some pressure back onto the Demarara bowlers. You're hitting the ball over the infield, there's no one out there. So once you get it there, you're going to get 4 every time.
Yes, I'm going to miss out on those, Junior Sinclair. Good looking shot over the top of a cover. Edging at this one, it's going to go past the first slipper and will come down towards the boundary region, and that's 4 runs. Wasn't convincing, but had enough edge on it all along the ground, down to the boundary for 4.
Unfortunate for Ali Mohammed, but Junior Sinclair will take that.
And he's hoisting this one over wide long on and out towards the boundary for 4. Deliberate shot, pitched up into the pads there by Bernard Bailey, and he's not going to miss out on those.
Very calculated shot. There's a long on, but that went to the right of the fielder down at the long on boundary. And so, again, I'm getting to appreciate the effort and the concentration displayed by the two players. He's raced to 20.
Into the body of the batsman and paying the penalty. Bowl outside the line of the off stump, like he's doing, but this time he's corked. That's a big shot that's gone away. 1 bounce over the top of wide long off, almost over extra cover. Perfect looking cricket shot for a boundary.
I think that was well directed because Stephen and Chanderpaul is down at long off, but he hit it, struck it to the almost to the left of Chanderpaul, couldn't get there, and a good calculated shot. I think he's powering, surging.
He's on strike, and John Ramsing will be our next commentator. He will come a calling after this 10th over. Wow, he's edging and taken behind by the keeper. Well, that was on the card. Jonathan Fu was struggling out in the middle. A vicious lifting delivery right around his nose, lips area. Couldn't get the bat out of the way. High on the bat, and the catch well taken by Tevin Imblak. 4 wickets gone. 51 for 4. Is that the...
Chopped on. Just too tentative. And you always find that after a drinks break, something happens. And in this case, Junior Sinclair, half forward, ball taken in the part of the bat, and he's gone. 37-63 now for 5.
I was just about to say Demarara started well. As we take a look at that replay again, was in two mind there. Junior Sinclair chopped on, losing his wicket, so he would have been quite disappointed. He got in a start.
Just playing the patient game so far. Nicely knocked down by first slip. Akshay Prasad in that position.
That's a beauty, absolute beauty. Resami Parmal did well not to get the edge on that one.
And they're doing a fine job for the home side. Big appeal goes up. The finger of Shannon Crawford, the umpire, goes up as well. Wicket number 6, the captain, Resami Parmal, not pleased with that decision, but he has to go without scoring. 65 now for 6.
As we can see, he's playing back to that one. I think that's out. He pitched in line, but he's still there. He's batting. He's toughing it out. Some is required.
Another maiden for Ashmed Ned. And after 18 overs, Berbice 65 for 6. Not sure what type of cricket he was playing before. In the air, but look, not cannot, with that full stretch dive, cannot hold on to it, and it goes into the boundary.
That's a sweet shot. As we look at it again, very well executed. In the gap. 4 more. The good thing about that shot,
Akshay Prasad, but I'm afraid our skill set in playing spin. Appeal for a catch at the wicket, was a quicker delivery, gone in the crease, just standing there too close to play the cut shot, and Zainul Ramsamy caught at the wicket of the bowling of Lord. Lord now picking up 3 for 12 for the trouble, 84 for 7. Oh, that's in the air, and that's going to be, well, he juggles and then takes it, and Clinton Pestano struggled for his 16. He has gone after facing 24 deliveries for the trouble here for Berbice. They are 99 now for the loss of 8.
when you're on top, you want to be a bit more aggressive.
That's a big one. And that's going to carry. Yes, it does. Just in front of the steps of the GCC pavilion.
Sri Lanka, all 8 wickets to have fallen to spin.
Another one is going to fall here to spin as well. Devon Lord gets his 4th, 4 for 27, and Nigel Deodat has to go. Battled away there, having faced 22 deliveries. 123 now for the loss of 9 wickets. Off comes in as well. Caesar is coming forward, brilliantly bowled by Ashmead Ned to end his 10 overs. None for 10, just 2 runs a wicket. Despite not picking up a wicket, he created enough pressure whenever he's bowling for the others at the different end to pick the wickets up. Mid-wicket goes out towards the boundary, and that's a quicker delivery, clipping the off bail, and that's the end of the Berbice innings. Isaac turned comprehensively beaten and bowled by Akshay Prasad. Their innings folded on 129 Berbice. That was beautifully bowled. Ali Mohammed 2 for 35, Bailey 2 for 25, Lord 4 for 28, 2 for 19 Akshay Prasad. Those are the wicket takers. Generally the bowling has been very, very economical for the Demerara senior inter-county team. Kudos to them. And the scorecard?
Yeah, Junior Sinclair, 37 from 42. No, he looked really good. Played some lovely shots. But apart from him, none of the other batters really got going. Clinton Pestano played well until, he threw his wicket away basically. He tried to be too aggressive at stage where we should have been looking to just bat some more overs. And Tamani sees.
The attack. Let's have a closer look now as the 2 opening batsmen. Perez will take strike, which is pretty strange. I thought the senior batsman would have taken.
Big appeal.
This is close.
Given. Time you put on your umpire cap and you said it was close from the time the appeal went up. I would love to have a second look. The first look for me is the impression hitting outside the off stump, but let's have a look.
And it is leaving the ball alone that would encourage the umpire to do that. Leaving the ball.
Not playing a shot, but with the play he was struck. So Raymond Perez dismissed, given out.
And I thought that he should have gotten a little bigger score. Appeal and given out. And given out.
Just recently we saw Tevin Imlach playing against a side and given out like before. He was trapped on the crease. Look at this one from Pestano. Pitched up nicely. Looks pretty good there, Naim.
It looks good.
Sinclair, who's been impressive in this tournament thus far.
But I think this is about thinking in Chanderpaul's mind. Hey, youngster, I played the best in the world. Mitchell, Stark and company, and I scored. You come bowl your stuff to me. No one in for the catch. And it's just about having their minds under pressure. So you have to hit out. And that's what Chanderpaul is doing. And in the process, they can induce a mistake. I mean, they can't apply this strategy for a long time because of the small score they're defending. But even for short spurts.
Enough with their plans.
Now this is a fine shot over the top of mid-off, out towards the boundary, and it's going to get there once again. And T.H. Chanderpaul is really turning up the heat, even though it's real hot in the middle. With the bat, he looks awesome. 31 from 34. 50 has come up for Demarara. They're 53 for the loss of 2. Not bad thinking whatsoever. And this time it's a high in the air, but that's going to go a long way. It's going to clear the field. That's a maximum. Great shot. Picked it up nicely, and that's a half century for T.H. Chanderpaul. He's in awesome form. He's gone on to 51 from 56. Well played, T.H.
I hope when I look at this sense that he batted with, how he tailored his innings, I hope he goes on, score more runs, score at the CWI 50 over tournament.
Yeah, but in the gap as well.
Down the pitch, would it come into the commentary box? Wow! Just an inch and a coup from the cameras here of FL Sport. Inches away. He's targeting your company, John.
Could have been an expensive stroke from young Nandu, but good use. Aggression again from Nandu. This time over mid-wicket. That's his second 6 of the innings. 100 now on the board for Demerara, coming up in grand style.
Good shot. You can see it was calculated. Intentional, got it in, just used his feet, chipped down, 2 steps down the pitch.
Demerara. Nice flighty delivery this time from Ramsamy to end his first over. 2 conceded after 24. 109 for 2, 21 away from victory.
Nicely swept away onto the flying leg boundary, and it goes for 4. So Ramsamy straining line there, and Chanderpaul taking full advantage on that occasion. So he adds 4 to his tally. There he goes down the ground, uses his feet, and he's out. Catch taken on the mid-wicket boundary. So after playing so well, Nandu, he's fallen 6 short of an half century. Pretty good catch as well. So Nandu goes for 4.
He's playing on what is now his home ground. Start of the new season, he's going to be part of the Bourda family. Chance for run it again. T.H. Chanderpaul guilty of ball watching.
Taking part. in this year's tournament. That's nicely played. On the back foot, hitting that one out to the cover boundaries. Passad picking up 4 runs. Passad is such a quality player, a young man that has improved tremendously over the past few years. And it's
Well, welcome back to Bourda. And so many years we haven't said that. It's nice to see it again. Nice windy afternoon. 1 or 2 flags around fluttering off. The game is truly on. Essequibo will be looking for 228 to win this game. Ali Mohammed will start the attack from the northern end of the ground. Kevon Bourda, of course, the batsman in. And look at his matches, 23 matches. First delivery turned into the onside. So they're going to be watchful as much as possible. They were fielding there, bowling so many overs, and so they have had a good chance to make that assessment of the pitch. It's just a matter now of batting on it. They already have an assessment in their minds. I think they will be looking, Essequibo, for long, good partnerships like what Demerara had. Had some outstanding individual scores from Demarara. Nandu just 18. I'll give you them in a while. Nice looking drive. Wouldn't get past the extra mid-off, sorry. So you had Perez not doing well. 2 ducks and 8. Imlak just 2, but Tejan and Chanderpaul set the pace with 41 off of 46 balls. And then we had some other good scores of 62, the top score from Akshaya Prasad, 39 from Ali Mohammed, who's in fact bowling here now. Looks like a no ball, signaled by the umpire. Yes, it is. Matthew? Well, I need not ask. I saw that you had a good lunch.
Hello, Naeem. Hello to everyone right across the world viewing the game. Live from Bourda on FL Sports. Kevon Bourda has been around for a while. He's played quite a bit of cricket. That's a nice on drive. They take a quick single. Push down to mid-on where Devon Lord is. No, in fact, Chanderpaul, Chanderpaul. To get them off the mark, Essequibo, I think it's going to be very, very tricky for them to get 228. It's not going to be very easy. The Demerara bowling is pretty good. You've got Devon Lord, he's in good form, the left-hand spinner. You've got Ashmir Ned, and of course you've got Ali Mohammed bowling here now. Richie Loknath. So you've got a few of the guys in the Demarara side that will stand up. They'll stand up and they'll give you their best. Ricardo Ali Mohammed is a very interesting cricketer because, yeah, he loves to bowl the short pitch delivery. He gets the ball to skid onto you and hustle onto you as well. So he has that little surprise bouncer in his artillery. See that? That's what we're talking about. Forcing the batter to sway back out of a short lifting delivery, Naeem Chan. He has this way of just getting the ball to come onto you quickly. Very skiddy bowler, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Well, I think Ricardo Peters had his eyes on the ball, and that was very good. So he could have avoided it, even bending backwards. It's very important. If you take your eyes off the ball, you get hit. So I think what Essequibo will be looking for, Matthew, is a long innings from 1 or 2 batsmen. The arrows are pointing to people like Savory. He's a very intelligent batsman and can bat for long sessions. It will be very important to have long innings and sneak the ones under the rotation of the strike and the scoreboard ticking.
Not a short ball. That's the end of the first over. One without loss. It's going to be tight, Naeem. It's going to be tight. Now, let's talk about Kevin Bourda. When he's in Georgetown, I suppose. He plays for Police. He's been playing for Police a bit now. But one of the players that has been a bit disappointing, the way he gets out sometimes, you kind of like, you're puzzled. Good attacking batter, he can strike the ball hard, but sometimes shot selection, that's his problem. But he's a hard hit of the ball, but he's been around for a while. But he hasn't gone on. That's the thing about guys like Kevin Bourda. He hasn't quite gone on playing for Essequibo and generally playing his cricket. But the thing is, he can bat, but not consistent enough.
It's the same transition I was talking about, Matthew, where you see a player today in 2024, you've been seeing him since 2020, and there's no ascendancy, continuity, and grabbing every opportunity presented. And that's how you single them out, the great potential players in the future from a young, tender age. They start to show you that ascendancy.
Bernard Bailey will come into the attack. His father, we call him Coach Bailey. Always busy and active in the game of cricket. One time, I think I was umpiring a game at Maltino's and he was actually scoring in that game. His dad. Short ball, wide outside the off stump. Smashed into the cover area. They come through for a quick single. That's Perez in the covers along with Nandu. Patrolling that cover area. Point and cover, then you've got extra cover. Slip in the gully in a third man on the boundary. And you've got mid-off. That's Chanderpaul at mid-off. He comes inside the 30-yard circle. And you've got Ali Mohammed at mid-on. In fact, Ned, I beg your pardon, is at mid-on. So two slips have come in now, Naeem. So good attacking field here by Tevin Imlach. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the offside. And just one on the leg side. Would you believe it?
Well, I like the aggression Imlach is showing in this game. You've got some runs on the tins. You can afford to be ultra aggressive, at least in the initial overs. Runs here may not carry into the boundary. But the batsmen have crossed for 2. So all the aggression, you can afford that, the luxury of attacking and attacking as much as possible. And hence Tevin Imlach, and I'm very pleased to see this, that he's got 8 men. Just he's got to watch if Bailey strays, runs will be scored, then he may just have to take him off. But there must be a regular conversation. You have 8 on the offside. I want you to hang it there.
I think Bailey's fortunate that Ricardo Peters didn't quite time the ball well because he's given him the width there. Look at that. A little bit wide of the off stump. And sometimes he bowls a little bit too wide, but if you give that width, your length has got to be good. And if you bowl a bit too short and wide, well, you'll be put away through the offside. Apparently, they've done their homework on Ricardo Peters because if you've got 8 men on the offside, you obviously know that this guy is strong on the offside, through the offside. So the intention is to bowl just outside the off stump. Like that. Beautiful delivery. He pushed it. Beaten all ends up. Ricardo Peters. A little bit closer to the off stump, but still wide. But close enough to force the batter to play a shot.
Well, if Bailey can nag right there, I would think it might be good for Imlach to have two slips. He's got a solitary slip and a gully. But just for an over or so, have two slips. The outside edge could come. We'd seen so many bowlers, Samson, Ali Mohammed, a few more, beaten, Ronsford beaten, getting the ball to lift and lift appreciably. End of the over. End of 2, 4 without loss.
.224 runs needed in what, 288 balls? That's not a problem. That could never be a problem. The problem is losing wickets.
Yes, two long innings. And Savory has got that temperament. I don't know what down he's coming. But he's one of the batsmen who can pace and tailor their innings. But it's like less than a run a ball, you know. It's a walk in the park if you occupy the crease and not lose your wickets, as you mentioned.
Your opening spell is important from your two fast bowlers. Quick single taken here. Good sensible cricket from Bourda and Ricardo Peters here. You might say not a flying start, not after a flyer. 5 without loss here in the third over. Nothing's wrong with that. They haven't lost a wicket. That's important. Just get yourself in. And then eventually you're going to play your shots. You're going to drive the ball nicely. If you keep the ball along the ground, that will be very good for you. Through the offside, find the gaps. Pick up the singles, the twos. That's how you're going to build momentum with your innings.
That's it. You're right on target. Rotation. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. You don't have to be extravagant. You don't have to play exciting shots. We don't have much of a crowd in the ground for you to be showing off to. So keep your wicket and just rotate.
One of the things about Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is that he tends to bowl the ball, let's say on the off stump, middle and off, and then it comes back in to the right-hander. So to get that LBW shout, that decision, the ball obviously will miss the leg stump. So it depends on where he pitches, but he has that way of getting the ball to swing more down the leg side to the right-hander. And I think if Essequibo can bat really well here, uppercut, over point, heading out towards the boundary, it will get there, will it? No, just stops inside the boundary. Slow outfield here, and they're going to come back for 3. Short and wide outside the off stump, cutting it in the ear, what you call the uppercut, down behind point. And he picked up 3 good runs, good looking runs. 8 without loss. But my honest opinion, Naeem, is that if Essequibo bat well, if they really bat well, they can win this game. It's all about partnerships.
Yes, of course, building partnerships. Occupation. Operative word. Now, that's a shot that you would want to avoid in the initial stages of the innings. That's if you want to keep your wicket intact. I really admired the way Tej Narain mustered his 41, and even better yet, how Akshaya Prasad tailored his innings, paced it. Fantastic batting. That's the idea. Just nip it around and just keep going. You've got to be prepared for long innings. You're young, you're still strong. You can do that. End of 3, 9 without loss.
So you look at in the players' pavilion there, the GCC pavilion. You see Christopher Barnwell there smiling away. We call her Buffy. She plays for Guyana. She played for Guyana before. She does a lot of scoring now, actually, online scoring in the game of cricket. So she's very active in the game.
Is she in powerlifting by chance?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Used to be a good cricketer, of course. Playing for Demerara. But good to see those personalities on hand watching the game. You see Latif as well, young Latif that plays. He has 3 sons, I think, that play cricket. He's there, their dad is there watching as well. He's always in the thick of things as Bailey starts his second over. Kevin Bourda needs a good score for sure. He's the opener at the top. He hits the ball hard. And if he gets going, I think he's been struggling a bit, but if he gets going, things can be a little bit different in terms of the top half of the batting. Kemal Savory to come. One of the things about Savory is that he can score very quickly, but one of his problems is that he tends to get out quickly as well. Sometimes a bit too ambitious in his shot selection. But he's a good cricketer, good wicket keeper. He's come a long way. Used to play his cricket for Demarara Cricket Club as well. Himself and Tevin Imlak. Imlak still plays for DCC. But Savory would have moved from DCC. I think he was playing for Police. I'm not sure who he's playing for now. But one of the things about young Savory is that his mom supports him a lot. And that says a lot when you get family support. When you talk sports in general, cricket, not only cricket, but other sports around the world. Parental support, family support is very, very essential. A smash down to Nandu at cover. And what is important here with these 2 openers is timing the ball well and finding the gaps. If they can find the gaps, they'll get runs because they both hit the ball hard. But if you're going to hit the ball straight to the fielders, well, you're going to frustrate your team. That run rate will go up. It's going to be difficult for you to get that total.
Well, Demerara coming down today, and they were going at about 4.56. I see that's about the required scoring rate at the moment. There you go, 4.73. That's what is required. So, as you rightly said, it's not only occupying, but just keep rotating the strike. Kevin Bourda looks very, very compact. And I noticed in the 2 first deliveries in this over, he picked up the line. It was close to the off stump, let it go, because he's supposed to be cognizant of the fact that there's a slip and a gully. He's got to know those men are waiting for the catch, and the lifting delivery just outside the line of the off stump. Just a little bit erratic there, Kevin Bourda. He's got to be prepared to stay. It's very important. He's one of the key elements in the Essequibo batting lineup. End of 4, 11 without loss.
That's the problem I have personally with someone like a Kevin Bourda. Don't give your hand away. You've got to stay there. Concentration span very important for someone like him. He's been around a while. He needs to set that example, and we said he struggled. But again, you look at match summary, 227 all out, 46 overs, Akshaya 62, Chanderpaul 41, Ronaldo, Ali Mohammed 39. Well played, 39 from 37 balls. Kimo Paul 3 wickets, Samson 2, and Anthony Adams 2, of course. Wicket takers in reply 11 without loss, 4 overs gone. Not an attractive run rate, 2.75, but it will get better along the way if these two stay there.
Beauty, beauty. Not impressed there, the umpire. Just hanging outside the line of the off stump. As I mentioned, I wouldn't have been surprised because he can afford that luxury. Just give me a second slip there. Because the ball is even Stevens, the pitch, and some of them are getting to rise and rise appreciably. Fanning the bat outside the off stump. If he can hold it there, Ali Mohammed, the chances are he can just get that outside edge. Especially with the ball hard and new. Kevin Bourda has been struggling in recent times, but he's got all the ingredients to play a good long knock. Not necessarily exciting knock, and just hang in there for his side.
Well, Naim, let's be fair to him. If he plays a long knock, it will be exciting because he loves to hit the ball. That's the truth about Kevin Bourda. He's not on strike at the moment. Nice shot through the covers, and they'll get 2. Not a bad shot there from Peters. A little bit more timing on that certainly would have given the two fielders a lot of work close to the boundary. But he didn't get the timing how he wanted it, but still picked up 2 because he found the gap on the offside. But the point is, if Bourda stays there and he bats long, he'll get a lot of runs. He's not the kind of batter that likes to be bogged down for too long. Bumper, wide up the off stump. But it's been a good day. Wonderful day again for cricket. The finals set to be played here on Saturday morning. Given the outcome of this game, of course, Borby's cleaned up the select 11 earlier. And that would have enhanced their run rate and so on to put them in a position to probably still be there in the reckoning. Uppercut off the edge. Down below our box here. That's gone over the rope. That's 6. Ricardo Peters, big ambitious shot. Short lifter. So we look back at it. And that flew in our direction. And he picked up a 6.
Well, look how simple that edge came for 6. Well, that was more intentional, kind of a slice. But in the 1993 one day, Patrick Patterson was bowling to the Pakistani opener. And that was a clear outside edge. He was pushing forward. And it took the edge and came into the commentary box.
Yeah, I remember that. But you talking Patrick Patterson in those days. My goodness me.
No comparison here with Ali Mohammed, or Ali Mohammed with him.
Well, what a fast bowler he was. Another bumper outside the off stump. That completes over number 5. 19 without loss. That run rate 3.8. The required run rate is 4.64. More from Naim Chan. And then it will be John Ramsey.
Well, I've had the good fortune of going to Jamaica a few times to do regional cricket. And I've again had the privilege of sitting with people like Michael Holding and Jeffrey Dujon. But in the quiet moments with Dujon, I asked him that who would you consider as the fastest bowler in the West Indies? And he said Patrick Patterson, who bowls consistently fast. Jeffrey Dujon's, all his knuckles are all swollen permanently. And he was said that the hardest ball that he kept behind to a bowler, they were all bowled by Patrick Patterson. It's not like one very fast and another one at medium pace. They're all dynamites. And one of the most amazing shots I've ever seen played against a top fast bowler was in that same game, Carl Hooper batting. He made 28 in that red stripe game. But he was dancing down the pitch to this man charging in, Patrick Patterson. Squared him up on the offside for 4. There are some things you just don't forget. That was one. That's a long time. 2024, Bernard Bailey and John Ramsing.
Good reply so far from Essequibo. Not losing a wicket in the first 5 overs. Scoring at just around 4 runs and over. Early days yet, you'd say, for the openers. But Ricardo Peters, you can see, he's prepared to play some strokes. Kevin Bourda, just very watchful at this stage.
Good, Tevin Imlach having a word with Bailey. Should I retain 8 men on the offside? Yes, he's going to do that. So Tevin is reminding him, you don't have a lot of wiggling room on the leg side.
And the keeper is up to the stump as well. In the captain himself, Imlach. So he's going to step back now. It's a mind game sometimes. Perhaps Tevin Imlach left his keeping post to go to Bernard Bailey just to say, I'm not telling you anything. You're not changing the strategy, but the batsman does not know this, and I'm going to go back.
Quick single, well run. Inderjeet pulls that bluff on me sometimes. It's not that I don't want to use my car, but if we go with you, it might be better because and because. I know the bottom line.
Let's carpool, Naeem. You'll have company.
More like carfool.
Yeah, good quick single there. Because Chanderpaul at mid-off is right back on the 30-yard circle. Should be leg buys, maybe just one. But no aggressive running from Ricardo Peters himself. Let's wait for the signal leg buys. Sabiri asking him to bowl consistently outside line of the off stump. That time just too straight to hitting the bat on his thigh pad.
I'd seen a few West Indies wicketkeepers keeping up to faster bowling. I don't consider Bernard Bailey as a fast bowler. Just about medium. But I'd seen Junior Murray keeping up to great fast medium or medium fast, or totally fast bowlers. In his heyday, I think he was one of the swiftest wicketkeepers behind the wicket.
I guess that's why he got a nickname Ninja.
Even Sheikh Mohammed, former Guyana wicketkeeper, said that. He admired Junior Murray.
Inside out, over extra cover. Another confident stroke from Ricardo Peters, the Essequibo opener. 4 runs, well deserved.
Yeah, so intentional there, John. He saw it, he leaned into it. There you go, inside out, over the top. He knows exactly where he wants to be, and that's the kind of innings I want to see. Techner and Chanderpaul did the same thing. Yes, that's the idea. Backward square. Come back now. Get a second. Close but good. Close but good. I'm glad that he reached in for the courage displayed. He's probably hurt himself a little bit.
Good chase from Imlak with helmet, glove and pad. Good return. Devon Lord not able to take the return and break the stumps at that striker's end. Had he done so, I think Ricardo would have been in more trouble. 2 runs nonetheless, 28 and 230. Actually, in fact, that's the end of the over.
And looks like the end of him.
As the bowling for Essequibo when Demerara batted. Pick of the bowlers, 3 for 43 from Kimo Paul. 2 apiece to Quinton Sampson and Anthony Adams. Beaten Ricardo Adams and Keanu Henry, the other wicket takers. Hubbard bowled 2 overs, did not pick up a wicket. A long batting lineup here for Essequibo as well. Likes of Kimo Paul, Kanaya Ramkaran, the police officer still to come. Malcolm Hubbard, Quinton Sampson, Ricardo Adams. We heard so much about Kimo Savory this afternoon. Then Adams, that's Anthony Adams and Ransford Beaton. So lots of firepower there, lots of artillery for Essequibo if needed.
Well, we've seen this and experienced it so many times. You may have the artillery if there is no application, as we saw from Akshaya in particular and Techner and Chanderpaul. You're not going to head anywhere. You're going to keep losing wickets if you do not have the application.
This is what has happened in this senior in the county tournament. Today we see Burbis winning over the Select 11. Round number 2, Demarara on the Select 11 winning. Then in the opening round, Demarara and Essequibo winning. So the only team to record 2 victories so far is Demarara. So the other teams, with 1 win each. If Essequibo win today, they'll go on to the final on Saturday where they'll take on Demerara.
So they've got all to play for. I think it's Ricardo Peters who pulled up. And I was wondering for a moment, attempting the second run, when he fell, if the bat handle actually got into him. And he was backing us. It was quite difficult for us to ascertain that. So they need 200 runs. Lots of deliveries, 264. And rotation of the strike is one of the important ingredients for Essequibo. He's still fidgeting. I think he's going to be okay. Just about testing out his legs. Get his pad back on, strapped up, and just to see how he feels. I would like to think that's a physio out there who's going back now in.
It looks that way indeed. Look at the comparison so far with the graphs. Pretty young physio. Ricardo Peters just a single in the opening game at 19 against the Select 11. So he's on 19 again today. Kevon Bodie missed out against Burbis in the opening game. Did not play that game. Has an opportunity now. He's on 7 from 16. Your 26 batted at number 3 when it took on the select 11 in the last game at Lusignan. Change of bowling now from the northern end. Ahmed Ned, left arm spin, comes into the attack in the power play.
They're still very watchful, and I appreciate this, because that's the name of the game here. Watchful, be as constant as the Northern Star. Ashmined is a very sensible bowler. He's quite a nagger. He gets that ball, the faster delivery in as often as possible. So you've got to watch him. He's got guile. Kevin Bodie, who has been in a bit of a struggle, but as I said, he's got the elements to bat for a long, big innings. That's what Essequibo is demanding right now. Of course, they've got some hitters coming down at the back end, so it will be prudent for these two to establish a good partnership.
Finding the gap on the offside. Smartly fielded by Raymond Perez at backward point. Just one.
If you look, Ricardo Peters, when the second run was being sought, he said, "Not me again." Wasn't me.
Yeah, look at that. A little bit of a limp now as he's going to have a discussion with his partner. Ned, the last game, 10 overs, 10 runs. Economy of 1 run per over. Over number 7 now, Ned into the attack already. DCC player, the Demarara Cricket Club player, Ahmed Ned. Plays as well in regional cricket for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And heard you mention earlier in CPL for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. So spends a lot of time in the Leeward Islands. 2019 with the emerging players won the Super 50.
He's got a lot of dot balls there. Not something that you fascinate with in the limited over version of the game. But I think Kevin Bodie knows his role. He's not worried about dot balls. And I think he's perfectly right. Just keep it being rotated all the while. That's the end of over number 7, 29 without loss.
Essequibo side here for you. Pretty relaxed there, Naim.
Who you mean? The guy in the extreme right? He looks pretty filled to me.
Ricardo Peters seems to be making his way off the field. Retired hurt. So one Ricardo goes. In comes the other Ricardo. Yeah, limping there, favoring that left leg. You never know. So now Ricardo Adams. It's like chalk and cheese as they cross paths there.
Yeah, he's like a teddy bear, isn't he? That's how he has been for all his career. And it doesn't actually hinder him from being as athletic and or performing well. Wasn't me. Somebody said Cornwall. Cornwall is, although his size, he's pretty agile in the field. He's got a good economy rate in Test cricket. Just over 2 runs. Now, this is one of the prolific players for Essequibo who has been around for a long time.
He has been an out of the national team at this level, the 50 overs level. Look at his profile picture there. Plays table cricket for the Movements family of Madhya on region number 8. You can see a globe trotter. Plays lots of softball cricket as well. Wherever there's a bat and a ball, you tend to find Ricardo Adams. Bailey starts over number 8. Bailey now for his 4th over. Slow going so far. Over number 8. Bailey had to pick up a wicket. Did not play the first game. Came in place for Christopher Harry in the second game. Harry went wicketless in his opening game, his debut game. Since then, he's been on the bench. Seems as if the two are playing for the same slot. Too close to cut, Bourda.
That's when he loses his mission statement, so to speak.
That's Harry on the field. That's Christopher Harry.
But I wish he does well. He's also part-time lover with the commentary system, FL Sport. He's quite an all-rounder.
This one is hit in the air. Lofted shot from Kevon Bourda. You can hear yes from one of the young cricket fans. That is a massive hit from Kevon Bourda. It was pitched up by Bailey and given a treatment.
That was sweetly timed, absolutely. That's coming from a batsman that is timing the ball well and is in good nick. Unlike the circumstances, he actually had been having quite a struggle, so it's good to see him find his form. What an appropriate time. This is crunch time for Essequibo. They need to win.
Yeah, at lunch, heard the captain Anthony Adams saying the simple assignment is to win. Whether to win by 1 wicket with 1 ball remaining, or in this case 10 wickets still in hand, they want to win. Win and go on to the final. 2 straight this time from Bailey. Chanderpaul just trotting after it as the ball goes towards backward square. A direct hit. And look at that. Direct hit resulting in an overthrow. And if there's one rule in cricket I want to change, it will be that. After the ball hits the stump, that's the end of the ball. Dead ball after that.
For now, you make the rules in broadcasting.
Right here, middle.
Yeah, you imagine a direct hit. Sometimes goes to the third umpire. Comes back. More runs.
Then you have to uproot one of the stumps if it comes back again.
Discussion now with Ned and Bailey. Ned no doubt telling Bailey about a field placing that has been set for him to get a wicket. But it's going to be left-handed Ricardo Adams to take strike for the first time in this game. So some adjustments will have to be made to the field.
Well, it's good to see Tevin Imlach in the thick of things here. Because it's right hand, left hand, you can't now have the 8 on one side, just 1 on the other, because they will run a single, you have to change that all over again. So he has relaxed that approach and strategy. I think he's been doing pretty well in the field. I've noticed just that's about the second delivery that has kept a little bit low. If you notice, Ricardo Adams was hurried into the back defensive shot.
As well, Bailey going round the wicket to the left-handed Adams. Whatever moisture was there this morning dried out totally. It's been sunny. It's been windy. That's the end of 8 overs in a run chase. The target 228. 38 without loss. Match referee Nankumar Shiv Sankar to the right. Sean Dever in the middle. Perhaps something stuck in his teeth. One of the official scorers, Karishma Ramnath, is there as well on screen.
Keep going, man. Keep going here, boys.
We don't have the big screen, so they're probably not seeing themselves unless they have their telephone live on FL Sport.
Ball, Ashadan.
Once again, Ahmed Ned just conceding a single in his opening over. It's been a trend for him in the tournament. Economy rate just won. Would love to see him get in the wickets column as well. Recent CPL had the best figures of 4 for 22 right here at Providence.
Nothing, hey, dude!
Quick single again. 2 mid-off where Chanderpaul is feeling. It seems as if they're targeting Chanderpaul, who's on the ring at a 30 yard.
And I see Essequibo, they've changed their batting lineup. I don't think they want to expose and lose more wickets, expose the frontline batsman. They're hoping that Ricardo can come here and support Kevon Bourda and just keep rotating and just build a partnership however long they could go. Just a savory, and the other top order batsmen not to come in and have another breakthrough and things start to take a bad shape.
Half hearted appeal, too close to cut. One that went through the arm from Ned. There's Ram Karan still to come. Kimo Paul, Quinton Sampson, Anthony Adams. In the air. Just one bounce to mid-off. So Chanderpaul is getting a workout. He's in the V, he's in a high traffic area. Adams yet to get off the mark. He's faced 4 deliveries. So you can see a bit of frustration stepping in. But in the 50 overs game, you have a lot of time.
There you go, Ashmead Ned. Very, very sensible. I told you about that. Faster deliveries, very regular with it. Spasmodically. It just gives you a few normal ones and one quick. Just pulls it down very quickly.
Yeah, good bat to come down quickly. Playing from his crease, this time outside the line of the leg stump. But Ricardo Adams playing from his crease, that can be something you want to think about. Do not want to jump back to Ahmed Ned and not get him bat on ball. Wicket to wicket, Akil Hussain type of bowling. Ball falling short of the fielder's first slip. Akshay Prasad is there. So no signal from the umpire. So yes, off the bat. Let's have a look, Naim.
I don't think the effort was 100% either. Could have lunged forward maybe. Something of the sort. So 9 overs gone, 41 without loss.
Norwin Fredericks, former Guyana youth player, to the left. Peter Prasad, former Guyana 19 player as well, now coach here at GCC. And Mark, one of the club members here. Nice cool breeze in the upper pavilion here at GCC. Looks like Dilip Singh is next to Norwin at Essequibo connection. That corner of the GCC pavilion used to be reserved for the president of the Guyana Cricket Board back in the days. And I think there's a sign that says that still hanging around in the members pavilion.
Nowadays the trend has changed. I see the president is in the crowd. The ordinary stands down the pitch in the air, taken, dropped.
Bad miss there from Ashmed Ned. Delivery outside line of the off stump. Ricardo Peters down the track. Ricardo Adams, in fact, down the track and got the top edge. It hung in the air for a long time. Ned got both hands to it and just could not hold on. Bad miss for someone of his quality.
Absolutely. Well, that was a bad catch at this level to put down at this stage of the game.
And his dad, who's the head coach of Demerara, shouting from the pavilion, "Come on, Neri!" Realizing that he's a much better player than that. Bad miss. Ricardo Adams dropped on one. Living a charmed life so far, Adams. Got off the mark in strange fashion. Ball was edged and fell just short of the first slip fielder in the last over. It's a busy passage of play now with Adams at the crease. Still in the 10th over, first power play about to wrap up. This first phase of the game, just 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
This game is so interestingly poised that Essequibo would have said thank you, Ned, for just putting down a sitter. No power in the shot. It ballooned off the bat and straight into his hands, and he put it down.
And it's one of the players in form as well. Adams got some runs in the tournament already. Beautifully driven by Bourda. Protection at long off and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So the current run rate and the required run rate getting pretty close now. At one time there's a big gap.
After this over, John, you'll be joined by Inderjeet. Finally, who's like his brother Matthew have had quite a lot of fun at lunchtime. Sumptuous. Thank you people for the food. Short. Adams looking to pull it away, not in position. But he's got the kind of body that can take any impact like that. So when you miss me, John, I'm gone. Here's Inderjeet.
Two singles in the 10th. Beatty about to finish his 5th. 23 runs conceded. Adams and Bourda now looking to string a partnership after Ricardo Peters retired hurt. 10 gone, 44 on the board in the run chase. The target of 228 is still some distance away, with 44 wiped off already. Bourda and his partner Ricardo Peters started. Peters looking for a second that was suicidal. Eventually made it, but hurt himself in the process. Had to retire on 19. Adams just gotten there with Bourda starting a new partnership in the first power play. 3 bowlers used by Demerara. They're about to introduce their 4th. Richie Lucknott from the far end, coming in for the first time. For the first time in this innings in the Jit Prasad. In the Jit, how would you describe 44 without loss after 10 in reply to 227 all out made by Demerara?
Hello to you, John. Hello to all our viewers and listeners. I think it's an excellent start by the Essequibo team. Peters, is a pity that he had to retire hurt, diving away to save his wicket. He was going real well. And now these two, I think Essequibo is lucky that Ricardo Adams still survive out in the middle. A drop chance. That was almost a sitter. Why on earth that somebody like Ashmid Ned will want to drop a catch like that? Having said that, dodge the bullet. 44 without loss. Excellent start.
So Richie with some room of his first delivery to Adams. Luckily there's a field at backward point and Raymond Perez there. That was hit with some power, going ferociously as well. Again, this time straight to the field, looking for a single. It's not on. How was that? No, breaking the stumps with his hand. Something I've seen from Richie Lucknott before. Not able to gather cleanly, and this time not gathering behind the stumps either.
Yes, John, fielding can win matches for you. They had a chance once again to dismiss Adams. That's Ricardo Adams, and they failed to do that. So he has survived twice. You hit the ball straight to the fielder. It was going at a good speed to him, and you decide you want to go through for the single. Maybe he knew that Spice Lucknott would have disturbed the stumps with his hands. That's not good running between the wicket, and that's not good take by Spice.
You know, sometimes when the situation is a bit tough and you're facing up to some good bowling, you tend to want to take a single to go to the other end. Ricardo Adams really wants to get to the other end. It's been the hallmark of his innings so far. So much of room, a little bit of turn. It's good to see Richie Lucknott coming in very early in the play as well. Because I remember last year at the same in the county level, saw some club cricket as well. In the last game right here at Bourda, bowling just too late as a strike bowler. Waiting for that left-hander batter to be there for matchups. But Nathan Lyon and all the great off-spinners, they bowl at anyone. Right-handed, left-handed, Shivan Ryan, Chanderpaul, you name them. Powerfully swept. Chase is on. But once again, uncharacteristic heavy outfield in the outer part of the border sward. So 2 more to Bourda.
Yes, not a bad over so far here by Richie Lucknott. He's getting some turn off this pitch here. More of deliveries darting in rather than real spin off the pitch. Good delivery to end the 11th over. 47 without loss. John, you're asking about matchups. How do you tell somebody like Sir Curtly Ambrose or Dale Steyn or Jasper Bumrah or somebody like Anderson from England that, you know, we're all going to bowl you when your matchup comes? I think it's a loose term that is being used. I can understand on a few occasions, but to use it continuously on the international stage, matchups and matchups and matchups, sometimes it doesn't work.
One of the young fans of the beautiful game, looking at his tablet. I hope he's watching the game on his tablet.
Yes, he's watching at the game, because I remember when one ball was smacked to the boundary, he gave me the thumbs up and he said, yes, that's young Andrew Jr. Andrew Singh, by the way, not Andrew Prasad. Andrew Singh, little man they call him. He's in the com box and he's enjoying it.
A little Nathan. We spoke earlier with Nathan Lyon. That's Nathan Singh. Nathaniel Singh.
Well, his dad is not a lion. His dad is just like a lamb. So we hope that youngster grow up like a lion. But good battle going on out in the middle. Ricardo Adams has to be careful here. He has gotten 2 chances. You want to make it work.
Battle now with Adams facing up to Ned. Ned, very economical. Usually do not give you any room to work with. Stump to stump. Nicely flighted. Peels off the outer part of the bat. Chases on. The one ball that perhaps came off the middle of the bat went to hand from Ricardo Adams. Other than that, just playing and missing. Mistiming from Adams.
Yes, apparently he needed a little time to settle in there. Scored a good 60 against Berbice at the Pomona ground. Had a nice little innings against Select 11 at Lusignan. Today he's looking real scratchy, struggling out in the middle. How does he overcome this? Well, has to be self-belief. Just be a little bit more careful.
Doing just a bit too much. That's why the appeal was aborted. But another delivery darted in from Ahmed Ned. Operating from the southern end here into that breeze.
And I think, is it customary for someone like Ricardo Adams to bat at number 3? Came in to replace Ricardo Peters, who was retired hurt. Moving up the order there. Normally custom to bat number 5, number 6 in the order, Ricardo Adams.
I guess the management will be thinking about the situation, ask him to play a role. If a wicket should fall, in this case a retired player, before the score gets to 50, he will have to go there and consolidate. So he's there, has that opportunity.
Now this is good bowling by Ashmi Ned, drawing Kevin Bodie into the shot, exploring for the single down in the cover region, can't score. The previous delivery was a lovely drifter into the right-hander, and Ashmead continues to bowl well. Hasn't picked up a bag of wicket. Did he pick up a wicket in that first game? He didn't, but was very, very economical.
Once again, just a single from his over. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 5. After 12, Essequibo 48 without loss.
So Bodie 21 from 36. He must take on that responsibility. Don't get out now. And at the same time, you do not want too many dot balls, because Ricardo Adams is struggling. Maybe one good shot from him can change the entire equation of the game. But so far, Demerara bowlers, they've been able to keep him quiet. And there's always a challenge here. We're looking at the different, on that pie chart, where the runs have been coming for the Essequibians.
Looknott starts his second. This one's tickled fine. Nice sliding stay from Bernard Bailey. No signal from umpire Shannon Crawford. So runs.
And once again off the edge of the bat onto pad and then towards fine leg. One run away from a 50. That will bring some sort of comfort, getting onto a half century there without the fall of a wicket. So in that wicket column, they are looking good because they haven't lost one. And wickets in hand, is a very prized possession as we come into the middle of this game and get down towards the closing stages.
Nothing. Nandu.
Lots of these players have familiarity in the Jeet. Bourda, Ricardo Adams, Richie Lucknott, Kimo Paul, Quentin Sampson, and the likes. At one time, they were under one umbrella, Vinet Vipers, where CEO Safra Sherifuddin,
Nothing. Ball.
who's a lover of cricket, lover of sport, part of his company's corporate social responsibility, bring these guys together to play cricket and to challenge other teams and play in different areas, spreading cricket, encouraging other persons to like the game, single down to long on to bring up 50. So a lot of these guys play with each other, and some of these guys also from the West Demerara, East Bank, Essequibo area, where they play hardball cricket together, for and against as well. So a lot of familiarity.
And with that comes great knowledge of the strength and weaknesses of each other. And they're bringing it to bear here today. There is a general consensus that this match might go right down to the wire. You never know.
Smartly knocked down by Perez at cover. At the end of 13, 50 without loss. With one batter, Ricardo Peters retired hurt. You said I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think this game is going to end with the last ball.
Well,
Not necessarily 50th over last ball, but the last ball of the game.
yeah. And John, if it ends with the last ball of the game, I owe you, right? But look, this game is very, very close. They're well within that striking distance of 4.81. They are 3.85 at the moment. Still 178 runs in 222 balls. Lots of runs, but all the wickets still standing.
Not again.
Well, if you're going to stray on the leg stump, you're easily going to be worked down through forward square for a single. So wherever you are across the world, especially in the three counties of Guyana, Essequibo, who is batting out in the middle, 51 without loss in the 14th overs. 14th over. We'd like to say hello to all of you guys down there. Hello to you in Berbice, in Demarara. There's a big shot that's gone high, it's gone hard, and that's going to be a maximum over long on off the bat of Ricardo Adams.
Or you mentioned one hit away from something magnificent. That one came out of the middle of the bat. It goes straight into what was the Rohan Kanai stand. But it still is Rohan Kanai stand. You can hear some galvanized banging in the distance. 6 runs just when Ricardo Adams began to look a bit too scratchy. So the umpires are going to take a drinks break as well. We'll take a little bit of a break as well. That's your match summary. 57 on the board. Ricardo Peters retired, hurt. Adams and Bourda at the crease. 13 overs and 2 deliveries gone. The target 228.
wrong the wicket. Come over this side. The hand closest to the stump is over the wicket. Okay. There's one way easy to find out. Anybody who...
If me ask you a question like that, right?
Yeah.
Me play cricket over 20 years now.
You never know why.
No, that's not last me, man. Yes, I could tell me I know something,
Right.
last in cricket and
Right,
things.
right.
But not that. That's too simple.
We want it. Middle, right here. And the umpire.
So back here at Bourda, 57 without loss. Essequibo, they need 171 runs more from 220 balls if they are going to take this game against Demerara, who are the defending champions. There's still an open question. Who will Demerara reach in that final? Good delivery here by Ashmid Ned. Just outside the line of the off stump there to the left-hander. And that's a good line to bowl. If you miss your line and you miss your length, this man is very, very strong, Ricardo Adams. And with the left arm spinner coming into the left-hander, you can spell disaster. This is high in the air. Somebody's catch is going to be, will it be Perez? Oh, he missed it badly, Perez. Well, there was communication between himself and Ashmid Ned. Ned pulled out of the catch, and Raymond Perez running towards it just couldn't get it in the palm of the hands. We shall look at it in the replay. Well, he floored it. This is the third time that Anthony Adams has survived.
Ricardo Adams, indeed, living a charmed life. That one spent a long time in the air. Raymond Perez did well, kept his eyes on it, but just as he was about to get his hands around it, it eluded him. Ned was coming in as well, then running back. It's not easy to take those catches, running to the side, running back as well.
Yeah, it was difficult. Spent a long time in the air. Very difficult to judge with the strong wind coming across the ground, taking it further away from Perez. That's short. We'll get a quick single down towards wide mid-on. One more to the score. Back comes Adams in strike. Well, they missed him twice as far as catching is concerned. Had a chance to run him out. They did not. Will this man make use of it, and will he be the hero for Essequibo today? Off the back foot, finds the fielder. That's Chetram Balgobin. Can't pierce the offside field. 14 gone, 59 without loss. Well, as we get into the later part of Thursday afternoon, lots of vehicular traffic on the road. That's the scorecard you're watching there for the Demarara team when they batted. Chanderpaul 41, 62 Akshaya Prasad. Look good for that 62. So too Chanderpaul, supported by Richie Loknon with 21. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed played well for his 39. Those were the major contributor to the Demerara innings.
Oh, lovely spice, more spice.
Good start to the 15th over here by Richie Loknot, the right arm off spinner. Just outside the line of the off stump, spinning back into the right-handed Kevin Bourda.
So matchup continues here. Two teammates sometimes, now they're on opposite sides. Ball is following around Raymond Perez now, or it was following Chanderpaul. So regional Super 50 begins on the 29th of October. Harp Eagles into action very early. The final set for the 23rd or thereabout of November. It's a long Super 50 season, but that's what you want. Regional teams will be playing lots of cricket. Show their temperament, and also you want to see you want to have a good look at players. You want players to be having a 1 and 2 match And that's it. Need long season, lots of matches. Guyana Harpy Eagles begin their campaign on the 29th. Day-night game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the final slated for the 23rd of November.
And this is a hammer through the onside, out through mid-wicket. And they'll go back and complete two more to the score. Yes, John, you were mentioning those cricket matches in the Super 50.
Yeah, so matches will be played in addition to the Demarara Cricket Academy at the UE Spec ground and the Queen's Park Oval. 3 venues for Super 50. And on the schedule that we have,
Good delivery to bring over number 15 to an end 61 without loss.
Look, now 3 overs, none for 7.
And in that regional Super 50 tournament, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll be playing 3 matches at Brian Lara all day night. 1 at UE Spec and 3 at the Queen's Park Oval. Interestingly, I haven't seen any venue set for the semi-finals and the final. But I saw teams not making it through to the semi-finals and round of the games. They're leaving Port of Spain. Nothing is said about those making it to the semi-finals.
So
do you know which country that will be with that? Partnership so far between these two, 32 from 48. Bodie 26 from 47. So good partnership. Ricardo Adams looking a little bit better this time. Kevin Bodie there on 26, not the best of days for him, but he's playing well within what is expected of the team plan. 26 from 47, some good shots in between, and it's important that he stays there. As I say hello to Matthew Kisoon.
Hello, retired teacher in the JIT.
Once a teacher, always a teacher.
That's true. That's true. You're still teaching in different areas of life now. But yes, I would want to think as Ronaldo Ali Mohammed comes back for a spell from this end now, the commentary box end, or the Regent Street end,
Bowling change. Right arm over to you. Left.
Ricardo Adams batting at number 3 after the other Ricardo he had retired earth. I think I saw this last year in the G2 where Ricardo Adams batted early as well.
Now this is elude the diving keeper. And they will come through here for what I think umpires signal a leg by. In fact, wides. I beg your pardon. It's a wide. Yes, you were talking?
Ricardo Adams batted early last year too, you know.
At number 3?
Well, if not number 3, number
Yeah.
4. He batted within the top 5 positions.
Yes.
And it says a lot about what's the think tank of Essequibo, where he's concerned.
Well, I think the plan here is to give him an opportunity to bat as long as possible, get your eyes in, build an innings, because they understand once he begins to middle the ball, he's going to be a dangerous character out in the middle. He has been given 3 chances. We're not going to harp on it. It's cricket. Put that behind the view and just look forward what I can do now since I'm out in that middle.
3 wickets to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed in this year's inter-county so far. But what it does also with him batting, it gives Savory and Kimo Paul some time to assess the game as well when their turn comes. Wayward delivery, wide outside the leg stump, bumper. 1 more to the total. Because if the game gets to a stage where they've got to get like 8, 9 per over, then you see the value of Kimo Paul and Savory, if you give him a point. So, and Sampson as well. Thank you, Naeem. So, the opportunity for Ricardo Adams to get some runs and steady the innings at the top is very important for Essequibo. Very important.
So far, I think they're doing pretty well. Now, that was wide outside the line of the off stump, and he just flung the bat at it there, Kevin Bodie. White call by the umpire. Machu, I listen, interesting discussion going on between you and Naeem and some foreign players. Maybe let us look locally. Now, this is inter-county cricket. Essequibo over the years would have produced some relatively good batsmen. You saw Jaimini Singh in the 80s.
Yes, you had Joseph as well. These are good cricketers that Essequibo produced.
Yeah, Joseph came in the 90s.
Right.
Wow, that's a lifting delivery gone. He's caught behind. Yes, there's umpire Mokan. Short lifting. Bodhi tried valiantly to get the bat inside the line. He couldn't. The faintest of edges. And that's the first wicket going down for Essequibo in the 16th over. They're 65 for the loss of 1.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He probed away at his man. You know, he was doing all sorts of things when he bowled his first spell. You know, he's that kind of guy that would explore, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. And you look at Buddy's innings of 26. He obviously struggled. He got a couple of boundaries, but he hasn't been that fluent Buddy at all that we know him to be. And we did echo the reality that if Buddy gets out, you know that you're going to open the gate for that middle order there that Demarara can work away at. But Buddy was the one who needed to put in a good hand. It didn't quite happen. Even though it's 65 and they've lost their first wicket, yes, Essequibo still in when you look at the stage of the game now, still in with a chance of winning this match.
Exactly. They're
Right.
by no stretch of the imagination. They're out of any contention. I think it's 50-50 at the moment. And with wickets in hand, some will tend to say they'll give Essequibo the advantage at this stage. But Demerara, they're fighting. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed coming back from this end. That's the southern end of the ground. And immediately picked up the wicket of Kevin Bodhi. So skipper Tevin Imlak will feel, listen, we have done the job in this over. We want another wicket as Kanaya Ramkaran comes out into the middle.
He is a player for Police. He plays for Police. Ramkaran. He's not a bad cricketer at all, to be honest with you. I've umpired with him as well, playing second division cricket for Police. And sometimes first division as well. But he's not a bad player at all. He's a fighter, basically, Ramkaran. They'll be left to see how he can cope with the likes of a Mohammed and the other bowlers for Demerara, of course.
Yes, and almost at this very same stage, 15 overs, Naeem just pointed out to me that Demerara were 63 for the loss of 2 wickets. So not too much really separating the two teams at this juncture of the game.
And you're correct, Jeet, not much at all, because if wickets don't fall, Essequibo will grow more stronger in terms of winning this game. You're looking at 163 from 208 balls, right?
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
No.
It's if wickets start to tumble. The
Yes.
big question is, someone has got to pick up the wickets.
Yes, work going on at our neighbor. That's the Georgetown Football Club. It's good that they're filling up some soil there. Right across this country, there are so many development taking place.
Isn't there an area on Homestretch Avenue that is being developed as well for football? A football field, and good work is being done there as well.
Yes, give our youths a chance to display their skills, and the world is there for them to conquer. That's a full toss. Comes off the edge of the bat. Down towards fine third man. Will beat the field, and that's gone away for 4. Just throwing outside the line of the off stump. That's an educated edge.
Yeah, give to Ramkaran there, and he will pounce on it any day. A bit full, wide, and he pushed the bat at it. Got it off the outside edge. Beat the man at white third man. 4 runs. Nothing's wrong with that. 159 from 207 balls, Jeet. That's a good equation.
Yeah,
I think any team, any international team would love to be in a position like that where you've just lost 1 wicket and you have to get 159 in 207 balls.
Yes,
Not a problem at all.
Well, there's still runs to get. Matthew, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Had a little bit extra pace, and the bounce was good as well. Went through to the keeper. Ramkaran was comprehensively beaten. Just look at this.
Beauty. That's a beauty. Made a little bit of height onto him. Short delivery. And he pushed the bat at it, flirting with danger. Thank heavens he didn't get a touch.
Yeah, and that ball was following him. Can he deliver another delivery right in that place or close as possible? We shall see. Good delivery. This one coming back into the right hander, and he has showed impeccable judgment.
Yes. I'm thinking that Demerara must be saying to themselves that we still got Devon Lord up our sleeve. He hasn't bowled us yet.
Yes, they have a very good bowling attack. There's no doubt about that, and Lord has been very successful. We'll talk. We have been talking about some of the batters Essequibo produced over the years. Jaimini Singh, you mentioned Dinesh Joseph. Yeah, there were opening batters, Trenton Peters and Birchmore Reed.
Yogeshwar Lal.
Right, he was an under 19, under 15, under 19 player that progressed to the senior team. He's a little man. 16 overs gone, 6-9 for the loss of one. Somebody mentioned Mandolal. Represented us at the under 19 level.
I understand his brother was a good cricketer, actually.
Yeah, you're talking about Ravindra.
Ravindra.
That's his
Yes,
brother.
Yes.
Right, it was the other Mandolal.
That was
Yes.
right. And you know what? But down through the years, we know that Essequibo always tended to be the team that were beaten badly, right? But in recent years, they've turned the corner. And I think it has a lot to do with prudent management, good vision, getting a lot more cricket played in Essequibo as well, because generally they play limited overs cricket. They don't play 2-day cricket and so on, right? So they're accustomed to that.
Yes, and you know, some of their youth players are spread across the city, playing for clubs and so on. A few of them are in the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. So things are happening for them.
You're correct about that. Jeter's Devon Lord now. We just called his name. As he would say in Guyana, he's going to live long. I tell people if I call somebody's name and then they have to do something or they suddenly appear, I said, you'll live until you die.
Please. Yes, so Devon Lord.
Oh, D Lord. Devon D Lord. That's what John is saying here. What
And
I
he's-
see on the screen, it says Devon and then Lord.
Tickled nicely here by Ricardo Adams. Yes, and he's coming back for the second. Good run in between the wickets. He's quick, Ricardo Adams, carrying some weight, but he's using that to his advantage. Strong, very strong legs. The biceps here.
Cornwall couldn't run two at all there. You and I know that. He would have taken the one easily.
Well, he's actually captain of the Leewards Hurricane team in the Super 50.
Is. And guess what? He's a brilliant slip fielder. That's one thing I admire about Cornwall.
Very-
Brilliant slip fielder.
Very good off spinner as well.
So we'll have to see how Devon Lord will fare here. Left hand over the wicket. Nice caught shot by Ricardo Adams. They've taken one. They're looking for a second. And he had to scamper back into his ground. That's Ramkaran.
Ramkaran has to be careful here because in getting back to claim that crease, the bat was in the air. You expect him to be sliding that bat. These are basic things, you know, you want to see happen at this level.
Yeah, it actually looked closer than you thought. That people out there watching.
Yeah,
the
and that was
game.
because the bat was in the air.
Yes. But yeah, you're talking about Ricardo and his running between the wickets. Not bad at all. John talked about him playing a lot of, known for playing a lot of tape ball cricket. But when you can translate from a certain type of cricket to hard ball cricket is good, because there are quite a few cricketers who have played tape ball cricket a lot and then they transitioned into leather ball cricket. You've got quite a few of them from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and there's another guy in Essequibo that we actually miss, Ramcharan. He wasn't a bad player. Very good right-handed batsman.
Ramcharan.
Yes. This is delicately played. Can't score a dot as Devon Lord continues.
But you're right, Jeet. Essequibo have produced some good cricketers. Unfortunately, they never had what you call a totally balanced side to win tournaments in those years. But things have changed now. When you look at someone like Chanderpaul in their side, you look at Savory. Now, in today's game for Essequibo, it says a lot. And with youngsters playing around them, they have a lot to learn from these guys. Swept around, backward of square. Fielder coming around, doing a lot of work to his right from the mid-wicket area actually. And they come back for 2 to Ramkaran. So he's scoring as well. He's gone to 6.
17 overs gone. It's 74 for the loss of 1. And perhaps the major problem that there's still one more delivery to go. I beg your pardon. Well, that was taken off. The stumps has to be careful here, Ramkaran, and cut down towards backward point. Now the over's been completed. 74 for the loss of 1. One of the things that plagued the development of Essequibo cricket over the years is the geography. That's 5/8 of Guyana's territory.
And you're talking about movement, I suppose, transportation, getting around. Of course, grounds. They have a few grounds there, of course.
Yes, we have some spectators here on the screen. That's where the Kenny Wishart stand used to be, Matthew.
Yes. I frequented the Clive Lloyd stand a lot in those days of cricket here at Bourda.
Sir Clive Lloyd
cricket,
now.
Sir Clive Lloyd. And
Technocrat officer now at the Guyana
officer,
Cricket Board.
whatever that means. But the landscape stand as well I frequented, which doesn't exist anymore as well.
Yeah.
Those are the stands I used to frequent coming to international cricket here.
Nice to hear.
But you talked earlier, Jeet, I wasn't privileged to come to cricket at a very young age, in my early teenage years and so on, simply because it was expensive in our time to get into the ground then.
Oh, that was well bowled. Yorker right on target. And Ricardo Adams had to jam down on it. Well bowled, Ali Mohammed.
Jeet, if you notice, that ball swung in the air as well.
It did. There's some wind picking up here. And as it gets older, and there's some skills by the bowler, you can cause these things to happen.
I only hope that someone like Ali Mohammed can go on and develop a bit more. He's been around a while now.
Slashed over the top of point. This has enough to go away towards the boundary for 4. That's a brave shot by Ricardo Adams.
Too much width on that occasion and too full. So he didn't get the line right and he didn't get the length right. And he was put away by Ricardo Adams. All you have to do to such deliveries, Jeet, is slash at it, clear the man at point, and you pick up an easy boundary. 4 good-looking runs to Ricardo Adams.
Yes, and that flag fluttering because of the strong wind will tell its age. Torn in a few places there. And the good thing about that shot from Ricardo Adams is that he opened the face at the right time and gripped it well. Didn't allow any loose handle whatsoever. Respond with a short lifting delivery. Didn't get up all of that. He's not a tall boy, Ricardo Adams, and played it well.
Nice technique. He got on top of it. He rode it down. It lifted onto him in the midriff area to the chest area. And he rode it down nicely. Good technique.
Yes, and we've seen Ricardo Adams spin versus pace. 330 runs against pace. So he has done a good job against pace bowling. More circumspect against spin bowling. Right now he's facing medium fast. Good looking shot. Just turning it away from and getting a single, rotating the strike.
Good use of the wrist. We're talking about Ali Mohammed, and I think one of the things about a young man like Mohammed is he has to just simply watch his discipline as well. You want him to be a disciplined cricketer. I've umpired with him, playing for GCC. I know a little bit about him, but you want someone like Ronaldo Ali Mohammed to keep a good head on. And he can be the type of player that can truly develop. He's in the Harpy Eagles lineup, more or less, so there is something there about him. Good delivery. Right up in the block hole, walking into nice defensive push, down to mid-off where net fields.
Yes, and he looked very confident here, Ramkaran, just facing 10 deliveries. Well, I like the way he read that delivery, walked into the shot, very compact and solid. You said he's a police officer?
He plays for police. Yes, he is an immigration. He is an immigration officer, yes.
That was a short lifting delivery. That's a testing delivery to the right-hander. 18 overs gone. It's 7-9 for the loss of 1.
It looks a little bit good here for Essequibo, to be honest, but GTU and I know that 1 or 2 overs can change the whole complexion of the game. Wickets just have to fall.
Yeah,
And
well,
if
all you want at this stage, Matthew, is to ensure that you're within that striking distance. The current run rate 4.39, the required run rate 4.66, so they're well on target there. Listen, there's a little party going on there. Yeah, and we recognize Frederick Cali, one of our senior journalists, writes for Chronicle.
A man always on the ball.
Based Guyanese. And he loved the different shades of color in that glass there, man.
A man always on the ball. How can you stop Frederick? These are guys that love the game, love cricket. They're always around cricket. Very nice guy. Is it a Dr. France next to him? Dr. France. Yeah, I know that guy. I've seen him around.
I think it's Dr. France who is ordering those kind of... That's good to
Well,
know it's coming from medical people. It's
But
good.
The doctor has to be careful, you know. But, you know, we talked about personalities at the ground watching the game. Norman the Juice Man, you know, he's always there. He doesn't miss a game, does
Yeah,
he?
he's a character, man.
Oh, my. That's
He's been all over.
That's an interesting guy.
And in Guyana, we have the super fan as well, Elizabeth Sunich.
Oh, yes.
She's been at almost every single cricket match in this country and quite a few in the Caribbean as well.
Norman is at every ground. If an interesting game is playing, let's say DCC versus GCC, he's there. Whichever ground is being played at, Norman is there. We grew up in the same area in Georgetown, basically. Of course, Norman older than myself. So he would always tell me, hey, Lil Kissoon, I always remember you, you know. Lil Kissoon growing up. Look at you now, boy.
Lil Kissoon get big now.
Norman, boy, very nice guy. Very nice guy indeed.
Yeah, these are guys who, you know, entertain as a spectator. They come, they watch the game, they know the cricket, they know the game as well.
So true. 149 and 192 balls. I think Essequibo have an idea where they're heading.
Let's see the battle that's going to go on here between the left arm spinner and the left-handed Ricardo Adams.
Just simply obey your captain. We have a game to win. Let's go there and win. For
Well,
to obey,
The captain might say, let's go out and win.
for
but
to
it-
obey, Jeet, is
Uh-huh.
better than sacrifice. Don't sacrifice your wicket. Go out there and win the game. And they're batting well. Big shot. Where's that gone? That's a big 6. It hit the concrete fence to North Road and came back in. That is a classic shot from Ricardo Adams.
Yes, the left-hander from our vantage point here, we are the south to the right of the old press box, smashing on the concrete there. That has to be solid base concrete. It was just the hollow blocks. That would have been cracking.
Generally, the umpires would check the ball when a shot is played like that, depending on
Well,
what
now
the ball hit.
Now the ball is coming back.
Yes.
He's gonna check it.
Look, Brother Crawford, checking the ball. See that? You have to do that.
Brother Crawford.
Yeah.
I
Remember,
thought-
2 balls are used in the game. Both umpires will have their balls.
I thought it was Shannon Crawford.
Yeah, Brother Shannon Crawford. You know, we are all brothers.
Yes, I know that.
Basically. Umpiring is a very noble profession. It's a very respected profession
I
as
get
well.
you. I get you. And this time floating it up, but the line was different, more into the body. Cannot afford to give Ricardo Adams any width whatsoever.
Nothing.
I think Devon Lord, he's about 29 now. He's been around a while. He's played a lot of cricket for GCC. And he seems to be at this stage of his life now developing, you know, a bit more.
Catch it.
That's another big one. I don't think he got a hold of that proper. 2 fielders convergent. One takes the catch. Wide long on. That's the end of Ricardo Adams. He's gone.
That staged around Chanderpaul, who came in and took the catch. And it's good to see that Ashmead Ned pull out of the catch, allow the senior counterpart, judged it well, stayed with it. I think Ricardo Adams has been a little bit careless here. Smashed the 6 and realizing that, you know, Lord might very well tempt him again. Fell for the temptation and he's gone.
Yes, and Lord has picked up a wicket. See, he's in the wickets column almost immediately. This is his second over, and he's picked up a wicket. a good scalp to get because Ricardo Adams is going well. He hit a couple of lofty blows, but now comes Chemo Paul. We talked about Chemo Jeet. We know who Chemo Paul is. The big question is, does Chemo want to turn the heat on Demerara today and win this game easy for Essequibo?
Well, I think the best thing he's going to do is to play smart cricket. You don't want to see him come from ball number one and reverse sweep or switch hit. You want to see a Chemo who thinks the game through, and he can open up like a sunflower at any time. But it is left to be seen now which Chemo comes up here. Is it the lad from Saxakali that thinks, or is it the Chemo that comes out in the middle and threw caution to the wind? We all know his capabilities, and if ever Essequibo wants Chemo Paul to come to their rescue, it is now. This match, right now out in the middle.
Played with the Hetmeyer-led World Cup squad in 2016, the only under-19 World Cup that the West Indies can hold on to so far. In under-19 World Cup history, gets off the mark right away. Nicely turned away.
And that's a skill set we're talking about. Even though he was coming onto the front foot in a forward defensive mode, he was still able to turn it away with soft hands, down towards short backward square, and pick up a single. He's immediately off the mark with one.
So Ricardo Adams faced 31 balls, 1-4, and 2 sixes in. It's not a bad contribution from him coming at number 3 with the injury to the opener. But now with Chemo Paul here, you know that Essequibo have got to turn the heat on a bit now. There's no need to panic, of course. Good run rate, 4.57. That's okay. That's excellent. Not a problem at all. You don't need to do anything rash.
Nothing.
Just like that, Ramkaran plays respectful.
And Matthew Ramkaran looks solid here. He looks as though he understands the game. 19 gone, 86 for the loss of 2. And perhaps could be the perfect foil for someone like Chemo Paul, who likes adventure. He's going to be the one that will change the direction of the game. Bourda, 26. Ricardo Peters retired at 19. Ricardo Adams, 27. We still have Anthony Adams to come, and he can bat as well. Quinton Simpson and Malcolm Hubbard. You know, those are two guys. Malcolm Hubbard, he's very solid out in the middle, can bat. Samson is a game changer.
Yeah, and don't forget Kemal Savory as well, because he loves to work the ball around. He plays big shots as well through the offside, especially behind point. So they've got a strong batting lineup here with Savory, Samson, and you talked about Hubbard to come. Essequibo well and truly entrenched here to probably pull off a good victory should they not panic and lose wickets. If for my money, Jeet, if Chemo Paul gets out, well, then you know that Demarara making inroads into the Essequibo batting lineup. 7 extras, 19 overs, 86 for 2. Look at Ali Mohammed, 1 for 27, and Devon Lord, 1 for 12. The wicket takers so far.
Yeah, Bailey Ned and Luke not yet to put a wicket in their column. So, over number 20 is about to be started. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 1 for 27 from 5 previously. The medium fast bowler is going to pick it up the ball to Chemo Paul. It's going to be interesting to see if he bounces at Chemo Paul, like I feel he might very well do. Forced delivery. Why? Just pulling out of the shot down the leg side. That was expected.
Now, Jeet, I don't have a problem bouncing to Chemo Paul. My problem is my line. If my line is bad, obviously it's a wide, it's a wasted delivery. You got to walk right back to your mark and try again. Now, you bowl into Chemo Paul, and you have to understand who Chemo Paul is and know how to bowl to him.
Yes, he's strayed in that one, but I will still like to see him pepper Chemo with another short delivery that's on the body and see how Chemo is going to respond to that.
Yes, Jeet, and that's why there's something about Ali Mohammed that you have to always pay attention to. He loves to intimidate batters with the short pitch delivery. So let's watch him carefully to Chemo. So the plan is set. There's a plan set there. There's a field on the backward square leg boundary and one on the mid-wicket boundary. Look at that. but he's cleared both of them. That's gone for a big 6 over
That's
square
a
leg.
that's a vicious pull shot off the bat of Kimo Paul. Short lifting delivery. Look at this, just touching down, just outside the line of the off stump, right into the arc. Boy pivoted nicely onto the back foot and played the perfect looking shot by a cricketer. Great shot by Kimo Paul.
I'm afraid Bourda cricket ground is too small for Kimo Paul at this stage with that 6. Too small. If that was at the stadium, may have been different.
Well,
But
if he had bowled that same delivery, the first ball that Kimo faced, he would have played the same shot.
Right. But knowing that Bourda is not a large ground, and you play a shot like that, you have to clear the playing area quickly.
He changed the angle this time, outside the line of the off stump wide. Kimo allows it to go by, but once again, another short delivery. The thing is, you don't want to overuse the short delivery. It should be a secret weapon, a weapon that will surprise the opposition. So Ali Mohammed needs to rethink here. I am saying all of that. I'm in the commentary box. Sometimes he bowl a short one and gets a false shot and gets a wicket.
But that's the problem he has as well, because he has to know to control bowling the short pitch delivery. Many times when he bowls like this, he's hit all over the place. So he has to watch that. And what Kimo did there, Kimo initially backed away to slash the ball over the offside. And what he did, he carried the ball to the offside, so he didn't get to play the shot at all. Or he played it but missed it. That's another one. Kimo didn't back away this time. He pushed the bat at it. Horizontal bat, didn't get a touch, taken by Imlak.
So he's feeding him more short deliveries here. Maybe that's the plan from Ali Mohammed. Let me keep bowling short to Kimo. And he feels that Kimo can undone himself. He's not afraid of the short delivery, Kimo Paul. He's going to place shots at them once they're in that corridor.
Gets a single down to backward square. The thing with Kimo Paul, though, in the Jeet is that he's a good timer of the ball, you know. When he hits sixes, he hits some clean sixes. I saw that in the CPL. The couple of shots he hit, some clean shots in the Jeet, and you never believe that the ball would have gone that far from his bat. But that's how good he is when he really hits the ball hard. He times it well, and he clears the boundary very easily.
So 2 deliveries remain in the 20th over. John Ramsing will, Naim Chan will come a call in. And I'm happy that Naim will be joining Matthew. We love the banter between the two of them, always entertaining. You have some questions for Naim, Pastor?
No,
Wait until he comes.
No, one is a sinner, one is a saint.
Ah, don't say that.
Naim is my boy.
We are all God's children.
Naim is my boy. Naim is my boy. I love the.
So
the
which
stuff.
one is the saint?
I love the.
Which one is the saint?
You know, you put some
No.
interesting things in the chat.
Answer me. Which one is the saint? Hey, Ronaldo Ali
I'll give him
Mohammed.
the benefit of the doubt.
Final delivery in this over. Outside the line of the off stump. 20 gone. 93 for the loss of 2. More from Matthew. And he'll be joined by Naim.
Right, Naim will come in a minute. Right, 93 for 2, 135 needed in 180 balls. That's not bad at all. In fact, that's excellent. You look at Essequibo batting, Bourda, 29? Well, the partnerships, 29 for that first wicket before Peters retired hurt. Then 35 with Ricardo Adams. So little partnerships along the way. But losing Bourda for 26 and Adams for 27. That last wicket falling at 85. It's time to rebuild. Kimo Paul is out here. We know who Kimo Paul is. Kimo Paul needs to know who he is batting out there. But because he needs to get a good score and ensure that Essequibo can win this game and play Demerara in the finals on Saturday. Welcome, Naim.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that Kimo Paul should know who he is, because I have seen many injudicious shots over the past few innings. Now he's hoisted this. This is going to go all the way. That's for sure. Beautifully struck. But just I get scared I saw this in the CPL. I saw it in the inter-county last year with injudicious shots.
Yes, and you saw how easy he cleared mid-wicket there. You call that a big six. And that's how good Kimo Paul is when he plays those shots. The problem I have with him is sometimes he just gets out in manners that, puzzles everyone.
His side is still in a precarious position. At the end of 20, Demerara had 96 for 4. Essequibo is in a better position because they're chasing, they can pace. They're at the end of 20, 93 for 2. Not a big one here, Matthew. This is going to go all the way, no? But it's going to crawl into the boundary for 4. And I'm afraid that if he gets out here, we'll be putting a lot of pressure on the batsman to come. He should really occupy, play it flat along the ground, seize every opportunity as he has been doing, and just stay there. I think Essequibo wants him there.
Kimo Paul has picked up the scoring rate. The 100 has come up in the 21st over. That's good going by Essequibo. They've just lost 2 wickets. A man is retired. He can still come out back to bat if he's needed. So they're in a strong position, you'd want to say here. A very good position. And if Demarara cannot pick up wickets here, it's going to be easy sailing for Essequibo once Kimo Paul remains there.
There you go. Goodbye, punto final. I don't think that was an injudicious shot, nevertheless. I think he was groping forward. He was deceived, and that was a good ball. And he makes his way back. He's gone. 103 for the loss of 3. And that's what I was afraid of from a Essequibo perspective. That if they're going to lose Kimo Paul as they have been losing him, and not only them, even the Warriors, when he played other tournaments, outing at rash moments with unnecessary shots.
Pushed the bat at it, but you look at it on the replay, easy catch for the captain, Tevin Imlach. Just pushed at it, a good delivery, pitched on or about the middle and off stump, turning across Kimo Paul. Not much turn on that occasion, but what he did, he pushed the bat at it, he played at it, and got the edge. And that's the end. Commentator scores, we just talking about Kimo Paul playing some nice shots, couple of sixes and boundaries, and then there he goes. Devon Lord, in the meantime, has shown that this season, playing into county cricket, he's someone to look at. 2 for 22 in his third over. Good bowling by the young man.
It's the unnecessary pressure. That's why I was scared when he was batting, Kimo Paul. The unnecessary pressure that you can put your side on after being nicely placed, nicely positioned, and just have to keep going, rotate strike, pick up singles, 1s and 2s, and you're home. But this extravagant volcanic eruption of almost violent shots, you look good, you get a few 6s, and then you're back sitting in the pavilion.
Right, so Kimo Paul made 18 from 9 balls. 2 6s I make it in that innings. Kemal Savory comes out now. That's the other name we've been talking about. Kemal Savory, if I'm correct, was with the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. But I don't think he played a game. Would I be correct, John? He didn't play a match. But being in that mix was important. It says a lot about maybe how the pundits in the Caribbean think about maybe someone like Kemal Savory. Isaiah Thorne was with the Barbados Royals. He didn't play a game too. First ball wraps him on the pad, Devon Lord. But Isaiah Thorne was with the Royals. Good experience to be around the players, the likes of a Jason Holden and so on. That can do you a good deal good in the future of in terms of your career, the future of your career.
I saw Kemal Savory make 100 last year at the inter-county level. That's the end of the over, nevertheless. 103 for 3, end of 21. And I saw that innings. I think he's a sensible batsman. And all the senses that he has must come to the fore in this particular innings. Essequibo needs a victory. And 2 fancy-looking shots and then get yourself out is not exactly what I'm talking about, as in the case of Kimo Paul.
by the way, Naeem, on a sad note, just to say to everyone in Essequibo how much we sympathize with you all with the loss of one of our umpires, Wazir Danraj, who died recently in an accident and was laid to rest, I think, last Saturday. One of our good umpires, inter-county umpire and so on, passed away. Our hearts go out to his family. But certainly a big loss in the umpiring fraternity. Wazir Danraj. Very good umpire, very quiet, humble man, and he would be missed.
But I think it was around this time last year also we lost Clyde Butts. After the intercounty. After the intercounty, just 2 months on, in December, we lost another brother from the cricketing fraternity, Clyde Butts, who also died in a car crash.
That's right. That's a wide down the leg side from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So Savory had to score. He's faced 2 balls. Ramkaran is on 6. So a lot will depend on these two now. With Samson to come the big hitter. 124 from 174. Gettable according to stats. But you look at the wickets in the bank and then you can assess the situation carefully. Ali Mohammed is in his 7th over.
I like how Ramkaran is negotiating and looking. He's picking up the line, he's letting it go. I guess Kimo Paul would have been flashing at all of those. I saw him attempting to go on a flash at a ball that was so wide outside the line of the off stump, he could have hurt someone standing in the pavilion, so wide it was.
I think Demerara would be saying to themselves, you know what, we should not have been bowled out in 46 overs. We had 24 legal deliveries left. We could have got up to 250 plus. A better total. Obviously a better total than 227. So you put more pressure on the Essequibo batting. They've lost 3 wickets. We were in the 22nd over, 104 for 3. If you had 255 on the board, you would think that would have been a little bit better, of course. Look at that shot. Through the covers. Played with elegance and class. Ramkaran for you there. Picks up a wonderful boundary. And that's the good thing about Ramkaran that I've seen of him playing for police in recent times. He's a good timer of the ball, Naeem Shan. He times the ball well. He loves to play through the offside. He's very strong through the offside. And that was a classical boundary.
Well, I said from the onset that I seem to like his batting style. He's working, he's compact, he's not ultra aggressive. And to me, in the circumstances, he's doing very well.
That run rate is 5.02. It's above what is needed. Now that's a good one. Short lifting delivery. And he had to take evasive action, Ramkaran, to get out of the way of that one. And we said that's what Ali Mohammed is known for. He bowls his short balls, he surprises batters. And there are times when he bowls in such a way that he gets hit all over the place as well. So Trevor Ben is at the ground. Very vociferous guy. ASP man. Here is a ball that slashed away. Nice shot down behind point by Ramkaran. They've taken 1. They'll come back for a second. 2 from that shot. I think Ali Mohammed has to be careful here that he doesn't give away too much runs now. He's picked up a wicket. He got the wicket of Bourda. And Lord has picked up the other 2 wickets that have fallen. So he has to bowl well. He has to bowl, with good control. He has to be economical. Don't give away nothing much. So Trevor Ben at the ground. And he's a police player. I think at one time he was with the Guyana mix-up, but he didn't play a game. So 22 overs completed, 110 for 3.
So the batsmen would have their mid-pitch conference discussing the issue, what role each of them would have to play in the latter part of this game, or the latter half almost. Just 3 overs away from the halfway mark. Just a pity. I don't know what was the role of Chanderpaul, what were the instructions to him, but it seemed as though it was almost like pageantry, looking extremely exciting and delicate and absolutely great for a short stint, then say goodbye.
Yeah, let's be honest about Chemo. In recent times, he's been known for playing some nice shots and then he gets out. He doesn't last long at the crease. It's something he has to work on with his cricket. I'm trying to be very frank here, Naeem, because Chemo is the kind of player that needs to do a little bit more. Well, not a little bit more, much more. If he wants to get back in the mix of West Indies cricket proper, he has to want to. He must have that hunger, if to put it that way. That hunger and passion and thirsting to bat long. And when you bat long, you score big.
Well, I hope he'll get all of those things in. By the time that, it might be the end of your career. I mean, this is a long time you're playing. Now is not learning time. Now is execution. And I would love to see him bat for longer periods. I enjoy looking at Chanderpaul, but I'm disappointed.
So Trevor Bennett, the ground, watching his fellow colleague bat as well. They're police officers. And Trevor has his other brother Troy, who's a good little cricketer as well. Right, so yes, supervisors Ram Karam. But the point is, Troy Bennett is a good cricketer as well. The Ben brothers have done good service for cricket for police. And they just had a T20 tournament, the Commissioner's Cup tournament. And it's good cricket, very exciting. Devon Lord continues to show that this season has been a good one for him so far. What he's got now, 9 wickets, I make it? 9 wickets, it's tally. Sweeps down towards the fine leg area. They're coming back for a second. Akshaya Prasad giving chase. So that's Savory for you. Getting off the mark with 2 from 4 deliveries. I've watched Savory bat and in times gone by, and what I've noticed about him at times, Naeem, is that he tends to use up deliveries. He may face about 30 deliveries and he's got 10 runs. Let's say 10 or 8. And then he begins to pick up the tempo a bit. And then sometimes he gets out after that. I've seen a game at intercounty level where he used up a lot of deliveries. He struggled and then he got out. Must have faced about 30 odd or 40 odd balls. That looked close to me. He played that to the field at forward short leg there.
Well, it's good to see that Tevin Imlach is applying some pressure. Savory's new. Another breakthrough would do well for Demerara.
Quick single taken down to wide mid off.
Because Tevin Imlach should know, and I think he knows, that he still has some runs, some wiggling room, so to speak. So if the aggression that you show now with close infielders don't work in a few overs, then you would have to relax that plan and go to plan B.
I think he might be a little bit worried right now that Essequibo can actually squeeze a victory here if the batters perform well down the order now. That kept low. And Ramkaran back to way looking to cut. Played the cut shot. Missed it. And that missed the off stump as well. So 23 overs completed. 113 for 3.
The match has really dragged on. Not that it has been there was a lack of interest. I think this has been a real gripping match. A real gripping match. Both sides batted quite sensibly. There were good partnerships. I saw that from Demerara, from Essequibo too, except for maybe the disappointment that they had. I was really hoping for a huge partnership and for Chanderpaul to spearhead that, going to take them over the line.
Bowling change, right arm wrong to you.
Richie Loknath will come back into the attack. None for 7 from 3 overs. He'll start his 4th overs. He's been very economical. But at this stage, you want wickets. For Demarara to win this game, they have to pick up wickets. I'm not sure they're going to restrict them in terms of the runs with the run rate. So they have to pick up wickets.
Absolutely. And the pitch too is pretty placid. It allows for you to bat if you want to bat. It's if you don't want to bat, you'll be back in the pavilion. But other than that, you can sit there and enjoy batting. Seen a few deliveries keeping short every now and then. That was quite spasmodic, not frequently. But other than that, it has been a pitch of even bounce. I think my colleagues were all giving praises for the preparation of the pitch. And so it's quite even bounce. And so if you can bat if you want to bat, if the desire is there.
Yeah, kudos to Basil and the team here at Bourda for preparing a good pitch. It's a good cricket pitch. I haven't seen anything that looked sort of odd or out of the way with this pitch, the way it is played. And Basil is a very good guy too, very good curator. At one time he used to be with Everest, if I'm correct. Yeah, same guy, nice guy. And then I think he went to Trinidad for a while. On the middle stump, good, nice single, nicely driven down the ground by Savory. Savory always looks the part, and he's a type of batter that has to continue to grow and improve with his cricket. His wicket keeping exploits are good, not bad at all. Imlak needs to improve with his in the wicket keeping department as well. He didn't get amongst the runs today, just 2. He's in the mix of West Indies cricket. But every time I think about Imlak, I actually think about Savory. I don't know why. Maybe because they're both wicket keepers and they both used to play for. That's a good delivery that beat him. Ram Karan, probing, searching, and good delivery there from Richie Loknath. But every time I think about these two players, it's all about remembering them from DCC as well, and both wicket keepers.
I'd like to see Tevin Imlak score and score more consistently. And this is a desire that I have out of a good heart. You want any youngster to keep moving forward. So apart from wicket keeping, most wicket keepers across the world are very, very good batsmen.
Generally, look at Rishabh Pant, for example, quite a talent. But I think that Tevin Imlak, if he really bats well, he can put Joshua De Silva under pressure, the current West Indies wicketkeeper. Right? And he needs to do that.
How things are going in the West Indies, anybody can put anybody in pressure, under pressure, because this is mediocrity that we are experiencing over the past 2 decades. So it's nothing hard to do to put someone under pressure. End of 24. 114 for 3.
When I was in the UK, my umpiring colleague who I stayed with, he was telling me about Joshua De Silva. When he came, he played for a club over there. And
Was
so
this
on.
at Lord's or Trentbridge?
No.
The discussion.
A normal discussion. Because I stayed with my umpiring colleague. I stayed with him. So he would talk about cricket and the players and so on. And he said that, and I don't want to sound bad here, but he said he's never been that impressed with Joshua De Silva. And I had to ask him the question, why? He said because when he came to England and so on, he he just sort of operated normal. You saw nothing much from him that says initially that he has this exceptional talent in him and so on. What I said to him, well, it's different now in that he's playing for the West Indies, and you know that alone sends a strong message to everyone. He is the West Indies wicketkeeper batter. It has to take someone to come and outperform him to get into that side. Tevin Imlach is in the mix-up. He is the second string keeper. He just has to keep improving with batting hand, I would think. I don't think he's a bad keeper at all, but he has to improve with batting hand.
Stop it! Run match, you done.
I was about to say the fielding has been generally good, but then I remember a few catches were put down. Ricardo Adams had 3 chances. Simple catches too. Quinton Sampson, who doesn't lose a catch easily. One spilled out of his hand, one out of Ashmead Ned, and another by Perez. But I think the running has been pretty well. Even the Demerara side, scampering, converting a 2 into 3. I saw Tej Narain and his colleague doing that at one time.
So if you notice now, Naeem, 113 needed in 152 balls. So the struggle is on. There's a fight with these two batters out there. They're not scoring freely. Devon Lord has been good so far in his 5th over. 2 for 26. He's been good. I think they're being very respectful to him. They're being very watchful to him. If they're going to get loose bowling, they're going to put it away, especially Savory. So far, Lord has been bowling with good control.
Well, they both have their work cut out for them. The Demerara side, just be careful with no balls, extras, careful with dropping catches. Those are the tiny things that you have to do. For Essequibo, do not go losing 1, 2, 3 wickets. If you need an eruption coming at the back end, you've got the ticking time bomb in your pavilion, who is Quinton Sampson. So they need, the Essequibo side, they need to retain their wickets but keep rotating. Just keep the 1s and the 2s coming.
25 overs gone. We were at the halfway mark, 115 for 3. And Devon Lord only conceded 1 run in his 5th overs. It shows that Demerara, they're trying to pull things back with that run rate and make it a bit more difficult for Essequibo to get that total. But Naeem, these two batters have to work very hard. 12 to Ramkaran, 5 to Savory. They've been watchful. Just Sampson, I would think, to come that you think can really strengthen your chances of winning. Of course, you've got Hubbard and the others, but these are the big hitters. A little bit more from you, and then John Ramsing will continue the commentary.
Thank you, Father. Good bowling here from Richie Loknath. And as I said, you just keep it as tight as possible. No balls, no extras, no overthrows, no dropping of catches. That's what you have to do. And let this run rate build up against Essequibo. Essequibo, as far as they're concerned, rotation and keep getting the 1s and the 2s. If the bad ball comes, well, you can go after it. Well, look how the times have changed, John. Now in T20 cricket, we were born and grew up knowing that pace starts every single innings around the world. There were maybe one exception in the World Cup way back in the 90s. Nice shot flowing, gonna get a single. But now almost practically in all the T20s, spinners are starting. And And you've got to be of high quality spinner to start in a T20 game. The Tikshanas and the Noor Ahmed, the Afghanistan people, those guys, Rashid Khan and company, you've got to be a high quality spinner to start off in a game. Because the power play, everybody wants to win. That's it, Demerara. Everything, be on your toes, stop the leak of runs. Time for drinks. I believe we can have some drinks in the commentary box too, John. Thank you.
Can I have medal, please? Thank you. Thanks. Look.
if you go out fucking favors, you can still think you can still lock up favors like this.
So we're back with the action. Ashmead Ned is going to come on at a very, very pivotal time, very critical, may I say. Halfway mark, just over. Tickled around the corner, Savory. I wonder what the discussion was focused on with the respective cams, John.
A lot of times after drinks break, something dramatic tend to happen. So Ned coming back into the attack now. Just 4 overs before this. Expecting to do the bulk of the bowling moving forward. Keeping things tight. Essequibo losing just 3 wickets, and Ricardo Peters, who had retired hurt very early, in a very good position to to win this game. Just got to be watchful against Ned. That ball came back in. The Ramkran has been there for 29 deliveries now. Savory, with regional experience, 19 deliveries. Walking across his stump, big appeal. None from the bowler, however.
Probably he's pitched outside the line of the leg stump. He's backing us, of course. Well, you mentioned it, John. After the water break, something normally or dramatic happens. And when that word dramatic applies to the batting side, you might have a fall of a wicket, although batsmen were going as sweet as anything. But the little break in concentration. I'd say sometimes, John, a fast bowler would actually run up to the wicket, stop and walk back, trying to break the concentration of the batsman. It works against some batsmen, not Shivnarine Chanderpaul for sure. Nice shot, square, well, down towards backward point. The batsman will cross for 2 runs.
Wide of the off stump, giving the bat a little bit of room, and he took it. 27 gone, 119 for 3. More than half of the runs wiped off already. Essequibo will just bat their full quota 50 and take 2 points.
Well, there are more balls remaining than the actual runs required. So they've got some space, some time. It's retaining wicket and rotating. Keep that. Keep it going until a closer stage. Then you can make an assessment and say, we have to go after it at least 1 time or 2 times in the next 2 or 3 overs. Because we have wickets in the pavilion.
Room outside his off stump, and Savory takes it, hitting look not inside out. The ball's going to hold up in his outfield. So nice to see sometimes that inside out shot. This time he got height and not distance, however.
I still believe that Savory hasn't settled. He hasn't had his eyes in as yet. He's not getting to the pitch there. I think he was deceived in the air. Loknath is having a very good spell.
Into a 6th over now. Some adjustments being made to the offside field. Perez going to cover. Nandu is firm at mid-off. Richie needs to try to turn the ball a bit more. Just bowling too quick as if he's bowling through a pipe.
He's not a big turn of the ball, but I don't think that I've seen anyone today of the spinners that bowled were getting a lot of turn.
Maybe if you slow it down a little bit, go a little bit on your toes as well. Give it some good revs. You'll never know. But to maintain that can be difficult.
There where you separate the legends. Shane Warne will turn it anywhere. At sea, on shore.
This time, well flighted. So just 2 in the over. 6 completed by Lucknow. None for 11. 28 gone. 128, 121 for 3. Still a 4 to 107 needed by Essequibo to go into the finals.
I believe that the batsmen, they're making the bowling look better than it might be also, simply because they do not want to lose another wicket. They want to be as safe as possible, and the bowlers are flighting, they're luring them, they're not going for it, simply because they don't want to lose a wicket. Because look at what Chanderpaul did, a flurry of strokes, and mustered how much? 18 in just a few balls. But then he lost his wicket. So I think the two batsmen out there are very strong in their opinion. Let's not take any risky shots. We can keep rotating and come closer to the mark.
Net to continue. Notice on the graphic before, Devon Lord picking up 2 wickets. Means that his tally for the tournament is now extending to 9. The leading wicket taker in this tournament.
And somewhere along the line, while achieving your task, I'm talking about Essequibo here, you have to be mindful that you cannot allow maiden overs and a lot of dot balls. You must keep scoring.
Ned is doing a very good job containing these batters. No wickets yet to show for his good work. Even in the last game, 10 overs, 10 runs conceded, no wickets. A brave shot walking across his stump. Getting connection. Turning down the opportunity for a second there. Ram Karan. It's a difficult position for selectors to be in, and you must ask yourself as well. Ahmed Ned, 2 games consecutively, no wickets, but his economy rate in this case is a little bit more expensive than the last game. Will you still pick someone like Ahmed Ned to represent the franchise at Regional Super 50
If
based
he
on
can
his
bat,
economy?
Yeah, I'd start considering other assets that he might bring to the table, which is like batting, fielding. If he doesn't fit that gap, well, you'd have to make some choices.
Devon Lord looks real good, picking up wickets. He's been economical as well. 29 years of age. Looks like Neil Christopher McGarrell. The way he bowls, the way he handles himself with the bat. His attire with the sunglasses.
That ball was very short, John. Well, there's a man on the backward square boundary and a man on the mid-wicket boundary, or square leg. But that was very short, and I'm wondering to know whether they have closed shop, ultra. That should not be. At the same time, these are frontline batsmen. You must be able to ill-treat a short ball. That's the end of 29, 123.
So look at that. Leading wicket takers in the series. Next left arm spinner in Ricardo Adams. Kevin Sinclair had a 5-4 today at Lusignan. Carlos LaRose with Simon among the wickets as well with 5. Arian Posada, next left arm spinner. He played all 3 games for the developmental side. But Gultaran Chulai, who just had 1 game, picked up 3 wickets as well. Another exciting left arm spinner. Good prospect. So they're not short of left arm spinners at all, Guyana. Hiked away, dunked towards mid wicket. In the gap. Breaking the shackles now, Kemal Savory.
But that's exactly what the doctor orders. When you can, you're going to take them out. On that occasion, he showed exactly that. So you can go back in your shell, you can rotate strike every time you get a loose one. Be very sure, try not to give your wicket away.
The equation 101 from 124. Still work to be done for Essequibo. They have set batters at the crease. How do you treat someone like Veerasamy Perez? 3 matches, just 2 wickets. Economy rate of 4.6.
Some selectors would go for Pamal simply because of his expertise and experience. Prolific bowler who is useful with the bat, so they would have to look at his scores. But if all the bowlers have got just about the same performance, the nod goes, of course, to Pamal. In difficult circumstances, Pamal will excel because of his ability and his experience.
Easily taken, just one. So while they have headaches with selecting the left arm spinners or spinner, there's also a difficult task with his bowling all-rounders. Ali Mohammed, Quinton Sampson, Kimo Paul. And I'll put one more into the mix. Jonathan Van Lang.
Youngster, strong, good eyesight. Saw him in a few innings this year. End of 30. 129 for 3. I'm going to take my leave. Inderjeet comes in.
99 runs away from victory. So while the players are in the middle, looking for points, looking for runs, looking for wickets, the selectors are looking for players to represent the Guyana Harp Eagles. Look at some of the leading 4s and 6 hitters. Rampatab Ramnath, 12 4s, Tejaran Chanderpaul 11. On the 6s column, Ricardo Adams and Akshay Prasad, 7 and 6 respectively. So lots of stats available. Cricket is a game of numbers, as we welcome Inderjeet. So they'll use these numbers to look at that touring party for the regional Super 50. But how do you pick someone like Ashmed Ned? No wickets yet, but very tight. Good reputation as well. It's been around first class cricket.
Harry, come over here.
It's been around T20 cricket. Just saw him snapped up for a T10 invitational as well. Ahead of someone like a Ricardo Adams, who's been getting wickets, getting runs, been to Super 50 before. Here's Lord to continue. This is ill-directed, helped along its way. Chase is on for Akshaya. So Inderjeet, these are headaches the selectors will have, but they won't mind such headaches. How are you?
Yes, I know they will never mind such headaches, because what it does, it says that there is improvement in the barrel, and they have a lot more to choose from. They'll come through for a single here. I think that, Anthony Adams, a left-arm spinner, he will certainly be in that reckoning in the minds of the selectors. Young Ashmed Ned, whether he's going to play for the academy team or CCC, there's still 2 teams out there. I don't know exactly what the rules are if they select them just after discussion with the mainstream boards. After selecting their teams, I'm not too certain what's happening there. But yes, people like Ricardo Adams, who, he has taken wickets, he has scored runs. Certainly his name will definitely be in the minds of the selectors. Can't rule out Devon Lord. I mean, he has taken wickets. He's an exceptionally good fielder too. So I am available as well. So
We saw Lord today with bat as well.
yes,
Played some very attractive looking strokes.
Yeah, run out, run out.
and they're going to hustle the single here.
Direct hit from Christopher Harry. Appeal goes up, but umpire Mokan hands stay down.
Well, I think umpire Mokan is saying to the keeper, you blocked my view. I can't really see what's happening there. What excellent work by our cameraman cricketer, Harry. Nice left-handed throw to the stumps.
Well, Tevin Imlak, well, if he was blocking the umpire, he was in a perfect position to receive the return from Harry, who's on the picture now. Look at his long pants, not quite long enough to cover his ankles. Harry again. Good athleticism from the young man. He wants to make this kind of side as well, even if it's as a fielder.
Yeah, you better let Harry do not hear you, John Ramsing. 94 runs to get from 115 balls. That's still less than 6 runs and over 7 wickets standing. That's gettable.
Look at the determination on Lord's face. So the required runs under 3 figures now as Lord completes another over. 31 gone, 134 for 3.
And John, we have been looking at the left-arm spinners. Let us look at the openers now. I'm sure that Tage is going to be that leading candidate to open the batting. He's the senior man. There is young Rampatab Ramnath from Berbice. And there is also Matthew Nandu. Tevin Imlak as well can open the batting. What do you think might, be that opening pair for the Harp Eagles?
Oh, look at the leading run scorers this season before we get to that. Chanderpaul, 165 runs. Jonathan Van Lang, who we just spoke of as one of the all-rounders, fast-bowling all-rounders. 92. Had a 72 today at Lusignan. One of those young players you have a lot of time for because still under 19. Came through the ranks. National swimmer as table tennis. His sister, national swimmer.
And Ramkaran here, John, seems to have excellent eyesight. He's backing away and playing ball off the stumps into the offside field. You feel there is danger there, but he's seeing the ball very, very big. Just like that.
Yes, to open up his stance there. Look at the clear that front foot. I guess he's winding up for a big stroke. Backing himself to take on Richie Looknott.
Well, if he's going to take him on and back himself, he has to get forward and reach those deliveries. Unless it's real wide outside the line of the off stump when he can play over extra cover. But if he's going to look to swing over mid-wicket and long on, he has to get to the pitch of the delivery, which he isn't doing. See, right there, back deep inside of the crease, playing off the bounce. So he's playing him off the pitch. As a right-hander, sometimes it's important to eyeball it, know exactly where it's dropping, come down and reach it just before it touches down or when it touches down. He has not been doing that.
Just slightly slower this time from Looknott. Outside the off stump. He's continuing to back away, however. Not giving him a chance, not giving himself a chance to watch ball on bat. This time he does so. A maiden over from Looknott comes to an end. 134, the score remains for 3 after 32. Chanderpaul is our first pick as an opener. One of the persons that is capable is Kemal Savory. I rather suspect Savory and Imlak will be in the same 11. One, of course, will have to do Gloverman's work. Chances are it will be Savory. Maybe they'll rotate match after match. But they're both good enough to make the side even as just pure batters. And if Savory is in that team, not wicket keeping, maybe as an opener, I'll pick him hands down.
Well, I tell you the truth, actually, with the composition of the team, now that Tage is getting back into form, my humble opinion is that Kemal Savory is the most senior batter in the Guyana Harpies lineup. So he's sure he's going to be there. And I agree with you. You never know with Imlak looking at the West Indies call-up again at some time. He might very well keep the wicket to make it in that wicket keeper batting position.
Teams these days do not bat their full quota of 50 overs as well because of that T20 and that T10 dosage. And if you're looking for people to bat right through, Imlak is one of those persons. You might be tempted with a match with Nandu. Of course, Akshay Prasad is in the middle order.
Yes, he should be batting at number 5 in that middle, or number 5, number 6 position. I think he is very good in that area. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, I think, might be that medium fast bowling all-rounder. That was pretty close to hitting the top of the off stump there, looking to drive through the offside field. Got himself in a real tangle.
Get the impression, look at that fighter delivery. Chance in the chance. Difficult one. Look at the disappointment in Devon Lord's face.
Yes, that's Imlak.
It is Imlak. This time all along the ground. The police officer says no, putting his hands up like a traffic cop, but he's an immigration officer stationed at the Chedijagan International Airport.
John, 4.15 is the current run rate. Required run rate has gone above 5, reaching to 5.5, 5.31. If it gets to 6 and begin to climb, then the pressure will be right back on Essequibo.
Once given the license and once given the opportunity, Quinton Sampson can change that equation in a hurry. Pulled away. That's a short, and he pounced on it nicely and very quickly into position. 4 runs to the officer.
Yes, good looking shot. A little bit too short here by Devon Lord, and given the right treatment too, picked his place nicely where he wanted to score the boundary over mid-wicket. That's going to bring some relief to him, and relief in the over too. And this is turning out to be a good little hand by Ramkaran.
Kanaya Ramkaran moves up to 24. Lord now in his 7th over. Leading bowler this season, most wickets that is. Quick single, direct hit from Perez. Would have seen officer short of his ground. It was not to be.
It was a good shy at the stumps. That's something you should learn. You know, we have seen so many mishits looking to run out a cricketer. Gone are those days when, you know, fielders used to hit them almost as will. There was the talk, if you want to know where to plant the stumps on the pitch, give Michael Holden, Andy Roberts the ball at the boundary from both ends. They're going to shy it in. Wherever it drops, there is where the stumps shall be. Fielding is something that you must enjoy.
We spoke about Neil McGarrell earlier. I remember when Neil McGarrell made his international debut, he would come back right here to his home club and practice alone in the 1 o'clock sun, trying to hit the stumps from various parts of the field. Throw the ball, wherever it goes, he chase it, then return. End of the over, 33 gone, 141 for 3.
And that in itself, John, will say to everybody, this is what I want. This is the profession that I want to score my money from.
20s, you'll see 25 from Ramkaran, 26 from Bourda, 27 from Ricardo Adams, 18 apiece. Kimo Paul was dismissed, and now Kemal Savory. Ricardo Peters retired hurt on 19. Still to come, Quinton Sampson, Malcolm Hubbard, quality batters, Anthony Adams, the all-rounder, Keanu Harry, former Guyana, on a 17 player who can bat as well. And of course, Ransford beaten with international experience. So, this is Essequibo's game to lose, really.
I do agree with you. We were talking how important it is to put in the hard work by yourself, being hungry for what you want, work with a specialized program. Remember Usain Bolt, that great Jamaican and West Indian son, practiced a whole decade, 10 years, to run just 9 seconds. You know, that will tell you in itself how badly these guys want it, and it can be done. Failures will come your way, but that shall never define who you are.
Still searching for his first wicket, look not. This is his 9th over now. Just want to see him put some more revolutions on that ball.
Yes, and why he's not getting the revolution? Because he's too flat as an off-spinner. If he's going to get the revolution, you want that nice high arm action where the ball actually comes from above the head. You give it that trajectory, that flight. It's not happening. Look again, very, very flat. So you can't get any turn really. Now and again, maybe if it drops on different part of the pitch and takes some soil from it, you're going to have a little bit of a turn. But bowling so flat, difficult to spin the ball.
Showing variety in terms of pace, however. Viewing his pace in this spell. Savory on 18. Fighting innings from him so far. Another maiden from Lucknow. He's finished his 9th over. 17 conceded after 34. Still 87 needed. 141 for 3. If you notice, it's October in the JIT. FL Sport has their little pink ribbon on the logo, and the replay stinger as well shows the pink. Lots of pink in the main pavilion here as well at Bourda as well. Look, match referee, international match referee Rayon King is making his way down the stairs there.
Yes, and that's cancer awareness. That's Rayon King moving away in the distance.
Yep.
And it's so good that we can identify, you know, ourselves, especially with women who have suffered that breast cancer. That's a killer, definitely. It's called Pinktober whenever we come to this month. Maybe all of us should wear pink when we come to the commentary box on Saturday.
Lord now for his 8th.
Nothing good.
87 to get from 95. Demerara short of a spot in the final. But who will their opponents be? Still have to wait.
Nothing, hey, ball go good.
At this stage, with his batting performance from Essequibo, win or lose, you get the impression it will be Essequibo again coming back. Because despite Berbice winning today and winning big, their net run rate is not good enough. And of course, they have gone ahead of the select 11 already. So it's basically a race between Berbice and Essequibo now.
Well, I think the management would have had that news to them already.
Making some room, lapping this one through the onside down towards that tee backward square area. Work for Bailey. He does well.
And John, the immigration officer, continues to look good out of the middle. That 54 balls against his 27 runs do not really tell the story. What it does, however, is to say to us how he has concentrated out in the middle, understand his role in this team, and what the situation is asking him to do out in the middle.
Yeah, there was no need for him to go blasting the ball to all parts of the ground, or trying to at least. So he's playing a good knock, giving support where support is needed. Quick delivery. I heard in a recent tournament on the west side, where he plays this cricket, got 136 in a match-winning cause. 35 gone, 143 for 3.
Well, to be frankly speaking, there are some deliveries that was tossed up in the corridor which he could have been driving through the offside field. He has not managed to pick those gaps, playing with soft hands, looking for singles, Maybe that one area he has to look at. The thing is, if the ball is in the slot to be hit, you don't have to go and hit it and try to burst the ball, but try your best to score off it. That is of vital importance. Hello to you, Matthew.
Hi, Jeet. We're back again, 143 for 3. Ramkaran is still there. He's batted a bit slow, but he's there.
Yes, they're well within the striking distance. So the demand out in the middle is not for him to go really after the bowling. Play your natural game. Like I was saying, the only fault may be there were some deliveries that he should have scored off. He has not. Those are areas that he can work on. But he looks very solid.
So this partnership is worth 40 so far between Savory and Ramkaran.
Now, you look at that shot played by Savory. He was looking to force it between backward point and the square cover. If he had delayed that shot, opened the face, there would have been runs to third man. All these are things that count.
You talked about Loknath being a flat spinner, doesn't turn the ball much. They say that if you strengthen your fingers as a spin bowler and you practice a lot more, you can get that ball to tweak a bit more. But you've got to strengthen your fingers.
Your fingers have to be very, very strong, because in gripping that ball and, spinning it, you must be able to be strong there. Some off spinners, good ones, successful ones, you look at their fingers and you will see marks there, bruises, and what we call corns will be on those fingers. It tells the energy that they put there, and after a period of time it becomes very, very hard. You're fine-tuned into it, but you want to see that effort. Good off spinners will actually wring their right shoulders as well.
But GT's done his work so far. He hasn't picked up a wicket, and he's in his final over. None for 19 so far.
Yes, and
that's exceptional.
Yes, give him credit. Has been a good spell of bowling. But in terms of picking up wickets, the thing is this: you must be able to find ways and means. On another day, you won't find batters playing you at the crease. You bowling those flat deliveries, men will be charging you and batter that ball all over the place. So he's coming up and bowling well against the present opposition.
A single to end the over. 36 gone, 146 for 3.
Yes, and he's completed a spell of 10 overs, none for 20. Very, very economical. He has done the job that his skipper has asked him to do.
What Demerara has done here, they've pulled back the run rate nicely. All right, to almost a run a ball as we take a look at.
That's building over the Church Street area. Beautiful. Guyana is known for its class, its building class, and we're getting late into the afternoon. Traffic is going to be very, very heavy. I know one man always like to dash out and get and beat that traffic. He'll be staying here because he has to complete the game.
Yes, a lot of vehicles in this country now. They say almost every family will have a vehicle eventually, if that isn't the case as yet, as Lord continues. But what they've done, they've brought the game into a nice situation where it's almost a runner ball now. And that's going to make it a little bit difficult for Essequibo, because as a single is taken here, turned away towards backward square by Savory. Because what will have to happen, Jeet, is if the bowling continues to be as tight as it is, these batters will have to eventually explode. So they cannot bat the way they're batting still and just win the game easily.
Yeah, not at all. So far, so good, not bad. You expect them to score maybe from the last 40 runs to win the game. That's very, very possible with their batting lineup. These two, they have been milking the bowling, collecting their singles, and they're keeping it within that range. It's getting almost 6 runs an over now as far as balls and runs are concerned.
45 runs they've added together. Nice partnership. They've been steady, taking the singles, the twos. That's been the feature of this partnership so far. No big hitting, just a couple of boundaries. Look.
Let's see, the return will come in and Savory will make it home. Good run in between the wickets by Ramkaran and Savory, deciding early that they're going to go for two, and that is exactly what they have done. I like the communication here, and the strategy is a good one for Essequibo. Demerara trying their best to contain these batters. They must pick up wickets. They cannot keep Essequibo beyond that 80 that is required now without picking up wickets.
And the 150 coming up in the 37th over. So good batting by Essequibo here. No panic in the camp in terms of the wickets column. Just 3 wickets going down in Bourda, Ricardo Adams, and Chanderpaul. The other batter got injured. He came off. That's the opener. And so they've still got a lot in the bank, basically. You've got Samson, right? You've got Anthony Adams, the captain. You've got Hubbard.
Malcolm Hubbard to come.
So they've got batting. The thing is, what would be their approach at this stage, needing 78 from 80 balls, knowing that they'll have to keep playing steady? Ramkaran has worked his way to 29 from 58. So he's scoring at 50, his strike rate. All right? Kemal Savory is scoring at under 50. So they've both been under pressure because of good bowling. They've still picked up some singles here and there. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. They haven't gone for the big shots. That time has to come. And
Yes.
it has to come soon.
Well, they should not see this as too much pressure, because they're well within that scoring rate and they know exactly what the team plan is, and they're playing within that plan. So I think here is a big advantage to Essequibo. These two have been playing well. They've been scoring their runs, hitting the occasional boundary, and keeping in target, in their mind what target they're looking for. So far, so good.
Big shot from Savory, not timing the ball well. All along the ground towards wide long off for a run. 37 overs gone now, 151 for 3.
Yes, and you look at it, Devon Lord 2 for 45. He still has 1 over to go. The right arm off spin of Richie Loknaut has completed his spell. Ashmi Ned is yet to come back. And then we have the medium fast bowlers, whether they're going to go back with Ricardo Ali Mohammed or Bailey. That is left to be seen. I think when the Pacers come on, it's going to be a little bit more easier for them to score. So all that equation must be taken into consideration. And now we see the man from Enmore is going to be Chetram Balgobin. He has been entrusted with the ball in his hand. I'm just wondering if this is his 4th senior inter-county game. I know he has played cricket, yes. This is his 4th senior inter-county game. So he will relish this opportunity to bowl his 4th ball at this level.
77 needed in 78 balls. Make that 76 needed from 77 balls now. A single taken by Savory.
Now that was too short to start with. Quicker delivery. Short, allowing Savory on the back foot. Getting a single down through mid-wicket region.
Yeah, we have to watch Balgobin very carefully here to see what he's attempting to do with ball in hand. Looks like an off spinner. Right,
Yes, he is a right-arm off spinner.
And that was slapped down to Perez. Short extra cover, short straight extra cover. Cover is going out on the boundary now. You've got a point in the air, coming to the left of our commentary booth for a big 6.
Well, that actually smacked onto the roof, and I think it has gone down towards the canal at the side of Regent Street. That was a huge shot, right in the slot. Ramkaran waited his time and banged it away. Bad delivery and put away.
I think he heard us when we were saying that, they've got to go for the runs too. You're not going to be bogged down all the time, and next thing you know, that run rate goes up to about 8, 9 per over and so on. But as you said earlier, Jeet, they're well within reach, of course. You just need a boundary in every over, and you can win the game easy because you can then get a single or another single or twos. You run twos, and it's easy.
Yeah, well, I don't think it has come to that stage where you need a boundary off every over. And if you can get 3 singles and a double, you're well within that striking rate, or 4 singles and a double, and the occasional boundary come. No need to panic by Essequibo. I think they're batting brilliantly, and they have this one actually covered for them once they continue batting in this smart way. Now, there should have never been a single there.
Akshay Prasad for you there, giving away a run. You'll make that, 7, 8 in the over so far. So it's a good over for Essequibo.
And there's still 2 more deliveries to come.
Correct. And it was nice to see Ram Karan hitting that 6 just now because for the most part of his innings, he batted very respectful, picked up the 1s and 2s, and he looked pretty good, of course.
It was a much better delivery. Flighted a little bit more than the rest of them, and still they managed to get a single off this of that delivery.
But you know what, Jeet? Savory, on the other hand, give credit to him. He's fighting his way. He's not playing a lot of loose shots and so on. He's not looking to, like, as he would say, give his hand away.
No, it's been a very good innings by Savory so far.
Short, cut away. And a chase there for the fielder. Down in the point, deep point area. They pick up 2. That completes over number 38. So Ram Karan is picking up his scoring now. He's gone up to 38, 26 to Savory, and it's 162 for 3 at the end of 38 overs.
And that's a very good over for the Essequibo team. Chetran Balgobin force over costing him 11 runs. Came back nicely after being struck for a maximum by Ram Karan. So he ended the over. Not bad at all. 2 runs coming off the last ball. But what it did is to give a momentum now to Essequibo team. That current run rate 4.26, required run rate 5.50. So you will feel they have this cover to get 66 runs from 72 balls without doing anything extravagant whatsoever. You can get that at a canter, because what Demerara will have to do is come down to the closing stages, ensure they protect the boundary and protect the single as well. How do you do that? It's going to call for impeccable bowling and impeccable field placing.
And the captain will have to be very smart as well, Tevin Imlach, in the way he sets his fielders for this stage of the game now, because you don't want to give away easy runs.
It's a question asked of the umpire, and not that vociferous that you expect with the confidence of getting a wicket. Shannon Crawford is not going to be fooled by that. Delivery that was tossed up looked to be outside the line of the off stump as well. Now this is running away towards the boundary. Will it get there ahead of the fielder? And it gets there. An effort not good enough. Bailey diving away. He must be hitting that turf pretty hard. Let's see Bailey lumbering after it and sliding, hitting it his side on the grass there. But can't stop the boundary. This is what happens, when you play sensible cricket. The bad ball will come along. You can put it away. That will complement all the singles that have been taken all along.
A bit of pressure on Bailey there on the boundary. To be honest, it calls for more skill to really pull that ball back inside. And that's
for more speed as well.
And that's where Jeet, you have to give credit to white ball cricket and the fielding ability.
Another shout for leg before, gone, leg before, came all Savory, sweeping at one, trapped on the pad. Umpire Shannon Crawford said, "You're gone, LBW, we shall monitor this one." It looks straight from here on. That pitched in line and was definitely going on to hit the stumps. Good decision by umpire Shannon Crawford. Savory has to go. 166 now for the loss of 4 wickets. Is there another twist? But Essequibo still have batting to come. Now, playing these sweep shots, you know, you have to observe the basic. We're going to look at this replay once again. We get it in real slow motion time. That's pitched in line, Matthew.
Yeah, and he came across.
Yeah, Savory was a little bit confused with the decision, but I guess when he watch it back, he will realize that Shannon Crawford has given a good decision. The ponytail Quinton Sampson, is he from Caracarea, John? That's right. He's walking out in the middle. We saw what he did in the T10 tournament we had in Guyana. Smashed the ball all over the place. So he has a chance here to take it home for Essequibo and indeed knock on the doors of the selectors.
He doesn't have to do anything silly, to be honest. If that's a decent word to use, he doesn't need to do anything silly. Just bat sensible. Simple as that. You're in touching distance of a victory that will be considered a good victory against Demerara, and having to play them in the finals on Saturday again. So you don't have a point to prove. I think his highest is 85. So far, not out. So he can bat.
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Yeah, and he's good. The thing is with Quentin Sampson, he's got the talent, he's got the power, he's got the confidence, but sometimes his shot selection, he goes very hard at the ball at times, lobs the ball in the air, leading edges, top edging, hitting the ball in the air and gets caught many times. So he's got to watch it. He's got to watch it. Lord is in his last over here. 3 deliveries left to complete a good spell of picking up 3 wickets so far. Off the back foot, punch nicely. Down through extra cover. Fielder from long off comes around. They get 2.
And Matthew, you see that shot? Good looking shot. Many of our batters we would have seen trying to come forward and block it. But he stood tall on the back foot, took it on the up, didn't bounce a lot and stroked it away. Good looking shot.
Guess he'll be one of the key players in the Guyana lineup.
Yes, he was there last year. He will definitely want to retain that place in the squad. And I think he's an excellent cricketer to be given that opportunity. You know, especially the shorter format of the game, one-day matches and T20. Sampson is going to be a handful.
60 needed from 67 balls. That completes Devon Lawrence' spell. 3 for 51 from 10 GT. He has bowled well. A little bit coming down to the end, but he's picked up 3 valuable wickets in Adams, Paul, and Savory. 39 overs gone, 168 for 4.
Your next commentator that will become a call-in after the end of the 40th over will be Naeem Chan. You want to bring Naeem in or you want John Ramsing? Matthew?
Both are good. It doesn't matter.
I'm kidding, my brother. So, if Essequibo gets home, it will be a calculated victory of the highest order. Great thinking. It is only left now for Essequibo to lose this one. And I don't think from this stage they will like to lose this. They have everything in their favor to go on and beat Demarara and reach them in the final. Demarara, they're the defending. Ned, none for 19 off 6, has returned. And start with a line on the leg stump and well played by Ram Karan.
I think you and John talked earlier about Ashmid Ned. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but I think because of his experience, the little bit of experience he has, he'll probably be in that side, in that team.
I'm not too certain when that Abu Dhabi T10 will be starting, but Ashmid Ned has been recruited to that Abu Dhabi T10. Good for him.
Yes, he's an improving young cricketer, and he can only do himself well by always having a good attitude and playing a lot of cricket off the inside edge down to mid wicket. Quick single taken as the return comes in back to Ned.
Yeah, but that was an excellent single.
Correct, but he just has to keep improving, ensure his attitude is good, keep working hard, discipline himself. His father, a former Guyana cricketer, off spinner. Gavin Ned, a good coach, one of the better coaches around in Guyana. To be fair and honest to him, and he tells you as it is. He's a down-to-earth guy, and he said to me in a recent conversation that he would love his son to just do well. You know, he's backing him all the way.
Let's see the line that he's going to bowl now to Samson. And this is hit high in the air. The fielder's coming in. Take the catch. That's Matthew Nandu settled under it. And Samson, sometimes it doesn't work. Hung on the back foot. Didn't get the power. Looking to clear the boundary area. And he's gone. Caught Nandu of the bowling of Ashmid Ned. He has taken his first wicket in this game. It's now 169 for the loss of 5. Is there another twist to this game?
Good question, Jeet. But this is what I just said about Samson. Has this tendency to just hit the ball in the air, gives his wicket away when he knows that he's better than that. He knows that he's better than that. And you don't need to go for big shots at this stage. All Samson had to do was turn over the strike nicely, pick up the ones and twos. But there are many who would tell you that he's not that type of cricketer. He likes to go for the big shots. He hits the ball in the air. He loves to clear the boundary in the Jeet. He's a power hitter. And he banks on that ability. And as you said many times, that ability will let you down. At times when you don't need to play like that. And that's why you've got to be a versatile cricketer. Watch the game, what's happening with your team, how many runs are needed, how many overs are left, and play the game accordingly. He just didn't do that.
Yes, I think that was indiscretion on the part of Quinton Sampson. Just come to the wicket, hanging on the back foot, knowing fully well that he's going to get it high up into the air, didn't get the power. That's the reason why Anthony Adams has come out into the middle. Now, he's a smart cricketer. He understands the game, has good batting qualities. He's the captain of the team, and no doubt might be saying to himself, should be saying to himself, skipper, take it home. There's still 5 wickets standing.
Well, he told the team that we need to win the game. So he's come out and he certainly would want to win it. But finally, Ned getting a wicket. This season, 1 for 20 in his 7th over so far. 1 delivery left to complete over number 40. Then we'll go into the final power play. 59 needed in 61 balls. Adams defends. That completes over number 40. 169 for 5. They need 59 runs in 60 balls. Naeem Chan has rejoined me. Naeem, as we come down to the end of this game this afternoon, I'm sure when you look back on this match, and even Demerara, they would regret not, when I say regret, they would have wanted to bat out their full 50 overs. That would be one of the minuses for them in this game. Batting, having lost the toss and been asked to bat, they would have wanted to bat out their full 50 overs. They had 24 legal deliveries that they couldn't play at because they were bowled out. If this game comes down to a very, very close game, and should Essequibo go on to win this match, I think that's one of the things that Demarara will be talking about tonight in the camp. Welcome back, Naeem.
Well, I guess we'd have to wait to the end to apportion blame in the post-mortem of the match. As it stands here, I just get this feeling, fall of another wicket, the game is still wide open, and it can head anywhere. So what they have to do is to bat like how the pair that just were at the wicket, how they were calculatingly and painstakingly batting. And I'm talking here about Ramkaran and the batsman before Samson. Savory. I think they put on some 63. Nice given out. Now, what kind of confusion is this, Ramkaran? It went actually, look at this again, straight to the fielder. Straight to the fielder. Ah, that's suicide, isn't it? Ramkaran goes, that's a key wicket, 39 in 66 balls. I think it was a valiant effort, but should have stayed there a little longer. The problem is, we're going to say all the while, if this had happened and if that had happened. This is cricket. He failed to go back in time. He's out. It could cost them the match. Story done, according to the old people. And I'd like to see Tevin Imlach learn to apply pressure on new batsmen. It'll be interesting to see when this batsman comes in. The field placing, you need some pressure. People must feel scared. They must know you're re-emphasizing to them, the batting side, that you're in a bad position. You're in a bad. Remind them that by giving me one or two close infielders, Matthew.
And Naim, look how cruel cricket can be. That's the first run out of this match. And who else to be run out? A man who stayed there for a while, built a good partnership with Savory. They were batting well until Savory got out, LBW. And then now look at the way he has been dismissed. Run out. It was a good bit of feeling from Perez down at point. Rifled that return in quickly. And he didn't make his ground back at the striker's end. So it's all happening, and this is what you don't want to see. You don't want to see Essequibo just tumble now, where they lose their last 4 wickets for nothing much, knowing that they were going good. But then that's what cricket is all about.
Precariously poised, 59, 58 balls. That's exactly how the Essequibo side need to keep the required rate. Balls and runs kind of equal.
Harry's a new man. Went for a big shot just now. Second delivery. Looking to play a little forcing shot through the offside. Missed the shot taken by the keeper. So he's under pressure. Akshaya Prasad is bowling. His very first over.
Nothing.
It's at this stage I'm talking. They get a single here. Bad bit of work there at extra cover.
That's Nandu.
In fact, they come back for 2. But it's this kind of situation I'm talking about. Brand new batsmen in, and there is no one to put this man under some psychological pressure. No one. No silly point. No forward short leg. No solitary slip or leg slip. Down the leg side, I think the umpire is gauging.
41 overs gone. 171 for 6. Naim, 2 new batters. 2 new batters, put them under pressure. You're correct. The psychological pressure that needs to be applied is very important in captaincy. That's what you need captains to do.
We saw this in the game, Demerara versus Berbice, where they had the Berbicians 16 runs for 3 wickets.
Right.
The top order batsmen gone back, and no one clustering these guys. 16 for 3.
And you've got to give credit to Tevin Imlach, the way he's used his bowlers as well. Because you've got net bowling at a very crucial stage of the innings. They're going to get a single here. Perez very disappointed that he didn't field that one cleanly. Give that run, as you would say. So the left-hander comes in to strike. Sometimes it's cat and mouse game too, because at the end of the day, you want Harry to be on strike to someone like net bowling to him. Because,
well, if that is so, try and prevent the single now. That's your job.
And he's turning the ball into the left-hander from outside the off stump. So Harry probably would play shots. You see his first 2 deliveries, he wanted to play shots. Like that. Good delivery. Outside the off stump. So there's a man on the backward square boundary, that's Devon Lord. And then you've got Bailey on the mid-wicket boundary. They're positioned there, the trap set for Harry. The required run rate, 6.46.
Yeah, it's growing. So as we said before, at the end of the game, in the post-mortem, nice shot here. Will they get a couple of runs? Adams is interested. Harry says no. yes, at the end of the game, then you'll be able to identify quite possibly some of the negatives that caused the losing team to lose and some of the positives that caused the winning team to win.
That's in the air just to the left of Akshaya Prasad at short straight mid wicket. And Adams gets a run, another run. 54 needed from 50 balls now, so it's a really close game indeed. But just 4 wickets in the bank for Essequibo.
But I saw, what's his name to come? Hubbard. I saw him last year. We described him at the stadium. And looking back now, I think he should have even been batting earlier. He had a good knock. I think he got 47 in that game. Let's have a look at this one again.
That would have been height. Outside the off stump, that's cracked away. Nice shot down through cover by Harry for a single, just for one. But what's important here, Naeem, they've still got to keep rotating the strike if they don't pick up the boundaries. 42 overs gone, 175 for 6.
Absolutely. That's the operative word. Since they needed almost 200 runs, the operative word is just rotate and keep your wickets. Keep them intact. Sadly, some people just displayed no intention of wanting to stay out there. And these are some of the senior people who you expect to lead and to inspire and show the example.
Adams was ambitious. Ball was caught. Wicketkeeper Savory, that was a good delivery he got. Savory inside his stumps, trapped like before. Sampson played a bad shot to Ned's bowling, and Ram Karan run out.
Big appeal. Yes. I think he was jumping back. We'd have a second look at it. But it looked as, of course, they don't have the third eye and the reviews in this level of game.
Keep going there, boys. Keep going, man.
So we're gonna probably have a second look at that, or another look at that. But he seemed to have been going back. Now the equation is, well, it's not balancing. It's just about balancing here. 53 runs, 46 balls. Umpire, what is going to happen with the lights?
175 for 7. I'll tell you what, if it comes down to a light situation, you would want to think that Demerara would be in the driver's seat based on the calculations. Because 7 wickets have gone down, it's 175. And you look at that wickets column, that's always that's an important aspect of the calculations done.
Nothing.
So we've got another dimension to the scenario here. The batsmen out there have got to be wary of the fact, or take light into their consideration. That's double trouble now.
Yes, these are the elements of the game of cricket that sometimes you don't always cater for, but in terms of the umpiring fraternity, yes.
Nandu.
You've got to be ready. Ball driven through the covers for 2. Return comes in quickly to the bowler's end. 2 more to the total. Malcolm Hubbard is off the mark. Yeah, he's a good cricketer. He can bat, plays very orthodox cricket shots. Straight player.
Nothing.
It's good for you in terms of your repertoire, your shot selection. You're not going to hit across the line, try to give your wicket away, going for some sort of injudicious shot. 43 overs gone, 177 for 7. So they need 51 runs now in 42 balls. We'll look back at the leg before wicket decision given. Yes, trapped inside his stumps there. And that looked easy for Shannon Crawford. You look at Akshay Prasad in terms of how he appealed. We're looking at it again a couple of times. Pitched in line. Pitched in line. If there was any doubt, it would have probably had to be height. But he was struck in line. Net continues.
Well, why isn't that runs? Come on, Hubbard.
Net in his 9th over. 1 for 24 so far. He's come back nicely, you know, Ashmin Ned. Struggled a bit his first couple of overs. So this spell has been good for him.
One and a half.
Well, they of course don't need another run out as well, Essequibo. They've got to keep these wickets, but the light is another factor, and as Matthew said, an umpire in the game, that if the game comes to an end because of light, Demerara would be ahead.
Probably would be. I don't know the Duckworth-Lewis calculations off of my head, to be honest. But the match referee and so on would know that. In my own estimation, I think Demerara would be ahead here. 50 runs in 39 balls needed. For some reason or the other, Naeem, this should not have happened in terms of coming down to a situation with the light, because you've got a lot of spinners in both sides, and they did bowl. So I just can't understand why it's come down to this situation. Quick single taken, the return comes in at the striker's end, but they got home. You can sense a little bit of panic in the camp too in terms of running between the wickets, some uncertainty as well between the two batters, whether to go for the run or not. But that will happen at this stage, no doubt, coming down to the end. It's all about yes, no, you know, the loud shouting running between the wickets now.
I think the two batsmen have suddenly become conscious of the light issue. And in their minds, just like how you may not be able to calculate the Duckworth-Lewis, maybe they can't. And so, alternatively, what they'll decide to do, we got to scamper a little faster.
So the umpires are having a chat, and we know it's because of the light situation. 44 overs completed, 180 for 7. It would be interesting, John, to know what would have been the score at the end of 44 overs. I know, Naeem, you normally keep some record of it. At the end of 44, what Demarara would have had at that stage. But they may go for another couple of overs. Let's wait and see. 48 needed in 36 balls. So 6 overs, 6 legal overs remain. But the light is gone, Naeem, for sure.
And in that case, Demerara may want to bring on their fast bowlers. The batsman, I guess, would appeal for the fast bowlers bowling at the end in very dark conditions. But bowl the bowlers that will take a longer time to walk back to their mark, making it a worse scenario.
Isn't that a disadvantage to the bowling side if you can't bring your fast bowler back simply because of light? It is a disadvantage, to be honest, given the state of the game.
Nothing. Hey, boy!
I tell people that every day, that once you're going to take long to get through your overs, you know, it doesn't speak well for the game. This is a 50-over competition.
One ball go come. Easy.
Back and cracks it through the offside for a run. And so you've got to balance your time well. You've got to get through your overs quickly. That's why there are penalties now. When you look at T20 cricket, there are penalties now, you know, applied. And nothing is wrong with that, because you've got an amount of time to get through your overs. On driving, nice shot, straight down the ground. They've taken one, and that's all they'll be. So you're right, Naeem. They realize that every ball now they've got to score off.
Yes.
Other one bites the dust. And
Wait on them.
Demarara seem to be having their team up, just about enjoying the atmosphere. And not a wicket.
Wait on them. Wait on them. Hey, wait on them. Wait on them.
Just tilting the scale. Hey, come. In favor of Demerara. So what do you do if you are Essequibo? Maybe go for one volcanic eruption and try to hit as many sixes as you can, or do you stay there, end in a stalemate, or the light takes over? Pretty confusing for that camp, but it's amazing what Matthew said.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
could you not
That's I
hit so many
complain just
spinners
like a bad show
complete
that
this 50 ball fear?
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Ligo now, ligo now. What? One.
Down the ground for a single to complete over number 45. That's Ransford beaten for you, getting off the mark. 184 for 844 runs needed in 30 balls. I want to bring in John to wrap up the innings. So he'll come in to wrap up the innings. My stint is finished. It's getting dark here with Bourda. I don't want to be here in the dark. John will have to be here.
Time for some hockey. GCC hockey players are out already. 44 to get from 30. The umpires again having a little bit of a discussion.
So I wonder if it boils down with a net run rate. What would be that scenario? It'd be interesting. But it's spin. It's not dangerous for the batsmen. They can see that. And I think both sides are eager to continue. Both sides.
Runs for beaten the new batsman. Ned now in his final over. 1 for 27. 46th over of the innings. This one is in the air very high. You can tell that the light situation is affecting Ronaldo Ali Mohammed here. Overrunning that one. And not able to complete the catch in dark. Bad miss, you'll say, Naim.
If Essequibo thinks they'll be behind the run rate, it's just one wicket to fall and it's over. Try to hit a few sixes and balance this thing up and score boundaries, maybe bring the net run rate back in line and see what happens. Take the chance.
So 2-1-0-4. 190 on the board now. Brave knock so far from runs for the beaten. 38 from 27. So you rather suspect that beaten coming out now means that Ricardo Peters, who retired hurt, is not good enough to bat again. Given. So that's wicket number 9. We'll have to look at the players, whether they'll shake hands or whether they'll wait for Ricardo Peters to come. So the players are shaking hands. So Ricardo Peters will not come out. He will not risk Ricardo Peters. Rather suspect, realizing that they're in a good enough position with a net run rate not dented that much, finishing on 190 for 9 or 190 all out now, because that means that Ricardo Peters retired out. It means that their net run rate will still be sufficient for them to finish in second position over Berbice and the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11, who will finish on 4th. So it means that Essequibo will come back to play the Demerara on Saturday. Demerara unbeaten in this year's tournament, 3 from 3, marching into the final, and now they'll take on Essequibo. But a spirited fight from Essequibo. They defeated Berbice early in the tournament, almost had a chance here in defeating Demerara. In the end, a 37-run victory for Demerara. Well played, and into the final they go.
I think that it was a gripping match, well played, good cricket. First of all, I was very enthused by the fact that Demerara had batted well close to their allotted 50 overs. That's a good sign, because normally in contemporary times, even the West Indies side can hardly bat out 20 overs, much less 50. It's good to see that these sides are batting a maximum into their 40 overs, in this case 45.4 overs. So that's a good sign, one of the positives coming out. The other thing was partnerships. They stayed there. You had Tej and several other figures like Akshaya. They all glued together to have partnerships, John. That was very good. We saw a bit of it too from Essequibo. So all in all, a great, fantastic match.
So that's the run chase. 26 from Bourda, 27 from Ricardo Adams, 39 from Ramkaran, 30 from Savory, and single digits. Ricardo Peters in the end retired at 19. 190 in the 46th over, 8 extras helping them. Confirming victory for Demerara by 37 runs.
Now that's a bowling for you. Ashmead Net picking up 2, 3 for Devon Lord and 2 for Akshaya Prasad, all joining there for some good bowling performances. Devon Lord, of course, getting 3, the top bowler in the tournament so far. I think he's very good, consistent. So I wish him luck too in the future.
So that's it. Victory for Demerara by 37 runs. These teams will meet again on Saturday in the final right here at Bourda. And it will be the final match, the championship match of this year's tournament. Guyana Cricket Board Senior Intercounty 50 over men's tournament. The game begins at 9:30, scheduled to begin at 9:30, but maybe adjusted to 9 a.m. having seen what happened today. Alright, my name is John Ramsing on behalf of Naim Chan, Indrajit Prasad, Matthew Kisoon, and everyone behind the scenes. Thank you for your time today. We trust that you enjoyed what we had brought to you. Until next time, please do take care of yourself and each other. Bye bye.